Chapter 1, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 1, Section 1. Sir Neville Fanning was doing at least 3 things at once in the private dining room of the Hotel Emanuele in the Via Veneto in the city of Rome. He was eating an excellent luncheon, he was observing his fellow guests, and he was giving as much attention to Mrs. Bessington's conversation as that lady required. It cannot be said that Mrs. Bessington was easy to talk to. In fact, that was an impossible feat. He had tried it in the first days of his acquaintance with her, and even now, when he forgot, tried it still. But he had found that she neither needed his remarks nor even wished for them. All she required was silence, noddings of the head, and very occasional accents or monosyllabic questions. She did all the rest. It was a little stupefying at first to be pelted with such an interminable torrent of words. He had at first resisted a little, seriously believing that she might possibly wish to hear what he had to say. Then he had grown a little impatient, and then the divine gift of humour had saved him. And henceforth, except, as has been said, when he forgot, he sat still, now marvelling at the spate of talk that flowed forth so sedately, now deliberately thinking about other things, now, occasionally, playing a sort of intellectual solitaire, which consisted in counting her full stops. There had only been 5 during the whole of the Kurzweg course, from the moment she took up her fork to the moment she laid it down again, and once, with an exquisite joy, switching her on to the Marchioness daily, his hostess, who sat on his left and whose horsepower, so to speak, very nearly, but not quite, rivalled Mrs. Bessington's. He believed that she was talking now about a cousin of hers who lived in Corfu, but he was not sure. If it was not she, it was Selva, the actress, who was in Rome just now. Certainly a female cousin had been mentioned a while ago, and so had Corfu. But an aunt had shot up from the horizon once or twice, and he was not certain, therefore, as to which occupied the place of honour at present. A Scotch maid of hers, too, called Macpherson, not the Scotch maid she had now, but another one, had certainly been spoken of. But it surely could not be she who was now curtsying to the late King of Greece and tripping over her train as she did so. "Most interesting," said Sir Neville, bringing his eyes back from their excursion. "How very— but that's not the end," pursued Mrs. Bessington, undismayed. "It was a fortnight after that. No, it couldn't have been that fortnight, because I know she caught influenza from having to wait about for the carriage, and she was laid up for 3 weeks. It must have been—" She was off again, and once more the young man began to look gingerly about him. He could not quite make out his hostess. He had a lamentable habit of pigeonholing his new acquaintances, and each pigeonhole had a little label over it, with a sort of inscription. Into these, then, he was accustomed to place people. At first he had been inclined, in view of their common possession of an almost infinite store of words and opinions on every subject, to place the papal Marchioness and Mrs. Bessington together. They both talked unceasingly. They both wore a glassy expression of inattention when anyone compelled them to listen in return. The encounter between the two had been a glorious experience. He had been stung by the splendour of the prospect, and had wondered which would win. It was the ancient dilemma of striking impenetrable armour with a sword that could pierce everything. He had blinked a little as the 2 ladies discharged their conversational hoses across him. But he had enjoyed it. Mrs. Bessington had won. The impenetrability of her inattention had prevailed over the shrill and ceaseless arrows of the Marchioness' high voice, and she had been left discoursing on her favourite clergyman at the American Episcopal Church, while the Marchioness sulked. But he was beginning to discern a difference between them. Mrs. Bessington was always amiable. She never gravely attacked people's characters. She was harmless and bland, though quite shrewd in her opinions. while the Marchioness had an undercurrent of acidity, and seemed to take a kind of peevish delight in discerning and thrusting a pin through little cracks and holes in reputations. He saw that plainly now. It was evident that they could not be put in the same pigeonhole. Superficially, they might have been twins. Fundamentally, they were not even sisters. He scarcely knew how he happened to be here today. He had come out all alone to Rome 3 weeks ago without realizing the potency of his name in the visitors' list. Then the cards had begun. He had rashly returned some of these calls, and had even accepted an invitation to tea at which 2 cardinals were to be present. And there he had found himself a lion in a den of Daniels. The cardinals had been magnificent, of course, grave, princely men, extremely gracious to this young Catholic baronet, and seeming to understand that he, no more than themselves, really liked this screaming parrot house. One of them had even bidden him use his name with Monsignor Bisletti, if he should wish for a private audience with the Holy Father. "But of course, Sir Neville," he had added with scarcely a trace of an Italian accent, "you will find no difficulty in any case." But the rest of the company he did not like so much. It was not that it was different from any other similar company elsewhere. People screamed and gossiped and smelt of furs and eau de cologne. There were meek and trim young men with shining hair. There were tiresome old men who bellowed. There were shy girls, fully as much in London as in Rome. Only he had not expected it in Rome, somehow. He had had a faint idea that things would be primitive and quiet here, that he could moon about and look at basilicas now and then, that he could poke round in curiosity shops, in a word, that he could be free here, as he could not in London. And he had found the same old parrot house. It was at this tea party that the Marquis Daly had captured him and introduced him to his wife. And it was here that she had asked him to choose any day in the following week to come to lunch, so soon as she had first caught him saying that he was going to Frascati, but hadn't settled which day. "Then you shall lunch with us first, if you will, Sir Neville. Choose your own day, and we'll all go out to Frascati together." Well, here he was. He did not in the least wish to go out to Frascati with all these people. But there was no escape. Here he was, and Mrs. Bessington was telling him about her cousin in Corfu. He was sure now that it could not have been Miss Macpherson. Meanwhile, he was observing the company. Section 2. It had better be said at once that there was a single star in all this gloom of well-disguised boredom. And the name of the star was Enid, who sat opposite him. The Bessingtons, mother and daughter, had been present when the Marchioness had cornered him 4 days ago, and the fact that Mrs. Bessington had added that Enid also wished to see Frascati again had been the one consideration that had prevented him from being rather rude to the Marchioness and saying, untruthfully, that after all it wasn't Frascati but Tivoli, and that he had promised to go with someone else. He had brought her an ice a few minutes before and had sat by her, himself eating another, and she had been to him for 5 minutes like a breath of air in a stuffy room. First, she was extremely pretty, but this, honestly, was not the point. The point was that she had been cool and refreshing and quiet, entirely at her ease, though she could not be more than 19, and had said 1 or 2 odd little things that had been intimate without being familiar. He had forgotten what they were. They were of no importance, but he had perceived that she knew what he was feeling, and that she felt like it too. Then a princess had wished him to be presented to her, and the thing had ended until the invitation. And he had accepted that invitation, aware that he would have prevaricated himself out of it if he had not talked to Enid first. She was nearly opposite him now. She seemed even prettier than he had thought her. She had heavy brown hair, an extremely clear, pale complexion, big grey eyes, and quiet, well-cut lips. She had a large black hat with primroses in it, and a black lace dress, as she was still in mourning for her father. He watched her hands once or twice. He had a theory about hands, and they satisfied him. They were sufficiently large, quite white, and quite strong. Certainly, it would be pleasant to go with her to Frascati. His eyes wandered along the other faces. Next to Enid, on the Marchioness left, was an Italian priest, the Lenten preacher at a church in the Corso. Neville did not make much of him. He was a new type to the young man, of a very recollected and very well-bred air, as of a guardsman who has become a seminarian. Incidentally, he was a count in his own right, but Neville, with truly British superiority, did not think much of Italian counts. The priest had been quite polished, quite detached, and rather superior in the few words he had with him before they sat down. On the other side of Enid sat Mr. Hecker, an extremely wealthy American, and the husband of Mrs. Hecker. These were his two discernible points, for Mrs. Hecker, who sat on Neville's side of the table, at the further end, was one blaze of intelligence, so bright as to obscure all in her immediate circle. She was really astonishing, thought the boy, as brilliant, and as hard, too, as electric light. He had talked to her a few minutes before lunch, and she had summed up her impressions of Rome simply admirably, touching exactly the right points. The small ancient dignity of the less-known basilicas, the flamboyant triumph of St. Peter's, and the domino houses, as she called them, of the modern municipality. Certainly, these large white flat-faced buildings set with rows of even windows were extraordinarily like dominoes set on end. Only it had not struck him before. Next to him, beyond Mrs. Bessington, was a sleek-haired young man of about his own age, Mr. Clough, who presented precisely the right front to all calls upon him, and who appeared to have nothing whatever behind his front. Neville had put him away all right after 3 minutes, in a pigeonhole already full to bursting. Last but one, opposite Mrs. Hecker, was the Princess Moresky, a small faded lady, rather like a pale Queen Victoria, quite plainly and even shabbily dressed, with an unmistakable dignity, who lived with her imbecile daughter in an enormous palace, the friend of cardinals, blackest of the black, pious, zealous, and resolute a replica in an Italian disguise of unmarried evangelical daughters and sisters of ancient English dukes. Only she was a Catholic and talked 4 languages with equal ease, and they but one. At last came the Marquis Daly himself, the host, whom Neville had put straight into the pigeonhole that contained persons not of his sort, as he would have said, a brisk, anxious man, intensely absorbed in social ambitions, and never quite at his ease anywhere. A papal chamberlain, a papal marquis, without children or estates, pathetically eager to entertain personages so long as they had any kind of claim to distinction and were not militantly anti-Catholic. Such was the company. Neville ran round them mentally once more, wondering when this interminable festivity would be over. "How very nice of her," he said suddenly, perceiving a pause in Mrs. Bessington's conversation, and remembering again the word Corfu. Section 3. What Enid saw, as she made opportunity now and again between the remarks of her Italian priest and the quiet repressed sentences of her American, was a very bright, fresh young man, black-haired and black-eyed, with an indefinable look of slight ill health. She had liked him instantly, as soon as he had sat down beside her with his ice the other day in the window-seat, and had remarked how very odd it was that some ices were so much hotter than others. "If you will consider it carefully," she had said, "with illustrations, I think you will find that it is entirely a matter of texture. It's the hard ones that are cold." He had paused to reflect, with excellent gravity. "That's perfectly true," he had said. "It never occurred to me before. The ones that are like frozen sandstone, aren't they? Now, about colours. Why is cardinal scarlet so extraordinarily like flame? Yet it's not the colour of any flame I've ever seen." That was the kind of thing they said at first. He didn't seem at all bored today either, in spite of his situation between the Marchioness and Enid's own mother. Enid had no illusions at all about her mother's conversation. For herself, she did not find it boring, because she had long ago established an understanding, as she would have called it, that she was to go her own way and not to be talked to like that. But she had watched others under it. This young man, however, seemed to preserve his elasticity well enough. Certainly his eyes roved a good deal, but always came back to attention in time. Twice their eyes had met, and she thought she had read a humorous good temper into their glance, yet not enough to be offensive to her mother's daughter. So much for his outward appearance. He seemed natural, breezy, and fresh, in spite of his rather delicate look. He was dressed properly in grey, with a little bunch of violets. She thought he looked simpatico. What she knew about him was very nearly as important. She had learned it from overhearing her mother talking to other people. First, he was a baronet, the fourth of the line, without brothers or sisters, and unmarried. He was aged 23. He was an hereditary Catholic and had been educated at Stonyhurst. His father had died 4 years ago, and his father's sister-in-law, a widow, had kept house ever since at Hartley, and was still doing so. This lady had one boy called Jim, aged 7. Hartley was a fine place in Sussex, and there went with it another big house in Elizabeth Street. That was about the sum of it. Obviously, he was a tolerably wealthy man. There were innumerable other details, too, which her mother had spread abroad, but these were unimportant. For instance, it was said that he was rather delicate and suffered from headaches, that though a Catholic, he was not at all bigoted, that his father had been no better than he should be, though he, too, had died in the faith, that he was just 5 feet and 11.5 inches tall in his stocking feet, that he had broken the public school record for the quarter mile, and that he was one of the 6 or 7 possessors of a tennis court, the real thing, not the pretender, in England, and that he had not distinguished himself at present in any other way whatever, but that it was presumed he would stand for Parliament when he had had time to look about him a bit. Well, these things were not essential. The point was himself, his personality, and his general bearing. These, as has been said, Enid found sympathetic. She was quite glad he was going with them to Frascati this afternoon. She, too, was finding Rome a little trying. It was her 3rd visit, and the least satisfactory. She, too, liked the old better, so far as 3 years ago could be called old. She liked the deep courts, with the iron railings before the crumbling church entrances, with the square of blue sky, the old brickwork displaying all the colours of the scale if you looked for them, the cobblestones, the broken angles of ancient buildings seen against the blue. At least she liked these things so far as she liked anything in a city, and she hated the domino-faced houses and the bulging carved white stone pretensions, and the bell-ringing trams, and the Vittorio Emanuele monument. Yet it seemed to be her fate, she told herself ruefully, to live in cities. Her mother and she left England always in October, and came by stages out to Rome, where they remained till Easter. At least they had done so for the last 3 years. Then, by parallel stages, with intervals at Cannes and Paris, they returned to England about the beginning of June. They were quite well-to-do. There was no anxiety about money. She had an allowance of £300 a year on her own, yet they lived only in a small flat in London, which they let furnished from October to June, and took a country cottage as well. This last was what she most enjoyed, or thought she did, and she would have named as her paradise on earth if she'd been asked, to live always in the English country and to devote herself to nature. But her mother always prevailed somehow, in a blank sort of way, and Paris, Cannes, Rome, Cannes, Paris Was their round for the winter? Yes, she said gravely, in answer to Mr. Hecker's last remark. I think Italy is just too fascinating, as you say. She had decided 10 minutes ago that she must play up to the American. He would merely think her unintelligent if she didn't agree on such points. The atmosphere is extraordinary. Mrs. Hecker was saying something about it, about all the strata of paganism and primitive Christianity, and the papacy and cinematographs, all laid one on top of the other. It's all wonderful to us, said Mr. Hecker, with submissive admiration. But, of course, for you Europeans, it's part of the air you breathe all the time. She assented in precisely the right terms, and caught Sir Neville's eye again, and a delightful little thrill went through her. Obviously he had overheard, and, no less obviously, had understood her position. Enid was a lonely soul, and she could not understand why. She had every possible charm, and no drawbacks so far as she knew. But it appeared to her that people were disappointing. They took to her violently. They called her by her Christian name remarkably soon, and she also, she thought, took to them. And then something happened once, especially when an engagement had been broken off. They misunderstood, or they found grave offence where she had intended none. They sheered off. She was not yet cynical, but she wondered sometimes whether she were not in danger of becoming so. People were oddly disappointing and fickle. She was beginning to take refuge in a kind of mystical solitude. Such was the account of herself and the world that she would have given, in all honesty, if there had been anyone she could confide in. But at present there was nobody. I must remember that if I ever go to Corfu, she heard the young man opposite say. It's extremely— No, Sir Neville, not Corfu. She had that experience at Greenwich. I always say— Across the flow that once more poured forth, she heard hasty apologies beginning, unheard, and, for the life of her, could not help glancing up. He was plainly a little agitated. Once more his eyes flickered up and met her own, and there was an amused kind of consternation in them. She permitted herself a delicate little smile. She knew so perfectly what was happening. She had so often witnessed it before, under stress of her mother's conversation. Section 4. He was beside her with an admirable easy art so soon as he had deposited her mother in the adjoining sitting-room. The Marquis was most particular to follow the Italian custom of sending everyone out in pairs as they had come in, and she felt a gentle pleasure in his kind, frank eyes that looked so simply into her own. Round them rose again the noise of the parrot-house. "My word is warm," he said. They were standing in the window, half hidden by the heavy damask curtains deemed proper to Roman hotels. "The motors are 10 minutes late already," she said. "Or perhaps it's us. We were to start at 2. You know Frascati, don't you?" "Oh, yes." "I wish you'd show me round," he said, "when we get there. Somehow luncheon parties, however pleasant—" He stopped in slight confusion. It was plain that he suddenly remembered that Mrs. Bessington was her mother. She smiled with delicious frankness. "Yes, my mother does talk, doesn't she?" A very faint look of surprise came into his face. "But she's simply a dear, isn't she?" She went on without perceptible pause. She was quite aware of her desire to please this young man. Perhaps she had been a shade too precipitate in seeming to criticize her mother to him, so she was relieved to see his face change again. "I could hardly say that, could I?" he said. She seems to have travelled a lot. Corfu, you know, and places like that." Again she smiled. Really, they were getting on very well. Enid thought to herself, rather subtle, and it was a pleasure to perceive how quickly his personality answered hers. The relief from the conventions she had found it necessary to assume with Mr. Hecker was considerable. Well, it's Frascati now anyhow, isn't it? Mother always forgets whether she means Albano or not. It's Tivoli with me, said the boy. I know there's a waterfall there and a villa, but I forget whether it's the d'Este one or Hadrian's. It's very confusing, don't you think? She set him right, deliberately and clearly. He was to keep firmly in his mind that Frascati had had an English cardinal as its bishop, two in fact, the steward and the other. Their arms were all over the place, and there was Cicero's school too that he mustn't forget. That was up in the woods. Well, you'll give me all the information when we get there, won't you? I can't think. He stopped, as if a little confused. I think I know what you were going to say, said Enid. You couldn't, possibly. Well, wasn't it that it's the things that matter, and not the information about them? His face showed a pleased bewilderment. That's simply extraordinary, he said. That's precisely what I was going to say. How could you tell? She looked him fairly in the face for a perceptible pause. Oh, it's obvious that that's what you feel about things, she said. Then the Marquis proclaimed from the door that the motors were round, and Enid dutifully attached herself to her mother again. End of Chapter 1, Part 1.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 1, Part 2. 5. It was the one period of the year at which the Campagna looks hopeful. In summer it is an oven of desolate beauty, thirsty and hot. In winter it is a corpse of magnificent dignity. In autumn it is as tragic as the deathbed of a king. But in early spring it is possible to believe that even the Campagna can hope again, and at least try on garments of rejoicing, as if her brooding memory for once was dormant, and her expectancy awake. Everywhere today, as they roared and swished over the long roads, there was a thrill in the air. It was impossible to make out details, so fast the motors went, but under the gray flats burned a faint glimmer of young green. The low hills on the horizon wore a haze of living blue. It had a curious effect upon the young man as he sat on the back seat, once more the receptacle into which Mrs. Bessington poured the stream of her talk. There had been simply no evading her if he was to keep anywhere near her daughter. And while he stood irresolute on the pavement, she had simply announced that he was to come in their car. So here he sat, screwed slightly sideways, watching Rome recede into the distance past Mrs. Bessington's bonneted head, and scarcely permitting himself a single glance at her daughter at her side. Beside the chauffeur, he knew, sat Mr. Hecker, attentive and trim. Motoring immediately after lunch, especially if one sits on a back seat and is unable to smoke, and it was out of the question here, produces in certain constitutions a strange, receptive kind of coma. After 10 minutes from the city gate, Neville felt entirely stupid. He was whirling backwards. He could not stretch his legs. The pace was so swift that he had to hold his hat in his hand. And Mrs. Bessington was talking about clergymen. Fortunately, he had enough humor to keep him polite. He nodded and assented and said, "Just so." And she said, "What?" And he said, "I only said just so." And meanwhile he was taking in impressions. He saw and remembered the long curves of the Campagna resembling the long waves of mid-ocean, the strange, ruined, yellow stucco houses, the sudden signs of little wayside inns, the monstrous masses of old Roman brickwork. But a headache was beginning again, and he longed for repose. Certainly, it would be pleasant to stroll through budding woods presently, as Mrs. Bessington had promised him. He glanced at Enid. She was motionless and apparently thoughtful. She had not spoken at all since they had left the city. "And there's Frascati at last," observed Mrs. Bessington, without the faintest pause from her appreciative discussion of the parish clergyman who had been her pastor at the time she had been confirmed by the Bishop of Worcester. "It always looks so royal, I think. And you know, Sir Neville, that Stuart Cardinal was bishop here once. The Duke of York, wasn't he? The grandson, I think, of the first Pretender. But I'm not sure of the relationship. But at any rate, George the Fourth, or perhaps it was the third, always recognized him and paid him a pension regularly, which I think was very nice of him, and so he put up his arms here in the cathedral, which we must mind to go and see, because so often people forget to do that, as it's not my idea of a cathedral at all, so small, you know, and not at all the sort of architecture you think a cathedral ought to be of. Besides having no choir or anything to sing, except just a few men and boys with voices like tin kettles, because I remember being out here for Sunday once, and how much disappointed I was, and to see them misbehaving too, when the canons weren't looking at them. And the canons, too, took snuff, you know, which I really don't think looks very nice, in spite of what people say. But of course I forgot you were a Roman Catholic, or I wouldn't have said such things, because, you know, I always think we ought to make the best of one another, as I often tell Enid, don't I, my dear, when she seems to find fault sometimes. I don't mean seriously, of course, because I'm sure she wouldn't do such a thing. Oh, I wish he wouldn't go so fast over a bump in the road. But we're really there at last. Because don't you think it's really wonderful how we cover the ground nowadays, from the days in which we used to drive out here with a pair of horses, and took 2 hours over it, too. But there's the Marquis, holding up his hand for our man to stop. So I suppose we'd better get out here, if you wouldn't mind telling him, Sir Neville." She ceased. 6. "This is absolutely perfect," said Neville. "Regard me those curved steps, and the little balcony at the top, and those delicious trees." He spoke rather breathlessly. It had been a long pull. "I knew you'd like it," she said. "We'll sit down at the top and look at the view." They really had managed admirably. The bustle in Frascati had been deafening. First, there had assembled round them, at the top of the sort of embanked boulevard where they had left their cars, 5 or 6 cabs, all of whose drivers, in rapid Italian, with strange cries interpreted by Enid as English exclamations, had recommended each his own cab, pointing with whirling whip to the erect pheasant's feathers that crowned each horse's head as a guarantee of good faith. Next there had been the guides, one of whom, persuaded that the party was German, had addressed them eloquently and uninterruptedly in that loud and effective tongue, and all these had agreed together with one voice that to visit Frascati without a guide was the merest foolishness. Thirdly, there had been the flying squadron of small boys who, imitating the drivers, had chanted in chorus such words as "Yesa," "All righta," "Good morning, sir." And in the midst the leaders held forth. The Marchioness was the loudest, in a shrill tone insisting that things must be visited in the proper order, and that there was no time for the Capuchin church if Cicero's school was to be seen. And Mrs. Bessington serenely contributed an unceasing flow of experiences there on previous visits, singing a kind of alto, so to speak, to her hostess's soprano, while the Marquis looked nervously from one to the other and attempted to reduce them to a system. This had been the chance of these two. Mr. Clow was already beginning to stroll beside Mrs. Hecker under the clipped trees, his hands clasped behind him about his ebony stick. Mr. Hecker was inspecting the front of a small shop outside of which hung a tattered chasuble, and Enid turned to Neville. "Let's walk on," she said. "They can catch us up." He nodded, and she went forward into the circle and spoke to her mother. Then she came out again. "I told her, but I don't suppose she heard. Have you ever heard such a noise in all your life?" A guide ran after them, displaying a badge, as they moved upwards towards the cathedral square. "Me very good guide," he said. "Me speak English not like those others fellas." "Avanti," said Neville firmly. "I tell you," began the guide. Enid suddenly laughed, rather sharply. "Avanti means come in," she said. She turned to the guide and spoke sharply and emphatically. He fell back, suddenly dismayed. "I thought it was a sort of general dismissal," said Neville. "How well you do it! What did you say to him?" "I told him I knew Frascati several years before his grandfather was born," said the girl gravely. "It's the only way. You must exaggerate as much as they do, or they won't take you seriously. I also told him he was badly educated." "What's the word?" "Maleducato," said the girl. "Let's see the cathedral as we come down again. We're all to meet where we left the cars at 5:30. There'll be lots of time." The walk up was quite perfectly Italian. The sort of road up which, the girl said, carriages really did come, leading upwards from the town from behind the cathedral, ran between high walls of stained stone and stucco, straight into the heart of the woods. There were queer little houses with minute terraces in front of them on the left, for the first couple of 100 yards, built into the wall. The right was unbroken. As they rose higher, the road became even wilder, and all the time Neville had a deliciously tantalizing sense that the view over the Campagna, at present shut out, must be growing more superb with every step. Then they had come to a high archway, with cypresses beyond it, and the beginning of a drive and a kind of lodge, all of grey stone, eloquently ancient. "That's a villa in there," said the girl. "I forget the name. It's a show place. Let's leave that too, till afterwards." So they had risen higher and higher, and the woods loomed dark above them. It was so steep that they did not talk much. Each said, once or twice, that the carriages would soon catch them up, and Neville, at least, as he turned to see, was conscious of an agreeable disappointment that nothing was in sight, except a somnolent old man who had eyed them maliciously 5 minutes ago, as they came up past the steps on which he was lying in the sun. Then the sweet aromas of the woods began to breathe down on them, sharp and wholesome as the smell of the sea, and the sound of running water reached them. Then they had entered the woods, and turned up to the left, and, still ascending, had seen presently the long stepped slope, with the ancient curved steps at the end, and the terrace of the Cappuccini, all under the arch of high trees. 7. It was an astoundingly beautiful view when they had crossed the terrace before the shabby old church and cloister, climbed a convenient heap of stones, and sat down sideways on the stone wall that looked towards Rome. Again, the foreground was incredibly shabby. Immediately beneath them was the wire roof of a very dirty fowl enclosure, closed on the right by the precipitous wall of the friary. Hens were picking with a spasmodic kind of eagerness, broken by melancholy listlessness, at stripped cabbage stalks, 20 feet below where the two were sitting, and a dishevelled cock stepped, lordly, on their outskirts. But it simply did not matter, as such things do not matter in Italy. For below the fowl enclosure the ground fell away in a considerable cliff of grass and rock, almost straight down, first to a fringe of woods, then to the tumbled roofs of Frascati, all mellow and ancient, and finally, far below Frascati, to the wide hazy stretch of the Campagna, patched and lined, and washed in, so to say, by great streaks and slopes of color, blue, greenish, gray, brown, infinitely significant, and melancholy or suggestive. There it lay, that tattered carpet of old Roman civilization, crossed by iron roads softened into curves, dotted with sparse shadows, right away to where a faint wall of pale gray and blue showed the mighty city herself, closing the horizon, as if Rome were still that place in which all roads, and indeed all wildernesses too, must find their end. The warm sunlight lay over all, and a tender blue sky finished the picture. "Well?" said the girl gently, after a minute or two of silence. "It's simply gorgeous," said the boy. "But, you know—" He stopped. "Yes?" "It's not the last word. Or perhaps I'd say it isn't the first word. There's Rome still, you know." She nodded 2 or 3 times. "I understand perfectly," she said. Neville had a thrill of pleasure. "I believe you do," he said. "But, Lord, what a prig I must seem! May I smoke? It may relieve matters, because I wish to make some observations." A delicious laughter shone all through her face, though her lips scarcely moved. It was as if a flame danced suddenly within her soul. Really, she was exceedingly pretty, thought Neville. "Please smoke, and please make all the observations you wish. I rather think I shall agree, you know." He lighted his cigarette, first holding his case towards her, with a question in his eyebrows, but in silence. She shook her head. Then he began. "It's all too tamed," he said. "There's that Campagna, you know. It looks wild, but it isn't. It's all been trampled down and bedded out once. You can't forget that. Look at those woods, for instance. They're holding it down all the time. And look at those shadows, which I suppose are houses. They don't even trouble to rebuild them. They're so certain the Campagna can't rise against them. It's beaten. It's dead. And then here are we, and here are those old friars, like lords of the manor, looking down on it all. They've even stuck their old fowl house down bang in front. Why, in England we should have the drawing room here, to get the view, to be allowed to admire it. Here they don't care a brass farthing. They know it's theirs. Poor old Campagna. And then, you know, there's Rome, planted bang down in the middle, quite happy and content. She knows the Campagna's beaten and done for. She's not afraid of her. Poor old Campagna." He paused, astonished at his eloquence. He had no idea he could talk like this. He looked at her. She nodded gravely twice. "That's it. Go on, please," she said softly. He cleared his throat dramatically and threw a leg over the wall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next point to notice is that here in these woods, he waved his hand at them, the situation's quite different. The mountains aren't beaten yet. They're above the friars and the fowl house, and even old Rome. I know they've stuck their villas here, and Cicero's school, or whatever it is. Or is that Tivoli? No, you're quite right. Go on. Tivoli's the waterfall, and the Villa d'Este. Yes, well, those villas and things are only here like a sort of garrison. The woods own them, not they the woods. Look at those slopes up there, and those trees. They're on top, as Mrs. Hecker would say. They're the real thing. They're alive. Look at all those flowers like stars, and the daisies. You don't get flowers like that in the Campagna, or if you do, they don't belong. They aren't characteristic. Isn't that so? Perfectly. Well, up here, they're all right, went on Neville, feeling he'd about come to an end of his observations. Am I talking rot, Miss Bessington? For a moment she did not move. He saw her clean profile, very straight-lined and sharp from nose to chin, still looking out over the haze of the Campagna. Then she turned slowly and looked directly at him with an intent and yet detached sort of interest. He was taken aback a little by her directness. I think you've summed it up perfectly, she said. But there's one thing you haven't said. Dear me, I thought I'd been exhaustive. Her mouth trembled with laughter, and then grew grave again. You haven't said on which side you yourself are. I think I know, but I'd like to hear you say it. Why, on the side of the woods, of course. He sighed audibly. How I do hate luncheon parties, he added, even when I'm sitting by Mrs. Bessington. Thank you very much, she said, completely grave. 8. You don't look very well, she said an hour later, as they began to find their way downwards again by another path. You look tired out. There had been no sign of the rest of the party, though the two had waited within view of a patch of the road which, so far as Enid knew, was the only one into the woods up which a carriage could come, and it was quite certain that the Marchioness would not walk. They had talked at ease, with those meditative silences that are the highest compliment that each could pay to the other, about Rome, and life, and nature, and the meaning of things, and indirectly, of course, of themselves all through. Neville had been pretty frank, and Enid no less, or scarcely less. He had said suddenly, after one of his pauses, that he was a Catholic, and could never possibly be anything else, and had proceeded to say that he was afraid he wasn't a very good one. But he had been brought up to it, and had a chapel and a priest at home, and all that. And the girl had nodded in her sympathetic way, and said that she supposed that she was Church of England, and had then begun to say that she couldn't ever be a Catholic, for several reasons, but had omitted to state what these were, and he had not pressed her. It was all very satisfactory then. It was evident to both of them that there was something much deeper in life than conventional religion, that dogmas did not really solve difficulties, but rather increased them, and that the real secret lay somewhere else. Neither of them had said anything as to the passage of time. Indeed, it was probable that neither understood how very quickly time passes under the charm of such conversations as these. The girl's eyes wandered 3 or 4 times rather intently down upon the section of stony road that was in sight 100 feet below. And at last Neville stood up. "We must be going," he had said, and had then wasted 5 minutes more in crowing like a cock, to the furious agitation of the genuine creature below in the enclosure. When the cock, after half a dozen vindictive answers, had begun to peck his wives, the two moved off. Neville did not seem to like being told he looked unwell. "I'm not very well," he said shortly, "and I hate and loathe it." She looked concerned. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't know. What's the matter?" "Nothing but headaches," he said. "But why should I have them? I simply can't see sometimes when they're bad. It seems to me unfair." "You mean?" "I mean I can't fit that kind of thing into my philosophy. I try to bear them decently, of course, but I don't submit in the slightest. I resent that kind of thing furiously, exactly as I resent cruelty to animals." She said nothing for a minute. They were approaching a fork in the path. Overhead the trees, still leafless, yet covered, when looked at en masse, with a faint purplish haze that revealed the strong life welling up their fibre, nearly met in an archway. On either side, up on this, down on the other, stretched the tumbled slopes of the mountain, alight with bluebells and the star flowers he had spoken of a while ago. The whole place was full of scent and vigor and youth, redolent and suggestive. To their right, and still far beneath, lay the roofs of the little town, extraordinarily golden in the light as the sun sank downwards. As they came slowly towards the fork in the path, a piece of crumbling wall that stood at the juncture of the ways began to disclose itself as the back of one of those shrines that stand here and there in the Frascati woods. They turned the angle of it and stopped. It was a particularly realistic Pietà. Behind the wire netting that was stretched across its face, there was the group of the mother and son, painted in crude colors, lately renovated. The mother, in an indigo cloak, sitting with upraised face, supported the ghastly body across her knees. The hands and feet ran with crimson. The mouth appeared to grin in a horrible contortion. The limbs were grotesquely elongated and emaciated. Stuck into the meshes of the wiring in front was a small bunch of wilted dandelions. The whole picture was painted in fresco on plaster that had peeled in places, and was half sheltered by a broken pent roof of stone. The two looked at it in silence. They moved on, still in silence. Then the boy broke out. "There," he said, "that was exactly what I meant. I think such things are perfectly horrible. What possible good can that do to anyone? It's completely out of harmony, too. The very colors are wrong. And, besides, why put it in the woods where things are fresh and clean? And that's exactly why I don't like talking about my headaches. Of course, the thing's a fact, but isn't it better?" He stopped suddenly, and again for a few yards the girl did not speak. "I won't ask about your headaches again," she said, with a tremor in her voice that might be humor or a deeper emotion. "I agree with every word you say, you know." "And you agree about that thing up there?" Of course I do. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 2, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 1. The air was of that peculiar freshness of an Italian spring morning as, 3 days later, Neville drove out alone in a little Victoria, with his man on the box, for the sensation of a mass in a catacomb. There are just a few things that are inevitable in Rome. He had already done 3 of them. He had visited St. Peter's. He had trailed after a guide through the Forum. He had visited Frascati. When therefore the Marquis daily assured him that no one could leave Rome without hearing Mass in a catacomb, that such a Mass had been arranged for by the priest whom he had met at lunch, that the Bessingtons were going because Enid had never had the experience, and that the entire party would be most pleased if he cared to join them there at 7:30 at the entrance to the catacomb of St. Calixtus, there was only one possible answer. The return from Frascati 3 days ago had been uneventful enough. He and Enid had spied a remnant of the party 5 minutes after leaving the wayside shrine, and had learned that they had scarcely been missed. Mrs. Bessington, it appeared, had prevailed on a majority to visit the cathedral. A minority had got as far as the villa whose entrance the two had passed on their way up into the woods. Mr. Hecker alone had penetrated to Cicero's school and returned again, damp but triumphant. For the journey back to Rome, Neville had found himself with the princess and Mr. Clough, and Enid was seen no more. Neville was quite aware that something was happening to him. He would, at this period, have thought it ridiculous to say that he was in the least in love with Enid. It was not that at all, he assured himself. It was rather that he began to see that women were not what he had thought them. He had thought them hitherto, as most wholesome and well-bred young men think them, to be not much otherwise than rather imperfect men. He thought them just a little odd and rather silly, or, if not silly, at least very gravely handicapped by a peculiar constitution of mind. They were emotional in the wrong way, he thought. They could not reason coolly. There was a trace of dishonorableness, or, to put it more mildly, their code of honor was not the same as that of men. Above all, they lacked the quality of comradeship. One could like them rather and be friendly with them, and very courteous. One could even marry them. He supposed this would have to be done some day. But a woman could not be a comrade to a man. She could be almost anything else, but not that. He was thinking gently about all this as he drove out along the stony-walled way that leads from Rome to St. Calixtus Cemetery. Overhead the pale sky brightened like a slow smile, and the larks were singing somewhere up in its luminosity. Curious and Italian spectacles presented themselves. Now a wine cart coming in from the Campagna, splendidly barbaric with faded paint, hooded on high. Now a team of mules straining to drag a load of cut stone blocks. Now a group of brown-faced, brown-legged children stared at him from a doorway. The early air was cold and strong like wine, full of vitality. It produced in him a strange sense of slight intoxication, for he had had nothing but a cup of coffee. He was to breakfast with the rest in the Trappist lodge for tourists. He was comparing then his former ideas with his new ones. He began to see that comradeship was quite possible with a woman. Indeed, he was beginning to wonder whether or not it was possible in a manner impossible with a man. for he had never before met with such complete understanding. She had even told him what he was going to say that day at lunch, before he had fully formulated it to himself. She had understood him, and not only understood him, but inspired him to understand as well as express himself, again and again during the hour's talk in the Frascati woods. He had found himself more subtle than he thought. She had drawn out his convictions as sunlight draws out the power of the seed. He held his opinions before, of course, but he had never quite put them so well, even to himself, he thought. Was not that comradeship? Then if this were so, he had been wrong about women. They were not inferior, but just different, and in that difference there lay their power. Then he reflected with apparent inconsequence that it would be pleasant to be at Mass with Enid. Subsection 2. The group which he found waiting for him just within the gate of the enclosure consisted chiefly of people whom he knew. Yes, the Bessingtons were there all right, rather in the background. The Dailies obviously had charge of the party from the official point of view, and Mrs. Hecker from the intellectual. "And this is all too lovely," she said, "so truly Catholic. And, Sir Neville, you make it just complete. You stand for England, you know, and the feudal system. And you've brought your retainer with you, I see." Neville said that it was certainly his manservant, if that would do. "Yes," pursued Miss Hecker, in a kind of ecstasy of intelligence, "and here's the Trappist monk." She indicated a meek, bearded man in a brown frock who waited patiently a few yards away, "to take us back to silence. We're all here, a microcosm, you might say, but what I want to know is, what does all this say to me?" She waved an admirably gloved hand round the tangled garden wilderness. "What's in its message to me right now? What am I to take away with me that I hadn't before?" It was all too bright and nickel-plated, thought Neville. She put so explicitly and adequately the thoughts which other people were content to reflect about. "I think the brother's waiting," said the Marquis a little anxiously. "Father Martinelli will have vested by now." He led the way, faintly reminiscent in his movements of a dancing master, toward the little arched building that protected the entrance to the catacomb. Neville tried to get near the Bessingtons as the group began to string itself out for the descent, but it was hopeless. He could hear Mrs. Bessington's voice trickling gently on, somewhere in front. He wondered whether it was about clergymen or Corfu, and to whom she believed herself to be talking, but that was all. Mr. Hecker's gray coat and neat trousered legs and trim hair was the only object immediately before him, descending tranquilly and steady down the long flight of steps into the mysterious darkness beneath, lit by the ruddy light of 3 or 4 tapers. He had never been in a catacomb before, and he presently found himself quite interested. Floor, roof, and walls of the tunnel seemed all alike, of a curious powdery texture. Here and there he could make out slabs of stone engraved with letters. There was also a powdery sort of taste in the air, as of the last and ultimate essence of dryness. He did not know much about catacombs, but he was aware, from fragments of Mrs. Bessington's conversation on a previous day, that they were, all told, strung out end to end, about 800 miles long, and that they had been, in the days of persecution, at once the hiding holes of Christians, their places of worship, and their cemeteries. Certainly that was interesting, even if a little stuffy. He did not quite know why he had got up so early to come to them, though. And the next instant, with a flash of clear-sightedness, he knew very well why he had come. When he found himself settled at last in his place, kneeling since the others knelt too on the powdery floor, the romance and mysteriousness of it all came on him suddenly. It was an excavated chapel in which they all knelt, perhaps 15 feet high, but with a long funnel coming down from the upper air far above, shedding an oddly unreal kind of bluish light which met but did not mix with the yellow light of the tapers. The walls were dim and dark, but here and there upon them showed incised slabs, marking, he thought, the last resting places of men and women who had lived and died at least 1,600 years ago. There was one cleared space not far from him, as if the foot of the wall had been excavated, whence came a soft light as of burning lamps. He supposed this must be the place where St. Cecilia's body had been found lying as if she slept. So much he knew from a hurried glance at Baedeker last night in bed. The little chapel was nearly full of worshippers, but the light was so odd that he could not identify at first more than 3 or 4 of them. Neither could he see where Enid knelt. A few faces were brightly and softly illuminated. The rest were hooded shadows. Above all, however, rose the crimson figure of the priest in the midst. Neville could catch his profile now and again, a fine Italian profile of a complexion at once dark and clear, and the glimmer of silver hair or two about his ear and temple. The only sound down here was the steady murmur of his voice. There was a faint aromatic smell as of crushed box or bay. The effect of all this was, of course, inevitable. The romance was unmistakable, for here, reproduced before his senses, was a scene that might have been presented 1,600 years ago. Here was the same liturgy, most of it verbally the same, repeated by a priest whose descent, both spiritual and physical, was direct. Here were the worshippers. Here was the very place, the vestments, the tapers, the altar, the mystic bread, the wine of God, and the faith that looked on them. The very dresses of the women in this half-light, the bandaged heads, the loose cloaks, these might have been the common disguise of Christian slaves and freed women of nearly 2,000 years ago. Yet the suggestion of all this met in him with a real resistance. It was true that he was a Catholic, that he could never be anything else, that there ran in his veins the blood of his Catholic forefathers, that he had a chapel at home and a priest and all that he went to the sacraments at least once a year. Yet he was in that mental state so characteristic of his age, in which his interior interest was not that of Catholicism. He was not consciously insincere. He was not probably insincere even unconsciously. If he had been confronted with a crisis, he would have adhered to Catholicism and accepted its dogmas with his will, even if not eminently with his intellect. But to his imagination it meant little or nothing, and it was in his imagination that he lived just now. With his imagination that he felt that the ultimate secret of things was beneath all dogma. That was a solution of everything to which nature corresponded rather than grace or revelation. Joy, he felt, was the fundamental emotion of life, not the passion or the cross, and Catholicism meant to him the cross. He was perfectly correct, of course, in his bearing. He remained passive, on his knees. He even took out a string of beads from his pocket, but he left them idle in his hands. He bowed his head as the bell tinkled. He lifted up his face to see the glimmering host as it rose between the priest's fingers. He even murmured soundlessly, "My Lord and my God." There was an indulgence attached to that, he thought. But his central soul was in another region, in that region for which the mountains above Frascati stood, in the purely material plane, for which Enid was beginning to stand in the realm of humanity, the region of youthfulness and health and running water and clean joy and star flowers and golden sunlight. It was not in the dull yellow light of the tapers, in crimson vestments, in underground chapels, however romantic, that for him revelation embodied itself. Then, as the priest drank the last ablution and the knee-weary worshippers shifted a little into easier attitudes, he suddenly saw Enid's face against the darkness, as clear as a flower, and her great dark eyes. Subsection 3. "Well," said Mrs. Hecker with enormous emphasis, "I think that's all just too wonderful. It's an experience. Isn't that so, Henry?" They were out again in the sunshine, and the tangled garden was incredibly fair. On all sides, amongst the monuments and arched tabernacles and mighty stones, blazed the spring flowers, as glorious as a resurrection. The sun stood higher, and the morning air glowed warm beneath him, in vivid contrast to the strange sepulchral atmosphere of the catacomb, at once dry and chilly. "And there's old Rome," she said, "just as always." Mrs. Hecker always saw the dramatic element a shade quicker than anyone else. It had begun to annoy Neville a little that this was so. Certainly Rome being there just as always was exactly the next point. He had come out of the catacomb, from the ghosts of the ages and the homes of the dead, in the midst of which the living sacrifice had been presented, and there, sure enough, was Rome again, blue and distant, with the bubble of St. Peter's dome to protect it, the ancient city that was eternally young. So those long-dead slaves and women must have come out, perhaps with guards about them, from their house of refreshment and hope, to see the city of their passion awaiting them in stolid glory. One might almost forget Rome and the city of life down there in the noiseless gloom, but it would not be forgotten for long. It was there again, just as always. "Well, I guess breakfast is the next engagement," went on Miss Hecker. "It's very carnal and earthly and all that, of course, and I guess I'm no more carnal than other folks, but I want my breakfast." Here again, this was precisely the next emotion, and the most exalté there could not deny it. There was no more to be said. They must go to breakfast. The Marquis Daly, who was responsible for the arrangements, had been very particular about breakfast. Fully 2/3 of the worshippers of his party were non-Catholics, and it was necessary to propitiate these by physical as well as spiritual comforts. Yet he dreaded the Trappist omelettes. 18 boiled eggs, then, awaited the company, laid in 2 slop basins, with 9 egg cups, 1 for each, set amid saucers of a curious pink-looking preserve, piles of bread, and 9 teacups, all ranged on a long table within the very bare and rather cold restaurant provided at the edge of the cemetery that was nearest Rome. 2 large chromolithographs of Leo XIII and Pius X, respectively, blessed the party from the walls. Neville had not a chance with Enid, even now. Mrs. Bessington secured him at her side, and began to describe to him the ways of the hall porter of the flats where she and her daughter had their headquarters in London. Neville decided, in the intervals of his assenting to her, that her secret lay in the fact that she said out loud what other people thought. Everyone has foolishly inconsequent trains of thought, selections from which are manifested in speech, but Mrs. Bessington manifested the whole. She gave him, presently, an admirable illustration of his theory. "He always goes off duty at 10 o'clock, she was saying, when the night porter comes on, and even wears the same cap, because one evening Parkinson, that's the name of the day porter, got impatient, I suppose, when Martin wasn't in time, and as I came in from an early dinner somewhere or other, I saw Parkinson's cap lying there on the table, because I know it was his, as when I went in to see if any letters had come, I peeped inside the cap, and there was his name in red ink on the white lining, and as I was there Martin came in late, as I said, and was in a great hurry. So he hung up his coat just as I was going out, and as I went past the little window, I saw him putting on the cap. So I knew it was the one, and it always seemed to me very odd that the people of the flat in Cadogan Lane, because that's where it is, whoever they are, did not provide a cap for each one of the porters, instead making them all wear the same one, as I suppose these poor monks do with their habits, which must be very unhealthy, I should think, as well as all their living underground so much, and running up and down all those stairs and never speaking, except the ones, I suppose, that look after visitors, because this one this morning talked a good deal, and told us to mind our heads, I remember, as we went under that low place in the tunnel, because I think... She proceeded to give her views on the Trappist vocation. Neville was getting really adept at doing 3 or 4 things at once. He attended quite adequately to Mrs. Bessington, and gave an answer now and then to the most startling opinions which she expressed as to the Trappist, and indeed monks in general, and at the same time, greatly daring, set himself to discover what other people were talking about. Mrs. Hecker was, of course, stating in wonderfully adequate terms the message that the catacombs had for her, and not the superficial message either, but quite a thoughtful one. Neville could not catch the whole of it, but its main purport was that the simple things were the greatest and the most worth coming to terms with. The Marchioness Daly was describing a reputed conversation of hers with the Secretary of State, in which that prelate, it appeared, took her advice in every particular, and begged that he might have the advantage of it always in the future. The Marquis Daly was discussing, in tolerable Italian, with the priest who had just said Mass, some recent researchers in some newly discovered catacombs. 2 more ladies, names unknown, were planning out the rest of their week, and Enid was silent. End of subsection 3.
Chapter 2, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 2, Part 2. 4. He saw his chance after breakfast, and took it with marked promptitude. She had slipped out alone. He saw that, for he was becoming very conscious of her indeed. And as Mrs. Bessington, still discoursing, turned to answer a question from one of the unknown ladies, he produced his cigarette case as a kind of guarantee of good faith to any who might be observing his movement, and slipped out also. She was already halfway up the tiny path, but he was with her before she had reached the end. They sat down presently, with their backs to a broken wall, a little way off from the path. Neville was aware, with considerable satisfaction, that there would be quite a good time before they need go, as the party, generally speaking, was due to undertake a small exploration in the catacomb, under the guidance of the Trappist lay brother. But he thought he would make sure of his good fortune. "You don't want to go down again?" he said. She shook her head. "No, I think I've seen enough to get its message," she said, smiling. "Besides, Mrs. Hecker has interpreted it all for us, hasn't she?" There was just a tinge of bitterness in her voice. And I don't like..." She stopped. "What do you think of it all? It's your first visit, isn't it?" Neville drew out a cigarette before answering. "Yes, it's my first visit. Of course, it's very interesting and romantic. I suppose everybody feels that. but I still feel what I said the other day." "Yes?" "Well, I quite see the drama of it all. The very same service performed in the very same language, and all that, in the very same place where the slaves and so on heard it all those ages ago. And, of course, as a Catholic—" "Go on," she said quietly. "Well, of course, as a Catholic, I think it very sacred, and all that. But, you know, it seems to me they've missed the point somehow. I can't imagine what I should have done if I'd been a Christian in those days," he added, rather irrelevantly. "Don't you think that it was fresh and new then, in the same way that other things are fresh and new now? We should both have been Christians, I mean really fervent Christians then, I think." "By George!" said Neville, "I believe you've hit it. You mean that since we don't live in those days, Christianity seems, well, rather stale. That it is stale. I don't mean that it isn't true," he went on rather anxiously. "That's different, but that the spirit of it is stale and conventional, and that the point, just now, lies somewhere else." She bowed her head in assent. His delight was deepening into something rather like ecstasy. Never in the whole of his life had he met any one who understood, as she did, this particular side of his nature. More than that, she illuminated it and made it coherent, it seemed. His deep little convictions, half formed and inchoate, his views about health and freshness and solitude, even of qualified solitude, those were coming out from him, one by one, drawn by the warmth of her presence, and really they were not so bad after all. It appeared to him that she must be extraordinarily spiritual and good to understand like this. He had had no conception that women could be like this, so delicately strong, so resonant, so to speak, instead of flabby. He turned to look at her a little more lowly, excited by his pleasure, and what he saw flushed his intellectual happiness with an even more elementary emotion. She was leaning back again now against the old lichened wall, with her head thrown back and her big gray eyes looking out across the sunlit garden. She had unbound her hat, and the scarf lay in her lap, and the broad, soft black straw cast a mystical shadow down to her well-marked eyebrows. Her complexion was perfect of its kind. Her face and her slender throat were of an uniform pallor, but without a hint of ill health. Her long, ungloved hands lay half twisted in the gauze over her knees. Behind her, brightening her as an appropriate frame sets off a good picture, was a sheet of tall lily heads, and beyond them the garden, and beyond the garden, once more, Rome. He looked at this for an instant. Then he went on. "Well, all that fits in, doesn't it, with what we agreed about the other day? We don't want this sort of thing now. I suppose there are some people who must have it, all the morbid and dark side. But it isn't the best. After all, the catacombs are underground, and we aren't, not yet. I'd much sooner be buried at sea, as a matter of fact, wouldn't you?" "I know what you mean," she said. "Of course, death and so on are facts. I'm not a fool or a Christian Scientist. But why in the world think about them? Least of all in anything that resembles religion. I can't help thinking, How are your headaches, by the way? Oh, I promised not to ask, didn't I?" He made an impatient movement with his cigarette, flicking off the ash. She had turned abruptly to ask her question, and was still looking at him. "Oh, they're all right. At least, I take my medicine regularly." "You take medicine? They're as bad as that? You've seen a doctor? What did he say?" She asked sharply and concernedly. It gave him a little thrill of delight, in spite of his words. "Oh, let's leave all that." "No, but tell me, and then I won't ask any more." "I went a couple of months ago. He told me that I had headaches, and then he told me to take some medicine, and then I paid him a guinea, no, two, because it was my first visit, and he told me to come again as soon as I got back from Rome." Did he seem to think it serious?" "Lord, no, not nearly so serious as I thought it myself, anyhow. I told him so, too." "What did he say?" "He laughed." "Who was he?" "Matheson, the brain man. You see, the local doctor recommended him. He's supposed to know everything that is to be known about the inside of all our heads." "He's a surgeon, isn't he?" "I believe so. He didn't search me, anyhow, or even hint at it. That would be a bit too much, to make a hole in your head to let out a headache. I hate doctors." "Yes, I see." "Well, I hate being reminded of that sort of thing. I believe the way to keep well is not to think about it." "You went, though." "Well, I couldn't stand the thing any more. Now, Miss Bessington, for heaven's sake, let's leave that, but you'll go and see him again, won't you, as soon as you get back, as he told you?" Her voice trembled ever so little, and even the heaviest fool could not have helped being flattered by it. And Neville was not a fool at all. He turned and looked straight at her. He knew it was unfair, yet the chance of making a tiny advance towards yet further intimacy was too tempting. "You wish me to?" he said. She flushed divinely, and then it was her turn to switch back the conversation. "Of course I wish all my friends to go and see doctors, if they're ill. I'm not a Christian Scientist either, you know. Now go on with what you were saying." So then they sat and talked in the sunlight. Voices came and went from beyond the wall, now and again. Once a bearded lay brother went past them in silence as they sat there, not even turning his eyes. It gave Neville another little text, and when the footsteps had died away, he made his remarks. "Now there's another illustration. Of course I know they're very holy people and all that, and I've not the slightest doubt that they think all the rest of us very worldly and all that. And yet, you know, I'm as convinced as much as I'm convinced of anything in the world that that's not the way to do it. If they lived up here in the garden all the time, it would be another matter. But they don't. They have their endless services out of books, and meditate on death, and deliberately give themselves pain." "Pain's a kind of physical sin, don't you think?" said Enid suddenly. "That's exactly it!" he cried in delight. "It's a thing to be resisted. It's hateful and detestable. I'd make acts of contrition for my headaches if I thought that was the best way to repent of them. And as for amendment, well, I'm sure I ask nothing better." 5. He walked up from his hotel to see the sunset from the Pincian that evening. and his mood was such that, viewing from afar the spruce figures of Mr. Hecker and Mr. Clow advancing towards him as he came up towards the church of the Trinità, he slipped swiftly into a small curiosity shop in order to avoid them. Thence, as in the dark interior he examined a plate of rings and charms on the counter, he saw them go briskly past. He still determined to give them 2 or 3 minutes to get well out of sight, and then, for very shame, felt himself obliged to buy something. He had almost decided on a small silver crucifix, when something else caught his eye, and he held it up, demanding what it was. "That is a seal, sir," said the man in broken French. Neville said he knew that, but what was the device? "That is the snake of Esculape," said the man, "the god of health." "I'll take that," said Neville. The view was superb when he reached it. The crowd on the top of the façade of the Pension was so dense that he made no attempt to penetrate it, but he moved on to a comparatively empty space beyond, and sat down. First he looked at the view. Far beneath him stretched Rome. Roofs, towers, spires here and there broken by wide spaces, and the gulf of narrow streets, lay in one huddled mass, glorious in the evening light. Yet these appeared almost small, so tremendous and dominant was the great dome, which this morning he had seen so tiny, yet even then dominant, from the enclosure of St. Calixtus's cemetery. There it hung, of an indescribable blue, floating, it seemed, rather than supported from beneath, floating and transfused in a very sea of splendor, since the western sky not only lay behind it, but streamed through it, shining clear through the windows beneath the dome, as if light dwelt within as well as without the tabernacle in which the body of Peter the fisherman lay enshrined. It was this, of course, on which his eyes dwelt. They came back and back to it. There seemed no escape. The Jews had done their best, yet the dome of the great synagogue resembled a vulgar nouveau riche beside this kingly dignity. The government was doing its best, yet the huge palace of justice seemed a house of cards. There was no question about it. St. Peter's remained inviolate. And then the boy's eyes fell on another sight, and he almost sighed with relief, for out to the right, poised on some tall hill of which he did not know the name, was a line of umbrella pines, as fine as lace, incredibly distinct, since every branch, and it appeared from here almost every twig, stood against the soft, rosy flush of the heavens. They, at least, were rivals of the dome, and they lived, while the dome enshrined, at the very best, only the dead body of a saint. He turned presently and looked at the crowd. They were of every nationality, yet their nationalities did not divide them. One line only cut them sharply into 2 camps. There were the ecclesiastics, and there were the laity. That, he thought he understood, was the essential difference. It is true that they were mingled physically, yet it appeared to the young man as if an unspannable gulf lay between them. There went a serpent of black-cassocked seminarians, younger men even than himself probably, going swiftly and steadily back, with flying sleeves, towards their college before Ave Maria should ring. And there played a group of children with shrill cries about a trimmed black poodle who barked in the midst. There an old priest leaned on the parapet, melancholy and brooding, and within a yard of him came a well-fed townsman, bold-eyed, light-bearded, in a well-cut suit, twirling a stick. There were the two camps. The former, with a terrible adequateness, preached and insisted upon pain and death as elements of life, as symbolized, it might be said, by the sign of the cross. Those, however inadequately, stood for the joy of life and simplicity and naturalness. It was not that Neville liked the town type. He hated it. Yet it was the nearer to the essential system of things, he thought, because more unstudied than the precise definitions of theology. So he sat, and so he considered. And mingled with all his considerations was the image of the girl with whom he had talked, as he had never talked with any other. There was his aunt at home. He was exceedingly fond of her, and there were certain kinds of things on which he could talk with her with utter confidence. If people were in trouble, he could imagine no more soothing comforter than Aunt Anna. Once or twice, lately, since he had come into his estate, he had had cases to deal with. There was a girl who needed an adviser. There was a mother who had lost her only son. Well, obviously, Aunt Anna was indicated. Or there were the Jesuit fathers at his old school. There was the Jesuit father at Farm Street, whom he occasionally consulted spiritually. Well, he could say things to those priests he could say to no one else. But he could not say the kind of things to them he had said to Enid. They simply would not understand. They would produce some dogma. They would argue that it was scarcely likely that the Catholic philosophers, even apart from dogma, were wrong and the pagan right. They would be sympathetic and kindly and understanding, that is, down to a certain level, yet utterly incapable of penetrating a hair's breadth below that level. At the most, they would just sum him up as tainted by modern agnosticism. Finally, there were the men he knew, many of whom had been with him at Stonyhurst, and to those, perhaps least of all, could he give his confidences. He could be genial and familiar with them. He could lend them £5, or borrow them. But the relationship was really extraordinarily artificial. He could not possibly touch on certain things. And even if he could, he knew what the response would be. One type would clap him on the back and tell him to go and take a blue pill. The other type would be grave and tell him to go and talk to Father So-and-so. Whereas with Enid, and he had scarcely known her more than 10 days. As the sky deepened and glowed above him, and as the evening chill began to drive home the prudent Roman crowd, 10 minutes ago the last child had been towed away by a voluble nurse, as the lights began to glimmer in the city beneath, and the ilex leaves above him to shiver in the faint breeze, which, like the sigh of a man as sleep begins to win upon him, marked the last movement of life before the stillness of the night, he began to see, he thought, the unity of all this. It was like a silent presence coming into a room which just now had been filled by conversationalists. All these minute and diverse details, even the roll of the wheels from the great cobbled circus beneath, clearer and sharper than even 10 minutes ago, the tossing rustle of the leaves, the lights that winked, went out, and then kindled again, those things seemed to him merged and fused together by the encompassing sky that was darkening so swiftly into one coherent spirit, a spirit of calm and assurance and freshness. And as he saw this, he saw too, he thought, that this was what he had found in Enid. She had silences like these, slight yet infinitely significant movements, as when she turned and said something, looking at him as she spoke, and then silences again. It was all one great and quiet spirit that penetrated the very depths of his heart, a spirituality that depended upon no forms, and therefore was limited by none, a comprehension that needed no words to express itself in. Then, as he looked out over the shadowy dome at the sky, passing itself even as he watched, from luminousness to opacity, there came out a single star that shook for an instant, like a light he had seen just now in the city, and then again like that light settled down into steadiness. The Great Spirit had gathered itself to a point. 6. He went up to his private sitting room almost immediately after a cup of coffee and a cigarette in the lounge of his hotel. The sight of all these people became a burden. What were they all about? A couple of men talked over cigars in a discreet manner in one corner, eyeing all the while every movement among the rest, following with their eyes a particularly superb-looking lady who wore an orange velvet dress. A very domestic party, with an Anglican clerical father in the midst, laughed and talked with true British reserve over some ridiculous card game. Two old ladies in caps with ribbons bent their old heads together and murmured gossip, no doubt, over their crochet work. They all appeared to him like marionettes, like shadow figures on a screen that jerked about with a semblance of life, but had no insides, so to speak. They were not really alive at all. They knew nothing worth knowing. So he went upstairs. It was an excellent room, so far as hotel rooms can be excellent, and he had done what he could to improve it. A bronze of Antinous he had bought during his second day in Rome stood on a pedestal of carved wood he had bought for it at the same time. A couple of old oil paintings rested on the mantel shelf. A gorgeous piece of antique silk, emblazoned all over with bees, and, in the midst, with a cardinal's hat and arms, lay over the corner of the screen. All those would be sent straight back to Hartley when he left. His writing table, too, looked homely. A couple of big silver frames held photographs, the one of a passionate-looking old man, the other of a middle-aged woman, gray-haired with a young face, with a boy in a sailor suit. These were, respectively, his father and his Aunt Anna, with Jim, her son. He stood looking at the second of these for a few seconds. Then he went through into his bedroom, turning on the light as he did so, and hunted about on his dressing table, but he could not find what he wanted. He came back into the sitting room and touched the bell, and then, before it could be answered, sat down at his writing table, took out a sheet of paper, and prepared to write. "Yes, sir," came a discreet voice presently. "Oh, Charleston, did you turn a seal out of my waistcoat pockets, the waistcoat I wore this afternoon?" "Yes, sir. Put it into the drawer of the dressing table, Sir Neville." "Oh, get it, will you? I couldn't find it." "Yes, Sir Neville." The man came back presently and laid it by his elbow. "Anything more, Sir Neville?" "No. Oh, yes. I said we'd leave on Easter Monday. I've changed my plans. I'm not sure. I'll let you know when we'll go." "Yes, sir." "And, Charleston." "Yes, sir." "I shall leave a note here with a little box when I go to bed. See that they're both taken tomorrow morning early to the address. That's all. I shan't want you again, Charleston. Good night." "Thank you, Sir Neville. Good night, Sir Neville." End of Chapter 2, Part 2.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jaime Kurzweg. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 1. The spring sunshine slept peacefully on the wide gravelled space in front of Hartley front door, and two collies, who had just been out for a run, slept upon the strip of turf just out of the sunshine, with their long tongues hanging out. Easter fell late this year, and the trees were, so to speak, just dressed again. The crocuses were out, such at least as had escaped the busy sparrows, and the wallflowers were out, for it was close on Pentecost. To the right and left of the solemn grey house ran the wide belt of woods like outstretched arms, between which looked the stone-framed windows like meditative eyes, right across the flat stretch of meadowland, bisected by the straight drive that led up to the great porch from the double lodge gates half a mile away. The house was of an Elizabethan foundation, though most of the Tudor work had been supplanted by Caroline. Up in the attics were still the criss-cross black beams, the uneven floors, and the low ceilings, but the rest of the place wore the stately air that is characteristic of the century after. The porch would have been pretentious if it had not been so genuine. Stone men looked over the parapet, as if further to guard the solemn emblazoned coat that was already guarded by a couple of ramping beasts. Two long rows of tall windows ran the length of the house, above which peered out the dormer windows of the earlier date. The roofs of stable and laundry showed at one end, and to the north the high gable of the tennis court above the plantations, into which merged the woods. Finally, to the right hand of the house, in a little cleared space, there stood, rather to the west of the west front, the domestic chapel of Hartley, in the midst of a rather sombre-looking small churchyard, decked with cypresses, and behind it the roof of the more recently built chaplain's house. As a whole, it was an exceedingly respectable place, not to be reckoned, of course, among the greater domestic shrines, yet entirely good of its kind. It appeared to be as much part of the landscape as the woods themselves, or as the solemn lines of the downs discernible away to the south. It seemed that the woods clothed the house, rather than that the house was built in the woods. The little river that ran as the boundary of the southeastern gardens on the other side appeared to have been placed there by design, rather than that the gardens had been laid out according to its course. The collies were so deeply asleep that when their mistress came out at last to see where they were, they never moved. She stood in the shadow looking at them an instant with a faint smile on her face. They were splashed in the black mud all along their undersides, now brazenly displayed to the world, and all up their delicate frilled legs. Jack's face was quiet and solemn, as befitted a male. Jill was still panting in her sleep, as was proper to her hysterical femininity. Their entire attitude was one of complete and exhausted abandonment. "Oh, you pigs!" she said suddenly, in quite a low voice. Jack opened an eye as if to reassure her he was still alive, and thumped the end of his tail twice. Jill leapt up and began to cry aloud with delight. "There, that's enough," said the woman. "Come on round to the gardens, and then you shall go to the stables." "Stables! You pigs!" "No, Jill, don't be so silly. Not yet. Afterwards." She moved round to the left, and Jack, with his middle-aged and masculine sedateness, followed her dutifully. Jill, after unfitting her tail from between her hind legs, where she had immediately hidden it upon hearing the fatal place named, consented to come after, but plainly a little nervous in spite of the promise. "Mummy," said a voice suddenly from overhead, "where are you going?" The woman stopped, and her face twinkled with pleasure as she looked up to the end window of the first floor, where the upper half of a boy appeared over the sill, entirely without any clothes on, but brandishing a towel, and with all his hair on end. "To the gardens," she said. "Oh, are the dogs there?" "Yes, they're a perfect disgrace. Where in the world did you find all that mud?" "Oh, I think it was in the Kestern woods. There was a pond there, and there was a water-hen there. And Jill, you see—" "Yes, I quite see, thanks. Well, they can't come into the house until they're clean." "Oh, Mummy." "Yes? It's not their fault, you know. It was mine. You see, I sent in Jack at one end, while Jill went round to the other, and so—" The woman laughed suddenly. "Oh, you child," she said. "Now get changed quick. I shall be in the pavilion if you want me. Mr. Morpeth's coming to lunch." "Oh, and is Miss Morpeth?" "Go along, Jim, and get changed. Just think if she came along and saw you like that." The white apparition vanished. Subsection 2. The gardens on the eastern side of the house gave a very considerable surprise to anyone who called at the house for the first time. The west side, as has been seen, wore an aspect of a certain severity. There were the solemn front, the cypressed churchyard, the flat lawns cut by the straight drive, and not a flower to be seen except beneath the edge of the plantations on either side. But the eastern side was very different. First, there came a wide stone terrace, flagged underfoot, bounded by a low wall along which stood great stone flower-pots. This was approached from the house, so great was the fall of the ground, by a double flight of stairs leading down at a curve from the door of the hall which ran the whole depth of the building. Beneath the terrace ran a wide gravel path from end to end of the house, and beyond that again a vast lawn, here broken by a circle of flower beds, here by a couple of cedars, here again unbroken and as soft as velvet. Then again, further out, came a gravel walk, and again a low wall, and then the river. This river, perhaps 20 feet across, ran swiftly from north to south, as clear as crystal in its chalk bed. 2 or 3 steps in the wall, straight opposite the hall door, led down to it, and a punt usually rested here. 40 yards further along, a stone pavilion was built out half over the river, perched in the wall, and was entered by half a dozen steps leading up from the gravel walk. To this pavilion, then, across the wide lawn between the cedars and the flower beds, came Mrs. Fanning, as she usually did about the time of the second post. Sometimes she brought her letters with her, sometimes they were taken out to her. If she were not in her own room, it was generally understood that she would be here from about 12 to 1:30. The collies, of course, had made instantly for the water-gate, and were noisily drinking. But even Jack was a little nervous if he were surprised here, for more than once he had been pushed in suddenly from behind by the boy who had conversed out of the window just now. When they had quite done, they proceeded to the pavilion, where the sacred dog's mat lay to the left of the entrance, pushed open the nearly closed door, and resumed their slumbers. The pavilion was an ideal place for a sunny hour in the morning, even in winter. A wide, high window ran in a great semicircle over the river, and was furnished inside with a long, deep window-seat. Until about 4 o'clock in summer, and until sunset in winter, all the sunlight that there was streamed in from the south. The chuckling sound of running water from the current that rushed by beneath was delicious in summer, and not unpleasant in winter. A sensible round table, really firm upon its legs, and furnished with writing materials, stood in the middle of the circular floor. 2 well-filled bookcases hung on either side of the door. 3 or 4 deep basket chairs stood here and there. The ceiling was a plastered dome within, and a cone without, all of solid grey stone. The floor, adequately tiled, was covered with rugs. Anna Fanning had sat down upon the window-seat as soon as she had made sure that the letters were not waiting for her on the table, and was looking out of the window. By turning her head, she could look right up the river for 1/4 of a mile, and down it beyond the stone bridge for about 100 yards. At these 2 extremities the woods came down and hid it. Beyond the woods to the south, however, showed the line of the downs. Even straight out across the river, the view had its charm, for here was the park proper, long rolling grasslands broken by copses, stretching for about 2 miles, and rising gradually towards the foot of the heather hills of Ashdown. Here and there were the cattle, feeding resolutely in the sun, and there, under the shadow of a group of tall trees, she could make out the brown bodies of the deer resting, just outside the bracken, apart and exclusive like the aristocrats that they were. Anna Fanning was just 41 years old, and for the last year she had considered herself middle-aged. She had married, just before she was 30, old Sir Neville's younger brother Robert, and 4 years later Jim had been born. They had lived in town for the most part, coming down here again and again, till, when her husband had died a year after Jim's birth, she had come here altogether 6 years ago to keep house for his brother. Then again, 4 years ago, he too had died, and young Neville had asked her to stay on. She was 41 years old, as has been said, and sometimes she looked a good deal more, and sometimes a good deal less. For first, her hair was quite grey, though as abundant as ever. It had begun to go grey, as was almost the accepted custom in her family, soon after her 25th year, and had continued to do so remorselessly ever since. And there were, of course, lines in her face, though still delicate and slight, especially about her eyes, since she would no more have dreamed of massaging her face than of dyeing her hair. Yet, on the other side, she could still flush like a girl. She still kept her figure, and she still carried herself superbly. She was not in the least pretty, but she was quite beautiful. She had very bright grey eyes. She had finely cut lips that continually smiled a little, but not much. She had a very straight and good profile. Since her husband's death, she had been proposed to at least 4 times, but always by men near 60 than 50, and she had never had even a moment's hesitation in refusing them. It appeared to her that life at Hartley, with a dutiful month or 2 in London, so long as she was allowed to be at Hartley for the rhododendron season, was an entirely ideal life. Of course, it could not continue indefinitely. She had been quite clear to Neville that when he married it must end, and had laughed frankly at his statement that he would probably never marry at all. However, here she lived for the present with Jim, and it was all extremely nice. Jim would go to school next year, to the Benedictines, she thought, and she would continue to keep house even more tranquilly during school-time, unless, indeed, Neville married. Here she had her beautiful house, her stone pavilion to sit in, her horse to ride, her church within a stone's throw, her village to visit in, and just a very few neighbors with whom ordinary courtesies must be exchanged. And then, when Neville married, she would consider the question as to whether she would take the dower house, as he had suggested, at the further end of the park, or take a flat in town, or a little house near Downside so as to be close to Jim. She rather thought the last plan would be best, but there was no hurry. There never was any hurry with Mrs. Fanning. Things would arrange themselves tranquilly when the time came. Subsection 3. There approached, as she sat regarding the landscape through the big curved window, in that almost motionless attitude that was so completely characteristic of her, the sound of weighty footsteps. Anna turned her head as they came up the stairs, and saw that she had been right, and that it was Masterson himself who was bringing out her letters. This she considered to be very nearly an honor, for there was no one in the whole world, she believed, quite like Masterson. He had taken service under old Sir Neville as his body servant at least 30 years ago, and, such was his genius, had not only remained in it as butler, but had so impressed himself on the place that Hartley without Masterson simply would not be Hartley. One might as well blow up the porch or the pavilion at once. His tact had been infinite when she had first come here to keep house. He had begged her pardon one morning soon after her official arrival, and had requested to know whether Madame wished or did not wish him to give her some kind of an idea as to how things were done at Hartley. His air of deferential detachment from any personal feeling in the matter had been so superb that the idea of impertinence was simply not to be entertained for an instant. His manner resembled that of one general who had been superseded by another in the conduct of a campaign, but who had vanquished every pulse of resentment. He merely desired to be of service to his successor if it were wished, not unless. Of course, she had thanked him very humbly and gravely. He had proceeded then, still with a magnificent deference, to point out 1 or 2 little matters that were not quite satisfactory, and then, begging pardon again, had departed. He had renewed his instructions later on several occasions, had sketched for her the weaknesses as well as the virtues of Mrs. Canning, the housekeeper, and had suggested one or two little improvements. Then gradually these instructions had ceased when Anna had been properly formed, and finally he had manifested his entire acceptance of her rule by admitting her to the number of his superiors to whom he permitted himself to be brusque in private. This was the last distinction he could confer. He was never, for instance, brusque to the priest. He had never been brusque to her own husband. He never was brusque to anyone except his obvious superiors, and to them only in the strictest privacy. Well, here he was, coming in at the door, a large figure of a man, gray-haired and rosy, with a fringe of white below his chin, in a swallowtail coat with a V-shaped shirt front. She wondered why he was here. "The letters, Masterson?" "Yes'm, letter from Sir Neville'm." He extended a silver tray to her, and there, on the top, was the envelope addressed in Neville's neat upright hand, with the Italian stamp in the corner. That explained Masterson's ceremonial, then. She took it at once, with a certain eagerness. She had not had a line from him since the note in Easter week which announced that he wanted to stay a little longer than he had at first intended. It was just like Masterson, she thought, to have scrutinized the letters and to have remarked on it so frankly, but she knew the cause to be sheer loyalty. Masterson retired to the door and stood there waiting. Jack, thinking that something was required of him, thumped his tail again 3 or 4 times, but his friend regarded him severely. It would be entirely as incorrect for him to recognize Jack in public as to allow the familiarities under the same circumstances to Jim, which he would permit in the pantry. Jack ceased and closed his eyes with a sigh. There was a minute of silence in the pavilion after Neville's letter had been opened, broken only by the chuckle of the river beneath the pavilion window. Anna remembered afterwards the significant little silence. Then she looked up sharply. "Yes, Masterson, is there anything?" He raised his eyes for a moment, and then dropped them again. "No, no news of when Sir Neville returns, She seemed dazed a little. "No, I don't know. I'll tell you when I've read it. He... She broke off again. Again came the silence, as she turned back once more to the first page. Then Jill sat up and uttered a loud, melodious yawn. Masterson still lingered an instant and then turned and went out. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jaime Kurzweg. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 4. So it had come at last, the news of Neville's engagement, for which she had waited so long. She had told herself again and again that it might come at any time, and that it must come sometime. Yet, now that it had come, it brought to her a greater shock than she had anticipated. It seemed curiously disappointing that it should have come in such a way, without the faintest indication of its approach. She had thought, somehow, that she would have been a witness of the first stages of the affair, that she would know the girl herself, that she would watch Neville and see how matters developed, perhaps, even, that she would be the confidant of the girl. 2 or 3 names had passed before her mind as possibilities. For that kind of thing she had been ready enough. She had rehearsed, smiling faintly to herself, little scenes that might have happened. She had even thought that Neville might come and tell her in this very pavilion. Well, he had told her here after all, or rather his letter had told her, but it had not been as she had rehearsed it. She read the name again. Enid Bessington. No, she had never heard of Enid Bessington. It appeared to her curiously disconcerting that anyone called Enid Bessington should be engaged to her nephew Neville. A second disappointment lay in the news that she was not a Catholic, and she made haste to take refuge in this. It was quite a sharp little blow that this was so. Of course, she had faced the possibility, but a possibility is very different from an assured fact. Of course, too, Neville said that she was thoroughly broad-minded, that she had definitely made to him the promises as regarded the Catholic upbringing of the children, if there were any, which she afterwards would renew before the marriage was celebrated. He even said that he thought she might very likely become a Catholic herself, but all young men in love thought that kind of thing. So Anna fixed upon this point as her principal little grievance, as the explanation of her very sharp dismay at the whole news. For she would not have been human after all unless there had always remained in the background of her mind a consciousness that, in spite of probabilities to the contrary, Neville really might not marry. Never for a moment had she ever permitted herself to wish that he would not. It was entirely right that he should. She had expressly urged it, again and again. Yet she was the mother of Jim, after all, and Jim certainly had been heir presumptive ever since he had been born, was in fact still the heir presumptive. Her humanity, therefore, made its subconscious protest, and experienced its subconscious dismay. But it was wholly subconscious. She would not, even this moment of surprise, allow it to be more. 2 points only did she permit to dwell on her mind as disconcerting. One, that Enid Bessington was entirely unknown to her, and the other, that Enid Bessington was not a Catholic. And then, as she turned the last page of the 4, she perceived that she must not allow those to be grievances. Neville was the head of the house. He was perfectly free. He must follow his heart. "Mummy!" She looked up suddenly, and the heir presumptive stood in the doorway. He really was a picture. He had been out riding for a good 2 hours this morning on a small and very determined little pony, that was, for all that, not so determined as his rider. And he was still flushed from that strenuous exercise and from the cold bath that had followed it. He was close on 8 years old, as upright as his mother. He had a singularly fair complexion and straight golden hair, cut like a 14th century page's. It was deplorable to think that by this time next year it would have to be cropped instead. Bright gray eyes like her own, and an exceedingly resolute mouth. He was back in his sailor suit now, barefooted, instead of in the perfectly ridiculous and perfectly charming little riding suit and boots in which he had come to breakfast. Poor little heir presumptive. "Yes, my darling? May I come in?" He said it like a sort of aside, but it was strictly according to rule that he must ask this always when she was here with her letters. He was beaming on the collies as he asked it. "Yes, come in." She watched him first sit down suddenly between the collies, and then roll over in a kind of ecstasy, bringing an arm round each shaggy neck and dragging each long nose down into the back of his head. An indescribable sound rose from the entangled group, of scratching claws, loud excited moans from Jill, the steady good-humored growling of Jack, and long whines of pleasure from the boy. She watched them meditatively. "Well, be dirty again if you like," she said. "But remember, you'll have to wash and brush your hair all over again." He sat up, his whole face screwed tight with delight and with the physical ecstasy of having been scratched and nosed all over the back of his neck. "Oh, Mummy," he began. "No, Jill, go away. I don't want you." He pushed her violently in the chest. "Come up here if you want to keep clean. Get down, Jill." He climbed up beside his mother and threw his arms around her waist. "Oh, Mummy," he said, "how jolly it all is." At moments like this, a kind of joy ran through her that very nearly terrified her. Jim's superabundant vitality continually broke out in violent caresses. He would suddenly embrace his pony's nose before mounting and kiss him between the eyes, or he would roll on the ground, as just now, between the collies, or again, it was his mother now and then, whom he fiercely embraced. He was just one tingling 4 foot of life that burst out irrepressibly. He had, of course, as such natures do have, long meditative intervals in which he stared, steadily and unseeing, at some entirely familiar thing, and when questioned, gave what seemed a wholly inadequate subject to occupy his mind so utterly. And then, as abruptly and as inconsequently, he would set his small teeth in a passion of affection and seize his mother, or even Masterson's trousered leg would do, and say how jolly it all was. But at this moment, breaking upon the news that she had just had, and at her knowledge of the amazing change that it registered in his fortunes, his embrace was like a sword for pain. She felt herself suddenly flush, and then she too seized him, pulled him round and kissed him almost savagely between the eyes. Then, ashamed, she recovered herself. There, my dear, and now pick up that letter you've just knocked down and give it to me. It's from Cousin Neville, and he's coming back on Saturday. Quick, or Jill'll get it. Subsection 5. Mr. Morpeth, who was coming to lunch, as she had reminded Jim half an hour ago, and in whose honor, therefore, he must be even more speckless than usual, was a man she was beginning to like particularly. At first, he had been a name to her in nothing else. In the long run, she managed most of the estate of which Neville was the official owner, and it was to her, therefore, that the agent had come and reported, 6 months ago, that an exceedingly desirable tenant had applied for the dower house, and that he was a Catholic with one daughter, that he was a retired businessman of tolerable wealth, that he had made no difficulties at all, and that, while he would have preferred a longer lease, he was perfectly willing to sign one for a year only, with the first option of renewing it at the same rent every year for 10 years at least. Neville had insisted on these terms in case Aunt Anna might want the house herself. For the first 3 months after his arrival, she had seen no more of him than absolute courtesy demanded. He and his daughter dined with them once, and no more. Ella, the daughter, was just ordinary, who seemed to make no demands on anyone, and her father had appeared to be exactly what he was, a sensible, quiet sort of man, of almost 60, who had obviously been in business, and now, no less obviously, was glad to be out of it and at peace in the country. Anna could have said no more of him than that. She was just aware that he was paying a good deal of attention to his garden. Then there had been some trouble about a son of one of the keepers, who had been arrested for poaching. He was a wild, hopeless kind of boy, exceedingly independent and irresponsible. She had met Mr. Morpeth one day after Mass, and she happened to mention to him her difficulty about the lad. She had talked to him, she said, without the smallest effect, and was in despair as to his future. Then, she scarcely knew how, it had been arranged that Mr. Morpeth was to see him. He had done so, and a day or two later came up to report his success. That success, it appeared, had been complete. Dick had capitulated, had promised to enter regular employment, and was to come up to apologize in person. This he did next day. But that was not all. It was the character of a few remarks that Mr. Morpeth had made to herself that had made her for the first time regard him with interest. This whiskered gentleman, it appeared, knew a considerable amount more about human nature than she did, and his manner of speaking of Almighty God, too, had been peculiar. So, little by little, she had begun to understand that Mr. Morpeth was, well, a little beyond her power of understanding. She knew as yet hardly more than that, but she was aware that she would like to know a good deal more. He interested her quite remarkably. Among other things, she had come to the conclusion that he was exactly what she meant by a gentleman, and she meant a good deal by that. Jim had gone in to make himself ready for the second time, and she was still sitting with Neville's letter in her hand, and the rest unopened, when she saw Mr. Morpeth coming across the lawn. She was conscious of a sudden pleasure at the sight of him. Somehow it was reassuring. She stood up briskly to greet him. "Come in, Mr. Morpeth," she said. "The bell hasn't rung yet. Good morning." He looked very ordinary indeed as he came up the steps. He was in his usual grey tailored suit, and carried his Panama hat in one hand and his handkerchief in the other. His high bald forehead shone with heat, and he was a little flushed with walking. There was nothing whatever noticeable about him, except his kindly eyes, and these were not anything extraordinary. "Good morning," he said. "Yes, it's quite warm, isn't it? I came across the grass. The swifts are beginning to build, by the way." "You know all about that kind of thing, don't you?" she said. "I love it too, but I don't know anything." He carefully wiped his forehead once more, and then the inside of his hat, and set hat and handkerchief together on the floor by his chair. Jack rose solemnly and put his nose to them. Then he placed that same nose on Mr. Morpeth's knee and regarded him contemplatively. Mr. Morpeth put a hand on the dog's head. "Yes," he said, "that kind of thing, and Almighty God. Those, I may say, are my business just now." It was just that sort of sentence that had first attracted Anna's attention. At first she had thought it the peculiar kind of thing converts did say, but she had begun to perceive that it was characteristic of this individual rather than of any general type. He said it quite simply and unaffectedly. She smiled a little, and nodded in assent. "I've just heard from Neville," she said. He's coming back on Saturday." "I hope he's better," said Mr. Morpeth politely. "Well, he doesn't say anything about his headaches, and he seems to have been doing a good lot, so I should think he was." "He saw a doctor before he went abroad, you said, I think." "Yes, indeed, I made him, and he must see him when he comes back too, but—" She stopped. Neville had said nothing about keeping the engagement private, and yet she was not quite sure whether he meant her to speak of it. "Yes, you were going to say?" She suddenly decided she would speak of it. That was the kind of effect that this man's presence did have on her. He seemed to her, in his soul at least, to be rather like an experienced priest or a wise doctor. His persuasiveness lay in his eyes, she thought. They were not at all perfect in shape, or exceptionally large, and anything of that kind, but they were narrow and very blue, and exceedingly kindly looking. "Mr. Morpeth," she said, "I may as well tell you. Of course you understand it's confidential until you hear of it from outside, but Neville's engaged himself to be married." "Yes?" "It's what I've always told him to do, of course, but—" "But naturally it's rather a shock, now it has come, because of your boy." That pricked her sharply, and she started. For an instant she thought herself offended. "I quite see that. I cannot imagine it being otherwise," continued Mr. Morpeth tranquilly. "Oh, dear me," she said. "Yes, of course you're right. That does come in, but that's not all." "She's probably a Protestant," observed Mr. Morpeth next. Then indeed she was startled. "How in the world did you know?" she asked. "My dear Mrs. Fanning, it's quite simple. First, you aren't quite happy about it, and next, well, Sir Neville was almost sure to marry a Protestant. You haven't met her, I expect, and that's another point." She laughed outright. "Well, you'd better give me the news instead," she said with an air of mock resignation. "I suppose you can't guess her name?" "That's quite beyond me." "You must tell me," she cried. "How do you guess I hadn't met her? And what in the world do you mean by saying that Neville would be sure to marry a Protestant?" "Well, I guessed you hadn't met her, partly because you didn't mention her name, and I think you would have mentioned it first of all if you knew her. And then I thought from your manner that there was another point you did not quite like, and I could think of nothing else." "Well, it was a very brilliant shot, and perfectly right. And now about the other." For a moment Mr. Morpeth did not speak. He dropped his eyes to Jack, and passed his hand over the smooth head 2 or 3 times. There was no look in his face as if he were aware that he had been at all clever. He was quite natural and quiet. Then he spoke. "Well," he said, "it's most impertinent of me, but since you ask me, I should say simply that Sir Neville struck me, on the 1 or 2 occasions I've met him, as being that kind of young man. He's a little restless, you know. He rather resents being in prison, as he thinks it, and he's very independent, really. Well, that kind of man usually does marry a Protestant, partly because there are a good many more Protestants than Catholics in England, and partly because he would be attracted by their appearance of independence. Sir Neville is not initiated, if I may use the phrase." Up to the last sentence she understood him perfectly and agreed with him, though never before had she so put it to herself. But she perceived it to be quite true. But the last sentence was beyond her. "What do you mean by initiated?" she asked gently. Again he waited an instant before answering. His hand passed rhythmically over the head still passive on his knee, and beneath the ears. His eyes wandered out for a moment through the open door to the lawns and the great house. Then Jill, who had been watching the caresses with liquid-pained eyes, whined suddenly. "There, go and lie down," he said softly. "Your wife's getting jealous." "Initiated, Mrs. Fanning? Well, I hardly know what other word to use. Well, the difference between your nephew and yourself, if I may venture to say so." As his eyes came round to hers, she was conscious of a sudden flush of pleasure across her bewilderment, and simultaneously understood, or thought she understood, what he meant. Yet it surely was an odd phrase. "Please be more explicit," she said, smiling. "Well, you know," said Mr. Morpeth, "of course I don't profess to say there's a hard and fast line, but it's quite plain, surely, that there is one class of persons on one side and another on the other. The one accepts what happens as soon as it really has happened, and the other does not. The one knows that the past is inevitable, and the other is not sure. The one is not surprised at things, and therefore does not resent them. He is behind the scenes, so to speak, and understands what it is all about, even if he cannot quite make out the details. And the other looks on from the stalls, and knows nothing except what he sees. I suppose that is more or less what I meant just now." "But Neville's a Catholic," said the woman rather inconsequently, as she thought. "Oh, yes, and I cannot imagine his being anything else. But for all that, he struck me as not initiated." She opened her lips to speak, and then closed them again. Simultaneously, the stable bell began to ring. "Well, shall we go to lunch?" she said. Subsection 6. It was nearly 4 o'clock before she found herself alone again in the pavilion, and, somehow or other, the situation wore a very different complexion from that of this morning. At lunch, of course, they had talked of all the things that did not matter. Ella, it appeared, was not yet back from town. The garden of the Dower House was shaping really excellently. Dick Fottrell, the gamekeeper's turbulent son, was doing well on the railway. Jim, too, so admirable was his behavior, demanded a certain amount of conversation. He did not interrupt once while high and grown-up matters were being discussed. But his look of pathetic self-repression made it entirely necessary for the history of the water-hen incident of this morning to be thoroughly reviewed, and for reassurances to be given to the authorities that neither Jack nor Jill had shown any signs of having disturbed a possible nest. Plans also had to be sketched with a view to Cousin Neville's return on Saturday, and the probabilities debated as to whether he might not possibly, seeing that Jim's 8th birthday came in June, forestall that event by giving him his first lesson in tennis, promised so soon as that date should be reached. Jim, too, had come out with them for coffee into the pavilion afterwards, for the performance of the usual ceremonies with Jack and Jill, who were allowed to lick the inside of the coffee cups clean of sugar, on condition that Jim carefully dirtied them again afterwards. It was Jim's peculiar delight, because it was so beastly, to smell those cups after the dogs had licked them, and indeed the odor of coffee and dog mixed is as startling as a chord crashed on a piano. When at last Jim was gone away to see if Charles the footman would consent to come and bowl to him at the net, the two had begun again. It became more and more astonishing to Anna to find how quickly she was understood by this prosaic old gentleman. Not only did he seem to understand her instantly, but he seemed to be familiar, too, with the processes and grounds that underlay what she had always thought to be small fancies of her own. For instance, she had spoken of the death of Neville's father as being one of the most impressive and terrible scenes she had ever witnessed. It was pretty notorious that he had lived an exceptionally wild life, and that he had died comparatively young in consequence, so she was guilty of no indiscretion in what she said. "What astonished me most," she said, "was my nephew's splendid behavior. His father clung to him, you know, very much at the end. He was simply terrified at the thought of death. Even the priest, it was old Father Benedict we had then, you know, even the priest seemed rather taken aback by some of the things that happened. But Neville, my nephew, I mean, was splendid. He never faltered or showed the least sign of fear, you know. Now what do you make of that, Mr. Morpeth? He was the strongest person there." The old man nodded quietly, without speaking. "No, but tell me," she had said eagerly, "doesn't that look as if he was initiated, as you call it?" He looked up at her questioningly. "Yes, I mean it," she said. "Tell me." "Well, I should think it was his paganism that supported him, not his Christianity." Yes, that was exactly true. She perceived it the moment he had said it. It was certainly not Neville's grip of what lay beyond death that had been his strength. He loathed death and pain, and had said so again and again. But it was a fine sort of defiance that had inspired him. Simply, he would not be beaten. She had fallen silent when Mr. Morpeth had said that. She had gone on to describe presently, so extraordinarily sympathetic did she find this old man, another incident connected with that deathbed. "Just before the end," she said, "he was a little quieter. It was up in the big room in the front, you know. We haven't used it at all since then. Well, just before the end, he said a rather dreadful thing. He was holding on to my nephew with both hands. He kept his strength, you know, extraordinarily. That was partly what made it all so much more terrible. Well, he seemed to think that Neville would suffer for him, somehow, that it was sure to be so. Well, but Neville took him up and said that he only hoped he would. Of course, he didn't mean it. I don't think any of us knew what we were saying, but it was a fine thing to say, wasn't it? It was quite a fine thing to say, repeated Mr. Morpeth tranquilly. She bit her lips sharply. I see what you mean, she said. You mean that he didn't mean it. You thought so too, though, he said gently. Well, I did, and I do still, but do you think that kind of thing really does happen? People offering themselves for others? Why, yes, he said as gently as ever. The old law even said that it would be so, and the new law underlined it, surely. I don't understand. Well, the sins of the fathers are visited upon the children. That is in nature, as we say. And the new law says that the children ought to be ready to accept it willingly. That is the whole idea of atonement, is it not? It seemed very simple put like that, thought Anna. But you don't think in this case, she began, suddenly a little afraid. He spread his hands in a small gesture. Who in the world can tell? He said. We know the principles of things, but no more. In any case, it will be all perfectly well. Somehow, then, when he left her an hour later, she felt reassured all round. This morning, for the few minutes after the opening of Neville's letter, and before the old gentleman's arrival, she had been conscious of a considerable interior disturbance. Now, though he had uttered scarcely a word to reassure her directly, though even he had superficially corroborated all her fears, she was aware of comfort. It was not that he had taken anything away, rather he had drawn pointed attention to the facts, but he had seemed to present them in a new sort of setting, and they looked quite different. There remained Enid Bessington, there remained Jim's altered position and prospects, there remained even more than a suspicion that Neville was not entirely satisfactory. Yet the air had changed. She sat again in the window seat, staring out at a dancing mayfly that had rashly left the far bank to adventure himself into the gardens whose scent, perhaps, was drawing him. She was thinking steadily, and with a restored tranquillity, of this new setting of ideas, and simultaneously had her own attention fixed on the mayfly. He was dancing up and down in a frenzy of delight. Now, for a fleeting instant, he tapped the glassy surface of the stream. Now he whirled a couple of feet above it. It'll be all right, she whispered to herself, thinking of the engagement. The mayfly was nearing safety. One more whirl would land him on the grass. But once more, for the last time, he dipped, close to the bank, and as he dipped, a swirl rose to meet him. A dark nose showed for a moment in the midst of the glass, and was gone again, and so was the mayfly. She caught her breath for the fraction of a second. But it's all part of the scheme, she said aloud. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wardah. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 4, Part 1. Subsection 1. Anna sat in the hall, late on the Saturday night, waiting for the wheels that would bring her nephew home. It was a great room, this, in which she sat, running the whole depth of the house, from front to back, from the double doors that opened on the porch on the west, to the double doors that opened upon the curved stairway into the garden on the east. The lower half of the hall was panelled, some 12 feet up, and above hung the long fanning portrait, a very nearly complete set from the days of the second Charles, tilted a little forward, with a shaded electric light at the head of each. On the north side of the hall opened 3 doors, dining room, servants' staircase, and smoking room. On the south side 2 doors. The one nearer to the front led to the drawing rooms. Then came the open fireplace, then the door of the big square morning room, and beyond it again, close to the garden entrance, rose up the great staircase that turned twice and ended in a hanging gallery that led right round the square. From this again opened out the bedrooms and first-floor passages. Tall windows above and below the gallery, 4 in each wall, lighted the hall, and in sunshine showed even the high painted roof that was on a level with the top of the first floor. It was, then, a room of very great dignity. The furniture was big and splendid. The floor, under the rugs and between, was laid with flagstones. There was some good armour of Cavalier days. Between the portraits, a little copper and silver and a glass cabinet or two of china lit up the dark corners. An organ stood between the fireplace and the door of the morning room, and there were high tapestried chairs about the hearth. In one of these sat Anna. She always looked singularly young in evening dress. Her hair seemed as if powdered. Her arms and throat were smooth and white, but she had not in the least the air of trying to appear younger than her years. She wore plenty of jewellery and a little fall of black lace, as if to make quite sure of this. She had dined alone an hour ago, and had suggested to Masterson to bring the tray in here so soon as the traveller arrived. Neville had wired from Folkestone that the boat was late, and that he would dine in town. It was, of course, quite dark by now, but she had told the men to leave the windows uncurtained, as it was a still night of stars. Partly she wanted to look at these, and partly she thought it would be pleasant for Neville, if he cared to look, to see the 4 windows all aglow with welcome. She had had a wood fire lighted on the hearth, and in Neville's big bedroom upstairs. She had quite a strong instinct that everything must be very alluring and pleasant for his home-coming, particularly under these circumstances. She had had plenty of time during these last 4 days to study herself for the encounter. Mr. Morpeth had undoubtedly set her attitude. She must just take it as done. Neville was doing nothing that needed protest. He was his own master. He had every possible right to get married, and it was not in the least necessary that his aunt should give her opinion. He must settle such things for himself. There must not therefore be allowed to show even the shadow of a grievance. She must be entirely sympathetic and optimistic. She must congratulate him, really congratulate him, and be interested in it. She must show that she was really satisfied, and then, when all that had been done, she must begin to make her own arrangements, and ask his advice. But she was feeling quite sure that the Dower House would not do. It was much too near. She was very pensive, for all her resolution, as she sat quite still and listened for the wheels. She had put down her book half an hour ago, and had so sat ever since, looking tranquilly into the fire. Jim was asleep long ago, of course. She had looked in immediately after dinner into his room, which was next her own, and he had resembled an angel. Sometimes he stirred in his sleep, as she bent over him. Tonight he had not. The house, too, was as quiet as such a house ever can be. The servants were still at supper. The night was windless, and the fire one noiseless glow. She seemed to herself to be in a kind of parenthesis, in more ways than one. The day of gym and small duties, and going out to the pavilion and back again, this was all over, and Neville was not yet come. Presently she knew the bell would ring from the lodge gate half a mile away as the carriage went by. Then there would break out footsteps and the sound of doors. Masterson would come through and unlock the front door. There would be the sound of skirts overhead as a maid went for a last look at the young man's bedroom fire. Then there would come the sound of trotting, then the roll of wheels, and then Neville would be here again, in this hall, its master come home, and nothing would be the same ever again. As she thought of these things, the silence suddenly impressed itself on her as a presence. She became aware with a sudden movement of her mind, not of the mere negative fact of the absence of sound, but of the positive fact of the presence of silence. The situation, viewed dramatically, as she had just viewed it, seemed to have tightened up her nerves and her intuitions. It appeared to her as if silence had just spoken, and there ran a little shiver of apprehensiveness through her. She turned her head, ashamed of herself, to look round the great dusky hall, lit only by hidden lights high up behind the cornice. It was all solemn and dignified and large, yet even the hall had a kind of significance. She did not know of what. It seemed as if it too waited, like a set scene, for an actor to speak and move. And then, with a sudden sharp thrill of real fear, she became aware of the great cornice door at the head of the stairs, kept locked now, she knew, ever since Neville's father had died behind it, in the big bed, gripping the hand of his son. She had passed that door for a few months after the tragedy of that death, with a distinct sense of discomfort every time she went upstairs or down, particularly after nightfall. But she had got over that more than 3 years ago. She had even gone in one night, alone, with her candle in her hand, and looked round the room at the great hearse-like bed. Yet here again was the same sudden thrill of terror, sharp and strong, like the blade of a sword laid against the throat. This would never do. She shifted her position in her chair, turned her head deliberately, and stared up to where the gallery began. There was the high carved banister, black against the pale wall, the great cornice over the door beyond it, and of course there was no one there, leaning over the banister with crossed arms, in a certain flowered dressing gown. It was all as empty as she knew it was. A swing door banged somewhere out of sight. Her heart leapt for an instant and then raced, for footsteps came along the passage from the servants' quarters, and the middle door opened, and then there was Masterson, exactly as she had rehearsed, and Charles behind him. "The large bell's just rung, said Masterson on his way to the front door. Subsection 2. The young man looked really extraordinarily well, she thought, as she sat and watched him at his little supper. He had refused to go upstairs and wash his hands. He had said that half the pleasure of coming home lay in doing exactly what he liked instantly, and what he wanted at that instant were 2 anchovy sandwiches, such as those he saw before him, and a whisky and soda. Then he wanted a cigarette, and then he desired to talk. "You must just sit up for once, Aunt Anna," he said, "and that's all about it. After all, it's our house, isn't it? And if we choose to have breakfast with sausages and coffee and marmalade at 3:15 tomorrow, who's to forbid us?" Her heart gave her a little painful prick of happiness as he said "our house." Just for the present it was true, more or less, but it would not be so for long. "Tomorrow's Sunday," she said. "Father Richardson would have a word to say if we didn't appear before 3:15. So he would. I forgot. And I bet he'd say it too." He spoke with just the faintest touch of bitterness. He did not much like Father Richardson. It was a curious mingling of pain and pleasure that she felt as she watched him. He looked better, she thought, than when he had gone away 3 months ago. There was a line or 2 under his black eyes, but that was to be expected after a journey, and his hair somehow always reassured her. It looked so springy and curly, and so very black. It was not in the least characteristic of an invalid. Certainly he was in high spirits at getting home. He talked very pleasant nonsense about the crossing from Boulogne, and a sporting Frenchman who had started very spry and chivalrous and had ended very limp. His face was quite green still, even on Folkestone platform, said Neville, and he had seen him shudder visibly at the sight of a cup of very strong station tea that was thrust before him by his wife. "And you've been well?" said Anna. "Good Lord, yes," said Neville. "I love the sea." "I meant generally." A shadow of annoyance came over his face, but passed again like a shadow. "Oh, yes," he said indifferently. "Please don't ask me my symptoms. I hate health." "You mean?" "No, I don't. I mean health, Aunt Anna. It ceases to be health if you think about it." "But really no more headaches?" "No, do tell me, and then I won't ask any more." "They're much better," said Neville deliberately, lighting his cigarette. "Now, really. Hello?" As he turned to throw away his match, his eyes caught a small white phantom at the end of the gallery overhead, where the southern bedrooms lay. "It's only me, Cousin Neville," said a rather doubtful voice from the gloom. "You see, I heard you talking and—" "Jim, how dare you?" cried his mother. "I told you distinctly that you weren't to come downstairs." "But I haven't, Mummy. I'm upstairs, so I thought. Go straight back to bed this instant." "But, Mummy—" "Go straight back to bed." Neville raised his eyebrows to her in a question, and his lips just moved in a whisper. She nodded slightly. "Do what you're told, old chap," he said, "and don't argue. I'll come and see you in bed if your mother says I may." The small pyjamaed figure leaned passionately forward. "May he, Mummy? Oh, do tell me, and then I'll—" "Yes, now go." The phantom vanished. A little silence fell between the two who sat below. To Anna, the apparition of her little son came as a startling symbol of the matter that still had to be discussed between Neville and herself. If Neville had instantly spoken, it would have been all natural enough, but he did not. She stole a glance at him, and he was smoking rather violently, and his eyelids drooped ever so slightly, as they always did when he was uneasy or anxious, or just a shade out of temper. "By the way," he said rather abruptly, after that tiny pause, "have you told him?" She did not pretend not to understand. That was not her way. "No," she said. "Of course he's always known perfectly well that this wasn't his home. I mean," she corrected herself, "that it wasn't his own home. I don't suppose he's ever dreamt of anything else, but I haven't told him about your letter. I thought—" "I wonder if you'd like me to?" said Neville. She smiled. "He'd love it, particularly if you told him as a secret. He loves secrets, you know." "Have you told anybody?" She hesitated. "I've told one person," she said. "I dare say you'll think it very odd of me. But you know, you didn't say I wasn't to." "That's all right. It isn't a secret, though nothing's gone to the papers yet. Whom did you tell, by the way?" "Well, you'll think it very odd, but I told Mr. Moppet." "What? That old chap at the Dower House, isn't he? Why in the world did you—" "Neville, I like him. I like him very much. I can't think why. I simply had to tell him. I knew he'd be as discreet as the grave anyhow. And he happened to come to lunch just after I'd got your letter." "Oh, well, it's all right anyhow. Aunt Anna." "Yes?" "Look here, do you mind?" "Mind? Why, I'm delighted. Haven't I said again and again? Yes, of course, all that. But I mean that it came so suddenly, and that you don't know her, and all that." She smiled delightfully. "My dear boy, she's to be your wife, not mine. I'm perfectly certain that she's everything you think her, and if she isn't, why, you'll soon make her so. She's a Protestant, you know. Well, of course, if other things were equal, I'd sooner she'd been Catholic. But one can't have everything. The point is that you care for her, isn't it?" Then he too smiled, and the very slight look of doubtfulness that had been on his face just now passed again. "Yes, that is the point, isn't it? At least it's one half. And the other point's all right too, I think. Look here, Aunt Anna, I simply must tell you about her. It's a dreadful thing to do, I know, but I shall burst if I don't." "My dear boy, what do you think I'm here for? I'll gladly stay up till 4 in the morning if you'll talk about her. Don't you see I'm dying to hear?" He settled himself back in his chair. She thought she had never seen him so radiant, and at that sight the last shred of hope that the thing was not absolutely settled left even the lowest reaches of her subconsciousness. He first drew a cabinet photograph out of his breast pocket. "There," he said, handing it across to her. "That's number 1. She took it eagerly, tilted it a little to catch the light, and looked at it. It presented Annette in evening dress, standing on silhouette. The light was exquisitely managed, and every line of her profile told. There was a silence. "Well?" said Neville. Her face rose to his, full of feeling. "She's extraordinarily beautiful," she said quietly. "Now go on." "No, let me hold this. I want to look at it while you talk." She leaned back, resting the photograph on her knee, to listen. Subsection 3. "I told you about her people in my letter," he began. "I needn't say that all over again. Her father lost most of his money, as I said, when she was a child, and his place is Norfolk and all that. But her mother's quite well off, and there aren't any other children. However, that doesn't matter anyhow. The point is Enid." He lit another cigarette from the stump of the other and tossed the stump in the fire. "Well, she's exactly your sort," he began again. "I don't in the least want to flatter you, Aunt Anna, but you know what I mean. She's deep, in the right way. She doesn't care a hang about society and drawing and tea parties. She loathes them as much as I do, and very nearly as much as you do. That was how we made friends at first. Then she's religious. She isn't a Catholic, as I said, though of course she may become one. But I shan't press her to in the least. She's got the real thing that's underneath all religions. She said 1 or 2 extraordinarily good things about that, by the way. When I told her what she would have to promise and all that, I told her that before I actually put my proposal into words, of course." "What did she say?" asked Anna without the movement of a muscle. "She said that she could not conceive that being any difficulty to anyone who understood. I didn't see quite what she meant at first. Then I saw. She meant that real religion was quite independent of those things, that Catholicism was quite as good as an external system, as anything else, if not better. In fact, I know she does think it the best of all. She said once she wished she'd been born a Catholic." He paused. Anna did not move. "Well, that's the main thing," he went on. "That kind of thing matters more than anything. If that's all right, everything else will be. Then she is extraordinarily fond of outdoor things, just like you, Aunt Anna. She told me how she hated the flat in town where she and her mother lived sometimes, and about the garden of their country cottage. She'll simply love this place, you know. By the way, I promised to send her all the picture postcards of it there are. Have you got a set to spare?" "Oh, yes," said Aunt Anna. "Well, she and her mother are coming down at the end of the month, just for a few days. That'll be all right, won't it?" "Why, my dear boy, of course." "Well then, that's all right. Where was I? Oh, yes, about out-of-door things. I told her about the pavilion here, and she said that was exactly what she had always wanted. What's the matter, Aunt Anna?" "Nothing, my dear, nothing. I was only changing my position. Go on. I love to hear it." "I told her how much you liked it too. She wants to meet you dreadfully, you know. She said she only wished you'd stay on here, but that she was perfectly certain you wouldn't, because the really nice people always went away just when you wanted them. That was nice, wasn't it?" "Very nice," said Aunt Anna. "I suppose you won't stay, will you?" She shook her head, smiling straight at him. "My dear, it's perfectly beautiful of you to want me, and of her too, and I shall remember that always, but it wouldn't do for a single second." "Why not?" "Oh, do go on. We can talk all that out later. I want to hear about Enid." Again his face beamed all over with pleasure, and again it came upon her, as it already had 3 or 4 times since he had begun to talk, how curiously and deliciously stupid men were sometimes. They were all just large editions of Jim. The measures of their subtlety would let even camels march through. "Well," he said, "I really don't know what else to say. You see, I'm in love with her." "You dear boy, you've said quite enough. She's just right, I know. And how clever you are to say she's like me. Where did you learn your diplomacy? No, but she really is, you know. I say, Nahtanha, you look dog-tired. What a beast I am." A clock began to strike, solemn and sonorous strokes from a tall clock under the stairs. "That's 11, he said, "and you always go to bed at 10:30, and I promised to see Jim." "Well, I think I will go to bed," she said. "I think there's thunder about. You won't wake Jim, will you, if he's asleep?" He grinned as he rose. "I think I'd bet £10 Jim won't be. He's a determined child. By the way, I'll take my own time to tell him if you don't mind." She nodded. She was standing now and looking straight at her nephew, at his upright, square-shouldered figure and his bronzed face. "You look a shade tired yourself," she said. "Now I look at you. No headache?" "Just a touch," he said, "but only train headache." "Well, I shall tell them not to call you." She moved across to the bell. "Nonsense, Nahtanha, I tell you, and I say nonsense, too," she said. "You must do as you're told, like Jim. By the way, Masterson was so anxious when you didn't write. He brought me your letter when you did, and stood over me like a gaoler till I could see there was no bad news." "You mean that letter?" "Yes, the one I opened in the pavilion, you know." "And you'll swear you didn't think it bad news?" "You silly boy. The best in the world. Here's Masterson. Masterson, Sir Neville mustn't be disturbed tomorrow till he rings. He'll tell Charlson if he wants breakfast in bed. Aunt Anna, you understand Masterson, don't you?"
"Yes,
And you'll remember too, Charlson?"
yes,
"Well, good night, my dear." He bent his head to her, and she kissed him lightly on the forehead, as her custom was. End of Chapter 4, Part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wardah. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 4, Part 2, Subsection 4. He stood waiting until he heard her skirts go rustling along the gallery towards her room. Then he kissed his hand to her. What a darling she was, he thought, and how Annette would love her. Then he turned to Masterson, who was solemnly removing the tray, not out of the hall, because Charles must do that, but on to a side table near the entrance to the servants' passage. "Well, Masterson, I'm glad to be home again." "Yes, Sir Neville." "You don't think much of foreign parts, Charlson told me." Masterson set the tray down emphatically. "No, I don't," he said, without the faintest deference, as his manner was with the select few who were his idols. "And I don't know whatever you find to stay out there so long." Neville smiled delightedly. This was indeed a homecoming. "Masterson," he said, "I want to tell you something, but you're not to tell anybody else till it's public." Masterson regarded him stiffly. "You've put your finger on the spot, Masterson, as usual. I've found a wife. I mean, she's going to be. That's what kept me in foreign parts so long." Masterson grew positively rigid. "I've told you as an old friend," continued Neville. "I've told nobody else in England but Mrs. Fanning. Now then, what have you got to say?" Masterson's grim lips moved, but no sound came from them. "Shake hands, Masterson, and wish me luck." Masterson took the hand in a violent grip. His mouth shook with emotion, but he said nothing. He wheeled and went out. Neville was content. He understood the other well enough. Upstairs, in the passage outside Jim's room and his mother's, a single shaded light was still turned on, showing the boys' door to be open. Neville pushed upon it with infinite delicacy, and it made a little brushing sound over the carpet inside. "Cousin Neville, I'm awake," sounded a small voice from within. Neville went in, but still cautiously. "You little disobedient brute," he said. "I'm sure your mother told you to go to sleep. Where are you?" "I'm here." He made his way across towards the voice, and presently found the edge of the bed with his shin, and drew his breath swiftly with the exquisite pain. But he had no time to recover himself. A pair of arms seized him round the neck and dragged him sideways onto the bed. Then he felt himself violently kissed all over his ear. "Put your head down on the pillow by me, Cousin Neville. Oh, how ripping this is." He did what he was told, but his headache was certainly a little worse than it had been 10 minutes ago. Then in the gloom he began to feel the warm, sweet breath of this child on his face. The small hands were again clasped behind his head. "And tell me everything, Cousin Neville," whispered the voice. "My dear, I can't possibly. I can't breathe." A chuckle of laughter sounded, and the hands slightly relaxed. "You can. Go on. Did you see the Pope?" "Yes, of course I did." "What's he like?" "He's just an old man in white." "Did you kiss his toe?" "No. No one does nowadays." "Oh." "Did you see the wolves?" "What wolves?" "The Romulus and Remus wolves. I mean their children." "No, I didn't know there were any." "Of course there are. Miss March told me last week. Did you see the king?" Yes, I did. In a dog cart." "Oh, is he very tall?" "No, very small." "Oh, I thought he was big." "Are you sure you saw him?" "Of course I'm sure." "Oh, Jim, don't paint so. And you know, I only came to say good night." His headache was indeed in full blast now. It beat intolerably, and every pulse was pain. He allowed to himself that this was not a train headache after all. It was the real crusted old brand, he told himself. "Well, one more thing. Will you teach me tennis tomorrow afternoon?" I should think so. Why shouldn't I?" He had entirely forgotten the solemn arrangement of waiting till Jim's 8th birthday. The entire body of Jim jumped with delight, like a newly caught trout on the grass, and every bounce shook Neville's tormented head. The headache was growing like a storm. "Oh, Jim, do let go. I'm not very well." "Aren't you? Were you seasick?" Neville sat up, and in the dark pressed his hands on his temples. "No, I wasn't seasick at all, but I must go, Jim. See you tomorrow." "Well, kiss me, can't you?" Neville bent and kissed him. "Good night, Cousin Neville." "Good night, my dear." At the door once more the voice reached him. "Good night, Cousin Neville." "Good night, old chap." "Leave the door open, won't you? Or else the cat can't get in." "All right, old chap. Good night. Good night." Subsection 5. He blinked as he came out into the light of the passage again, and still more when he reached the gallery looking over the hall, for the lights were not yet turned out, though he could hear footsteps moving about in one of the rooms that opened out of it, moving about no doubt on that mysterious business that always takes servants round a house the last thing at night. For the moment the light seemed to relieve his eyes, perhaps as a kind of counter-irritation, and he waited here, looking down into the hall before going on to his room that was next his father's old room on the other side. The hall looked very big and majestic from here, and as earlier in the evening to Anna it appeared to him to resemble a stage, set for some play. The tall tapestried chairs in which the two had sat a while ago were still in the positions they had left them in, and the little table was between. The red light of the wood fire, now sunk to a steady glow, glimmered on the carving here and there. And then he suddenly thought of what a perfect setting all this would be for Annette, how perfectly she would fit into the picture. He remembered her long dresses that had seemed to him curiously antique, the thin chain of pearls she wore round her neck, her masses of hair. In these two chairs perhaps they would be sitting together, probably a few months hence. Nahtanha would be gone, no doubt. That was a pity, and yet perhaps, just for the first year or two, it might be better. How exquisitely, too, and its slow movements would suit this place. A bustling girl in a tweed skirt would be as much out of place as a tourist in a cathedral. He glanced down at one of the portraits he could see under the gallery to his right. That was Lady Brightington, he remembered, who had married his great-grandfather. He thought there was something of Annette in her pose, not, of course, the least in face or expression, but just in her still manner and dignity. Then he remembered that Nahtanha had not given him the photograph back, and clapped his hand to his pocket. He must ask her for it tomorrow. As he stood upright again from leaning on the banisters, his eyes fell, as again Anna's had done a couple of hours earlier, on the great cornice door that was the entrance to what had been his father's room. And to him, too, came a memory of the tragedy that had been played behind it, and a touch of the fear that had been so vivid to him too at the sight of it for the first month or two after his father's death. Again the house was quiet. The footsteps below had ceased. The servant had probably gone out at the further end of whatever room he had been in. Neville stared a moment or two longer at the door. His pain was coming back now, in swift strides. The pulses that were like stabbing knives in the front and at the top of his head were prevailing more and more swiftly over the pulses that were comparatively painless. Yet, even through that pain, a strange fear made itself felt. To him too, it seemed, for a perceptible space of time, that if he kept his attention fixed on that door for a little longer, it might open, and a figure come out, in a flowered dressing gown, with the bandages that held the eyes like a terrible crown about the head. Or perhaps even now, the door was open, and the figure was there, looking at him. It was only that he could not see it. And then the pain drove all else away, as physical sensation can eliminate, if it be but sharp enough, the more delicate tremors of the mind or soul, and he went to his room, telling himself that he was a ridiculous ass, and that he must see to it that the room was opened again properly and inhabited once more. Perhaps he himself had better take it, and have done with it. Meanwhile, here was the headache to be reckoned with. Subsection 6. 2 hours later he still was awake. The usual programme was being carried faithfully through. He had taken his medicine which Charlton had set out, according to custom, on his dressing-table, and had then bathed his forehead, first in stinging hot water, and then with eau de cologne. Then he had got ready for bed, and when all was ready, had once more soaked his handkerchief and tied it around his forehead. Then he had got into bed, turned out the light, and pretended that he was going to sleep. Then the interior drama had begun. It was first a galloping horse that approached from the immeasurable distance to which the hot water and eau de cologne had temporarily banished the agony. That approached to announce to him that they were all coming back as fast as they could. This horse galloped slowly and rhythmically, at a steady rate of progress, and the beat of his fur hoofs altogether marked the blows of pain that he experienced. The horse came nearer and nearer, growing, as was but natural, in weight as he approached, until he was really there, so to speak. He remained there a few seconds, never longer than about a minute, apparently prancing to the same rhythm, in the same place, without otherwise moving at all. Then he began to recede again on the other side. intolerably slow. It was true, but yet it was very nearly pleasure that he should recede at all. It was as this movement began that Neville really resolved to go to sleep before the next. Again and again he reached the point of no longer feeling his limbs in the bedclothes, and once even he thought that Nahtanha was by his bed, looking down on him with an expression he could not make out. But at that moment 2 horses began to gallop, again in the immeasurable distance, and the worst of it all was that they would not keep in step. These 2 then punctually pursued the course of their forerunner. They approached, they arrived, they remained steadily prancing, the 4 feet of each rising and falling not quite together. They began to recede. Then 3 horses came, then 4, then 5, and then a regiment. He tried to count them sometimes, in a kind of bitter humour, but they were unreckonable. They kept tolerably in step, that was one comfort, but they took longer to arrive, and remained longer, prancing. It was very nearly interesting when they all pranced together. They looked almost ludicrous, this long line from horizon to horizon. The horizons, of course, were his own temples, rising and falling together like performers in a circus. Then even these began to recede very slowly, it is true, yet they receded further and further until the thunder of their hoofs was no more than a murmur, and at last silence. Neville began to breathe very carefully through his nostrils. He had already arranged his attitude. He turned on his side always as soon as the troop began to move off. Until that he lay on his face, with the pillow clasped about his ears. He did so, that is generally after the group of 3 began to approach. He lay then, softly, afraid to stir, lest a horse should begin to gallop up again to see what he was doing, and sometimes he managed really to go to sleep, but tonight it was useless. In spite of every conceivable precaution, the single horse began to suspect something, as he fed there miles away in the prairies, scarcely stirring the ground as he moved. He began to trot, he began to canter, to gallop, and the hunt was up. It was as the clock struck 1:30 in the hall below that Neville sat up in bed, very nearly delirious with pain. "This is perfectly ludicrous," he said aloud to the listening night. Subsection 7. "Go very quietly past Cousin Neville's room as you go downstairs," said Nahtanha to Jim, coming in about 8 o'clock before he was dressed. "Cousin Neville's only just gone to sleep. He's been awake all night with headache." "Oh, has he? Won't he be able to teach me tennis today?" "No. Now I'm going to Mass, or I shall be late. Mind you say a prayer for Cousin Neville when you get up." "Yes, Mummy." "And you mustn't bring the dogs upstairs all day." "Not if I make them walk on tiptoe?" "No, not even if you make them walk on tiptoe." End of Chapter 4, Part 2.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 9. Subsection 1. "Come in, old top." Tim advanced from the door by which he had partly entered, with a sullen awe on his face. It had been impressed upon him, at last by his mother, that Neville really did not want the dogs to be brought in to cheer him, and when once he had grasped this, he had concluded that Neville must be very ill indeed. At the same time, it was gratifying to be sent for immediately after lunch in order to see the invalid. The boy's eyes wandered vaguely round the room as he paused halfway to the bed. The room had the same mysterious splendour that it always had when Cousin Neville was at home, a splendour it had lacked terribly during these last 3 months. There was the mysterious row of books in their little shelf, the silk dressing-gown hanging up by the bed, and above all the shining array of implements, silver and steel and glass, ranged on the white-covered dressing-table between the windows. There was a funny smell in the room too, very interesting and suggestive. Then his eyes came back to Neville beneath the canopy. "Are you going to die, Cousin Neville?" "Certainly not," said Neville. "I shouldn't dream of such a thing. Why do you ask?" Jim's round eyes roved again and came back. "Oh, then perhaps you'd like the dogs? I've got them chained up in the hall on purpose, and—" "I don't think we'll have the dogs." "I could make them jump on the bed," suggested Jim. "I think not even on the bed. Come round where I can see you and say good morning." He was feeling considerably more cheerful after sleep and lunch, and of course a cigarette. About 7 he had rung his bell in despair, and when Charleston had appeared, had asked for tea. Up to that point he had really not slept at all. The galloping horses had been far too busy. He had not been aware that there were so many horses in the world, nor that they could be so untiring. They had galloped with short pauses for over 7 hours, and his head felt bruised all over. After a cup of tea he had fallen asleep, and Charleston, re-entering from the bathroom on tiptoe, had retired still more on tiptoe and informed Mr. Masterson, and Mr. Masterson had informed Mrs. Fanning. Anna herself had peeped in about 11:15 just before taking Jim to Mass, and again at 12, and still Neville slept. A little before 1 he rang his bell again and demanded shaving water. Hypocritical Charleston had said "Yes, sir," without comment, and had immediately informed Mrs. Fanning in person this time, and a quarter of an hour later Anna herself had come in, just as Neville was getting impatient. "You are not going to have any shaving water," she said. "I have given orders for all shaving water to be locked up. You are going to lunch here and go to sleep again afterwards. How do you feel, my dear?" She sat down on the chair by his bedside. "I'm perfectly well," said Neville, "and I wish to know whether I am or am not the master of the house." "Well, if you wish to know, you're not. Masterson is the master and I'm the mistress, and we say you're not to get up." "Why in the world are the curtains drawn back?" "I told Charleston to. I can't bear the dark. Look here, Nahtanha, this is ridiculous. I must get up. This is simply ridiculous. Lunch will be up in 10 minutes. I ordered it, and Jim and I will eat what's left." Neville leaned back. "Well, all right," he said, "for this once. But I assure you I shall get up afterwards. Don't let's argue any more. I've given in." So finally it was arranged. Jim was to come and see him at 2 o'clock, and then, if he really felt all right, he might get up. Here then Jim sat, with secret instructions to amuse Cousin Neville as long as possible, until he, Cousin Neville, looked sleepy. Then Jim was to retire in good order and very quietly, and not bang the door behind him. "How funny you look," said Jim presently, when he had cautiously kissed Cousin Neville and sat down again with his bare sandaled legs dangling. "Funny? Why?" "Well, you're all dirty on the chin. With hair, I mean." "Oh, no worse than that." "And your eyes look funny." Neville was silent a moment. "Jim, old man, is that wardrobe door open or shut?" Jim regarded the wardrobe. "Why, open, of course." "That's all right, then," said Neville. "I thought so." "Are you going blind, Cousin Neville?" "No, of course not. Why do you want to know?" "Oh, then why do you ask about the wardrobe? Can't you see for yourself?" "Of course I can," said Neville a little sharply. "Didn't I say that it was open?" "Oh," said Jim. "Yes, so you did." Neville felt a prick of compunction, but he really had not been quite sure. He had noticed 2 or 3 times since he had awakened that he did not seem to see very well, but it was certainly passing again. "Sorry, old chap, if I spoke sharply. I didn't mean to." Jim regarded him anxiously. "I don't know what you mean," he said. "That's all right, then. How are the dogs?" Jim did not answer. His meditative look had come on him, and he was gazing earnestly, it appeared, at Neville's hands that lay clasped on the silk coverlet. "Anything wrong this time with my hands, old chap? The rest seems pretty wrong, doesn't it?" "I was thinking," observed Jim with such gravity that Neville was a little startled. "What were you thinking about?" "I was thinking whether it might get up on the bed." "Why were you thinking that?" "Because my legs are cold," said Jim. "But Mummy said I mustn't disturb you." "That's all right. Jump up." It was curiously soothing to his nerves, to have this child with him. The very frankness of his inquiries as to dying and going blind was pleasant, and still more pleasant was the abrupt change of subjects. He wondered whether this would not be rather a good opportunity to tell Jim about the future. Jim arranged himself with great care. He first sat on the pillow within a foot of Neville's head, and then he drew up the coverlet over his own knees. "Oh, that's your face, Cousin Neville?" A stifled voice answered that it looked rather like it. Jim earnestly rearranged the coverlet so that Neville could breathe. "That's all right," he said. "Now we are comfortable." "Jim," said the young man, "I want to talk to you. Are you attending?" "Yes, of course." "Well, look here, you're to go to school next year, aren't you?" "Mammy says so." "Well, what Mammy says always comes true, you know. How would you like to go a bit sooner?" "I wouldn't mind," said Jim meditatively. "Then there's something else. How would you like to live in a house of your own, just you and your mother?" "And not you?" "No, not me, old chap, unless you ask me to come and stay with you sometimes." "Would it be a nice house?" demanded Jim prudently. "Ever so nice. Perhaps it will be the Dower House. That's not far, is it?" The bed began to jump violently. "Whatever's the matter?" asked Neville. "I like that." "What, the Dower House? Why?" "There's a well there," said Jim, "without a top to it. I threw a stone down one day." "And you wouldn't really mind living here?" "I'd come and see you sometimes." "Of course you would, as often as ever you like." "I could come, you know," explained Jimmy carefully, "if you wanted me. If I hadn't anything else to do, you wouldn't mind so much then, would you?" "Mind what?" "Why, my not living here any more." Neville sighed with relief. That was half his task done, but he must be very careful. "No, that'll be right," he said. "Besides, I should have someone else here, you know. I'm going to be married, Jim. What do you think of that?" "It's not mother, is it?" asked Jim tranquilly. "No, nephews can't marry their aunts, you know." "Oh, and it's not Miss Morpeth?" "No. Why Miss Morpeth?" "I want to marry her myself," said Jim. "Well, that's all right. I won't stand in your way. How old's Miss Morpeth, by the way?" "I think she's nearly 20, said Jim. "But I shall be 20 sometime too, you know." "That'll make it all right then. By the way, you are sure you understand what I've been saying? All about your going away and all that?" "Oh, yes," said Jim indifferently. "And you don't really mind not having this as your house any more?" There was dead silence. Neville suddenly felt nervous. Was it really possible that he had misunderstood and that Jim didn't mind? That would be horrible. "Jim, old chap!" There was no answer. Neville couldn't see the boy's face. It was both behind and above him. He tried to screw himself round, but the arranged coverlet beneath his chin gripped him like a straight waistcoat. "Jim!" "Oh, yes?" "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking whether you couldn't get up and come out and teach me tennis."
Subsection 2. Tea was in the pavilion, Masterson informed him, when he came downstairs at last, a little after 4. He had told Jim that he was really very sorry about the tennis, and that a promise was certainly a promise, but then a headache was a headache. The promise should be redeemed this week, however. He felt remarkably light and cheerful as he came out into the garden. He did not recognize, however, that it was of the nervous kind of lightness which passes rapidly into irritation. He perceived it was so, however, so soon as he caught sight of a long-coated black figure walking up and down with Anna. He did not much like Father Richardson, his chaplain and parish priest. The relationship between traditional Catholics and priests is a very peculiar one indeed. On the one hand, there is the extraordinary reverence for the priesthood, quite incomprehensible to members of other religions, a reverence sufficiently strong in some countries, though not in England, to have formed the custom of allowing the priest to leave a room before ladies, and in England strong enough to make a pompous squire of 60 years old and a landowner to stand up
instantly when a young priest comes in, and out of doors to take his hat off emphatically when he sees him even in the distance. Every possible reverence, therefore, on the official side is assured and taken for granted. The pompous squire will kneel humbly in the confessional and submit his judgment to that of his newly ordained chaplain without hesitation. And in the Catholic Church, it must be remembered, the priest may very easily be the eldest son of the squire's neighbour's gardener. But the social side is quite another matter. It has even been known in such a traditional Catholic household, when the priest was of humble origin, that he should take his meals in the housekeeper's room without offence be either intended or taken. The two sides are there, emphatically. The man is a priest of the Most High God, and he may also be quite ill-bred, and some very pretty problems therefore sometimes result. Now Neville did not like his chaplain at all. He took off his hat to him like a man. He obediently sat in his pew and listened to his pastor's discourses. He even occasionally went to confession to him. He sent him game half a dozen times every winter, and fruit and vegetables all the summer. He provided his house for him and kept it in repair. He paid him £110 a year. He paid all the expenses of the church and put half a sovereign into the plate each Sunday morning, and £5 on Easter Day. And there he drew the line. He did not in the least consider himself bound to consort with him, nor to encourage him to run in and out of the house when he liked. The man was his priest, but not his friend. An extraordinarily tactful chaplain, or a naturally very well-bred one, might perhaps have seen the difficulty. Father Richardson did not. He had large powers. At least he had had them for about 18 months, but he did not quite see where their limits lay. He was jealous of his dignity as priest, and was rather quick to think that what he considered a rebuff or a negligence was an insult to his priesthood. He had now called this afternoon to deliver a rebuke that he considered necessary. He was a small, very dark man, very blue about the chin and lips. He wore a flat hat and a coat that was neither long nor short. His trousers were well moulded to his legs. Neville, as he approached, regarded him with growing disfavour. He had 3 or 4 slight encounters with him on the more or less neutral ground between the clergyman's priesthood and manhood, and had not forgotten them. Neville had no hat on, so he could not raise it, but he lifted his hand in airy salutation. "Good afternoon, Father. Here I am, you see." The priest gravely inclined his head. "Good afternoon, Sir Neville. Back again, you see." Neville went on as he fell into step with the other two as they turned back towards the pavilion. "And I hope to be here for a month or 2 at least." "I'm very glad to hear it," said the priest emphatically. "It makes a great difference when the squire's away." There appeared to be a shadow of reproach in his voice. Neville wondered whether the chap expected him to stay at home all the year round in order to give a good example of church-going. The gambit of conversation was a singularly unhappy one, for it gave the priest precisely the opening he wanted. Father Richardson had a fine working conscience and a large sense of personal dignity to supply its motive power, and he had come here today expressly in order to rebuke the squire for not being present at mass that morning. As they came up the steps into the pavilion, he seized the opportunity. He preceded Neville and followed Anna, and upon reaching the top step, turned round to relieve that conscience of his. The effect was that Neville remained on a lower step, as if being lectured from a rostrum. "I know you'll forgive me saying so, Sir Neville, but I felt I must tell you what a very bad impression your not being at Mass this morning will have given to your Catholic tenants." Neville was completely taken aback. This was a more direct assault than he had ever received. Yet, if he had but known it, it really cost the poor priest a considerable effort to deliver such a rebuke. It was partly because he so feared it that he had set about it so instantly. "I beg your pardon, Father. I was ill." The priest's face worked a little with nervousness, but he was not to be put off like this. "So Mrs. Fanning was telling me, but I scarcely think—" Over the priest's shoulder, Neville caught a glimpse of Anna's amazed countenance, but his irritation surged up. "If you'll have the goodness to let me come in and sit down, Father, instead of keeping me on the steps, perhaps—" The priest stood aside, and Neville went by, hot with resentment. "Sit down, Father." He himself went across and sat by Anna in the window seat. "Father," began Anna with a little tremor in her voice, "I don't think you quite understood what I was—" "Aunt Anna," interrupted Neville quite firmly, "please let me deal with this. What are you complaining of, Father?" The priest's little pointed face was very pale, but he sustained himself by his sense of duty and dignity. "I do not think that is quite the way to speak to a priest." "I beg your pardon, Father," said Neville, icily polite. "If I was not courteous, I did not mean to be discourteous, nor do I understand now what I have said that I should not." "Your manner, Sir Neville—" "We will discuss my manners presently, then, but let us first dispose of—" "Father," cried Anna, utterly miserable, "I must tell you—" "No, Neville, I will speak. Father, I was going to tell you that Sir Neville passed an entirely sleepless night, through pain. He fell asleep about 7, and—" "Aunt Anna, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that is not in the least to the point. I want Father Richardson to tell me why he came here to find fault with me, as if I were a schoolboy, before he took the trouble to ask whether or not I was ill. I also wish to know whether he does not think that he exceeds his authority in coming here to scold me for a matter that in any case is not quite his business." The priest swallowed in his throat. Then he seized as such nature's will upon the single point that seemed in his favour. "I imagine it to be my duty as pastor to speak to any one of my flock, however exalted his position, who does not do his duty as Catholic." The phrase, "however exalted his position," jarred like a file across the teeth. Anna perceptibly winced. Neville drew his breath in with a perceptible sound. "I'm quite unaware," he said, "of not having done my duty as a Catholic. I do not think I have missed Mass on a single occasion on Sundays or holidays of obligation for the last 5 years without a valid excuse." "You are very seldom at benediction," said the priest desperately. He began to see that he was in a tight corner, but it would never do to acknowledge it, he thought. His dignity might suffer. His motto, as he had confided to his fellow priests more than once, was "Never apologize." "I beg your pardon again, Father," said Neville sweetly, "but I thought you spoke of my duty as a Catholic. I was unaware that attendance at benediction was an obligation laid down by the Church." "I meant, of course, as a Catholic landowner," said the priest. Neville was thoroughly worked up. He knew he had his pastor penned up. He could not bear him now. "If you will kindly give me any reputable theologian who lays down as amongst the duties of a Catholic landowner that he should be present at benediction every Sunday, I will gladly yield." But the priest's dignity was suffering terribly, but he would not withdraw. "We are quite off the point, Sir Neville. I began by speaking of your absence from Mass this morning, and Mrs. Fanning and myself have had the honour of informing you that I was too ill to be present. Is there anything more you wish to say?" If even now the priest had frankly apologized, or burst out laughing first and apologized later, the thing would have been wholly healed. Neville's code was punctilious. A frank apology to him simply ended the matter. But Father Richardson was quite unable to meet him there, and he said instead exactly the wrong thing. His desperation entirely blinded him to its insolence. "You seem very well and strong now, Sir Neville, at any rate." Anna gasped. Neville leaned back tranquilly and began to play with the curtain tassel. "Aunt Anna," he said, "we needn't say anything more. Father Richardson does not believe a word." "What a charming afternoon it is, Father. It is very nearly as warm as it was in Rome last week. Have you ever been to Rome, Father?"
The priest looked dazed. He was beginning to see what he had said, and he was completely taken aback by his host's extreme composure and the serene change of subject. He tried to follow suit. It seemed the most dignified thing to do. "I was ordained there, Sir Neville. There came a torrent of noises from the lawn, yelps and screams, and the next moment Jack and Jill entered at full speed, with Jim behind, trailing a chain to which were attached 2 collars. End of section 9, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CalebSchroeder. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 10. Subsection 3. There's no more to be said, Aunt Anna, observed Neville a half-hour later, as their pastor went down the garden towards the church. He's impossible. Haven't I always said so? Jim, too, was gone, and minds could be spoken. Poor Father Richardson had made matters even worse, if that's conceivable. If he had simply said goodbye when the entrance of Jim and the collies gave him an opening, at any rate that would have shown some faint sense that a breach had opened. Or if, even then, he had said he was sorry for having spoken as he had, and that his last remark, above all others, was quite indefensible, as in his heart he knew it to be. Even then, the decencies would have been observed. But he stayed on to tea. He talked, as he thought, intelligently and easily. He allowed Neville, who had war in his heart, to hand him the buttered tea cake, and he had helped himself to a piece of cake. And he had done all this believing that somehow it mended matters, and thinking that if Sir Neville could talk smoothly about Rome and the weather, he himself could not do better than follow his example. He went away at last then, certainly perturbed by the memory of the previous scene, and quite aware that he had been exceedingly indiscreet, and yet, on the whole, reassured by the naturalness of the other two, and especially glad that he had not been obliged to apologize. It would all blow over, he told himself. Besides, he was a priest, and his rights could not possibly be encroached upon. It might have lowered his dignity to have apologized. He was tolerably content then, as he went back to his house and began to get his sermon ready for the evening. Anna made no answer to her nephew's remark. Indeed, there was not much answer to make. "You see," Cousin Neville continued, "it's no kind of good being decent to a man like that. As it is, I shouldn't be in the least surprised if he denounced me from the altar, or preached against insolence and discourtesy to God's priests." "Neville! Of course he won't. I'm certain that he's perfectly miserable." "Not in the very least," said Neville. "He's congratulating himself, on the contrary, on having been brave enough to beard people of an exalted position." "Exalted position? Ha! Don't, my dear." Neville was silent a moment. "And to think that that man will be chaplain here when Enid comes? It's unthinkable." "I'll write to the bishop," said Anna. "That's no good. He hasn't done anything to disgrace himself technically. At least he thinks he hasn't. When he first came, the bishop wrote to tell me I was very lucky to get such a man. Aunt Anna!" She lifted her pensive eyes from the floor. She was just about as unhappy as she could be. "Yes, my dear?" "Do you see now why I'm not exactly, well, keen on religion? He told us we were liars. Liars, Aunt Anna! Do you realize that?" "My dear boy, please don't." "Well, you see now, don't you? I don't want to rub it in, but it's hardly likely that I should be very keen with a chap like that, Of course I go to Mass and all that. Oh, I forgot. I don't even do that. I shame illness, don't I? And then I lie about it. Neville, please! All right. Well, you see now, anyhow. I don't know what to say, said Anna. And of course I shall go on sending him game and fruit and paying him every quarter and settling the candle and oil bill. That's the privilege of us of the Catholic laity, you know. He told us so from the pulpit once, you remember? And he'll wolf it all down and, Neville, I can't bear it. Oh, good Lord, burst out the young man, banging the tassel on the window ledge. And that's supposed to be religion? Why, there's more religion in a daisy growing at Frascati, or a cock that pecks his hens when you crow at him. I haven't told you about the cock, Aunt. No, you haven't, said Anna mechanically. Well, he pecked his hens when I crowed at him, that's all, at Frascati. That was when I had my first long talk with Enid. My word, that was a day. What did you do? Oh, we went out to Frascati, and Enid and I went up into the woods, and we jawed. Heavens, how we jawed! And there was a Pietà there. Yes, said Anna, looking up. Oh, it was there. That was all, and we saw we didn't like it, and we didn't. It was just a blot on the landscape, like that little man who just gone away. I don't understand. Oh, yes, you do, Aunt. You know perfectly well what I think about that kind of thing. It's quite hateful. Why can't they keep those locked up in churches with the priests? That little man who's just gone away would think it's beautiful. Lord, fancy a Pietà on the lawn. He looked out through the still open door beyond the tea things. The evening sunlight was golden here. Out of the shadow of the house and in the shadow of light was growing faintly blue. Through it towered the tall, stately east front, with its solemn windows and its carved balustraded terrace, and its great stone vases dripping with greenery. As he looked, the dignified figure of Masterson came out at the hall and began to descend the steps. He was coming to clear away the tea things. Certainly a Pietà would be singularly inharmonious upon this stage of smooth and wealthy peace. Neville watched Masterson's approach in silence. The old butler's arms swung stiffly from the shoulders, and he moved with that peculiar air of dignity of which such personages alone have the secret. As he came up the steps, Neville had a surge of anger again and the memory of the priest, and he took swift decision. Masterson! Yes, Sir Neville. If Father Richardson should call again at any future time, please don't show him straight into either of us. Tell him to wait, and then come and ask if we're at home or not, just as you would with anyone else. Yes, Sir Neville, said Masterson with an immovable countenance, standing like a decrepit statue. Neville saw Aunt Anna's agonized countenance, but he was determined to have his way. Tell the other servants the same, won't you? And if Father Richardson should want to come and see for himself, if we're in the garden, for instance, just tell him what your orders are. Tell him it's the same for everybody who calls. Do you understand? Masterson's eyes gleamed a little. He entirely disliked the priests, and indeed all priests. He was not a Catholic. Yes, Sir Neville. Subsection 4. When the butler was halfway back across the lawn with the tea tray, Anna spoke. Neville saw that a strong protest was coming and braced himself to meet it. My dear boy, she said, do you quite realize what you've done? He'll think it fearfully rude. I can't help it. I've let him run in and out up to now, because I didn't quite know how to stop it. But if he chooses to ride the high horse and claim the privilege of being a priest, all right. Let him be a priest, and have them all, down to the last farthing, but he shan't have any more. He'll never forgive you. That's a matter for his own conscience, then. He can do as he likes about that. So long as he's priest here, he shall have his rights. But if he says a word, I shall ask him if the Council of Trent that he's always appealing to says anything about the Catholic laity, even of exalted position, letting priests run in and out of their houses just as they please. I had him nicely over that lawnmower business, didn't I? I wish you wouldn't. Then Neville blazed a little again. My dear Aunt Anna, you forget Enid. I know you'd stand anything. You're a Catholic, you see, and a saint, and a few other things. She's a saint too, but of another kind. And she certainly wouldn't stand a bounder like that. I beg his pardon. I mean a clergyman like that. Coming and going exactly as he pleases. Even if she would stand it, I won't let her. And I may as well settle it once and for all and get the row over before she comes, if there's to be one. Oh, I see, said Aunt Anna slowly. That's why, is it? That and other things, but this last business has brought it to a point. I'm rather glad it has. I dare say I'd have let things drift otherwise. But this has finished it. It's a good job. My dear boy. Well, what would you have? Cried the young man dramatically. What else can you suggest? I don't know. Can't you give him another chance? No, I can't, Aunt Anna, and I won't. There's a limit, and he's past it. He told us we were liars, and it isn't the first time. He's never called you a liar before? No, of course he hasn't, said Neville a trifle peevishly, and I'll bet he won't again. But he's done a half a dozen things nearly as bad. Don't you remember when he preached against bridge? Just after we've had the Levisons down here and played till 1 a.m. And all the winnings went into the plate the Sunday after, too. I remember well, because I won £9 and had to fork up. Well, he knew perfectly well we'd been playing, and he knew perfectly well it wasn't a sin, or, if he didn't, he ought to go back to school again. That was number 1. Then there was— Oh, don't go on about that, protested Anna feebly. Well, you know it's all true, but this really is the limit. There's no more to be said. There was silence again. Then Neville once more broke out. And to think that religion comes down to that sort of thing. Oh, you will love Enid, Aunt Anna. She's so fresh and big and out of doors and spiritual. She was asking me about stipends for masses one day, and upon my word, I didn't know what to say to her. Why, began Anna dutifully, you know perfectly well that you don't pay for the— Oh, I know the stock answer, of course, but stock answers won't do with Enid. She goes right down to things. She hasn't a stock answer in the world. There's only counters, you know, and she uses gold only. But my dear— Oh, don't go on about that. That's not the point. When you see Enid, you'll know what I mean. She's like a great wind, and yet she's so still, too. You— What an ass you must think of me. He was all flushed with enthusiasm, and his eyes shone. There seemed not a trace of illness about him. Anna stood up. You're a dear boy, she said softly, and I hope, Enid— She could not go on. And you're a dear aunt, said Neville. Give me a kiss. She went across and kissed him gently on the forehead, laying her hands on his temples. She kissed him very slowly. She didn't want him to see her brimming eyes. There, said Neville. And now it's Pax about Father Richardson. If he behaves himself, that is to say. And you'll let him come in and out as usual? I will not, said Neville. What I have said, I have said. I only meant that I wouldn't, after all, go and tell him precisely what I think of him. I had meant to, you know. Till when? Till you kissed me. She turned away to the steps. Where are you going?" "I'm going to get ready for church," she said, with her face still averted. "You're going to church after all that?" "Of course I am. What difference does it make? Come too." "By George, shall I? What a gorgeous slap in the face." Neville lowered his legs from the window seat as if in hesitation. "Do, but not as a slap in the face." Neville replaced his legs. "No," he said firmly. "I shall not come to church. It would be extremely unchristian to slap him in the face. And, what's worse, he wouldn't feel it. He'd think he'd brought me to a better mind. No." She laughed a little, in spite of herself. A little bubble of laughter. "Well, I must go. There are the bells." "Pray for me," said Neville, as she went down the steps, and she turned and nodded to him slowly. Subsection 5. He sat on a few minutes, listening to the bells. There were only 3 in number, but their jangle was very pleasant and very Sunday-ish, dimmed as it was by the great bulk of the house and high-roofed tennis court that lay between the church and the pavilion. The shadow has crept across by now, and lay even on the pavilion itself, and the river, too, that chuckled so coolly beneath the open window at which he lay, was no longer shot with lines and planes of golden light. It was soft and liquid glass into which he looked, faintly tinged here with brown and there with green, so gently blended that one tint faded into another without abruptness. He could see 2 or 3 dark shadows poised at the bottom, motionless, it appeared, except for the shifting lines that swayed above them. Far out across the park as he turned to see, the sunlight still lingered both on the higher slopes and on the motionless tops of the nearer trees. He could see a couple coming down from the direction of the Dower House. That would be Mr. Morpeth, no doubt, and his daughter Ella. They were the only Catholics, so far as he knew, who lived in that direction. The village itself was completely on the other side, beyond the front lodge gates through which he had driven last night. It was an evening of great silences and spaces, wholly tranquil, and while the bells, considered in themselves, were soft and melodious, they signified something, he thought, completely out of harmony with the evening. They were, psychologically considered, a kind of interruption. He pictured the interior of the little church, the stations of the cross round the walls, the sheaves of burning candles above the gilded altar, the sparse congregation, Father Richardson's voice, his personality, his narrow views, and his lack of breeding. And yet Enid was to come down here, not only on the visit she was to pay 3 weeks hence, but as a permanent mistress of it all. How would she fit in? Well, she would fit into perfection with the park and the spaces and the stillness and the great house, but scarcely with that for which the church bells stood. On the whole, now, he did most emphatically not think that she would be a Catholic. It was growing a little chilly, and he shivered once or twice. Then he thought that he had better go in. Certainly his headache was all right, and he could see again as well as ever. But it was best to take no risks. He would go and see where Jim was. Perhaps if he wasn't at church, he would like a lesson at billiards. End of Section 10.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, May 5th, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 6, Part 1. By the worst luck in the world, it was a day of squalls and rain when Enid and her mother came down for the last week in May. Neville was raging with annoyance. He had decided it was to be a perfectly fine day with a few clouds and a gentle wind, but Providence thought otherwise, and an hour before the arrival the sky was overcast. It was rather cold, and the hall windows were spattered with drops. "Light the fire in here," said Neville heavily to Masterson as the butler came in to announce that he supposed tea would not be put on the pavilion after all. Neville was sunk in a chair, with his arms dangling down. Aunt Anna was standing up. She had just said she must be going. "My dear boy," remonstrated Anna. Neville groaned. "Yes, I'm behaving disgracefully, aren't I, Masterton? I'm a sulky brute." "Do you wish the fire to be lighted, Sir Neville?" asked Masterson with a dangerous calm. "Yes." "Then I will inform Charles, Sir Neville," said Masterson yet more icily. A conscience-stricken silence followed him out into the passage. "Oh, Lord!" said Neville. "Now Masterson's offended. You are all in a conspiracy. How am I supposed to know whose business it is to light the beastly fire?" "You're not fit to have any servants," remarked Aunt Anna. "Aunt, I shall burst into tears if you speak to me like that. Go away. Leave me to myself. I shall be stronger soon." Anna was finding it quite hard to keep entirely composed. She could not have conceived that it would be so difficult to behave well, after all the time she had had to get ready. She assured herself that jealousy was absolutely the last of all the emotions that could possibly affect her. It was incredible that she could be jealous. No, it was simple anxiety that Neville should have chosen well. She cared for nothing else so much as that. But she found it rather a relief to take him at his word. "Yes, I shall certainly go away," she said, "after that exhibition. Besides, I got 100 things to see to. You said tulips for tonight at dinner, didn't you?" "I think tulips," said Neville. "Oh, I am so frightened, Aunt Anna. Suppose she thinks it all perfectly beastly. I wish I hadn't bragged so much about the house. And why did I send those picture postcards? Picture postcards idealize so terribly. Suppose she says I've decided her. Oh, by the way, before you go." "Yes?" "Don't forget about her mother. Engage her in conversation. Just start her on anything. It doesn't matter in the least what. You've never been to Corfu, have you?" "Corfu? No. Why?" "That'll do just as well. Tell her you haven't been there, and ask her what it's like. She's great on Corfu." "Why do you want her to talk about Corfu? I don't understand a word you're saying." "Oh, you're not clever today, Aunt Anna. Why, I want to talk to Enid, of course. What do you suppose I've asked her here for? But clergymen'll do just as well, if you've any objections to Corfu. She's tremendous on clergymen. Do you know any?" "I once knew an archdeacon," said Anna meditatively. "He'll do perfectly. Was he an evangelical archdeacon?" "I haven't the slightest idea. What difference does that make?" "Oh, evangelical ones are her sort. Did he have whiskers?" "I forget." "Well, it's very important to remember, because if he hadn't, he's sure to have been High Church, and she can't bear those. For goodness sake, don't go and put your foot in it, Aunt Anna, and mix up High Church and evangelical. The difference is vital, I understand. Vital. I don't know what would happen if you went and mixed them up. I don't indeed. Oh dear, I feel so miserable. Where's Jim?" "Jim's out in the rain with the collies." "Don't let them jump up on Enid, will you, when they come in? Mrs. Bessington doesn't matter so much. Yes, on second thoughts, I think you might let them jump up on Mrs. Bessington. That would start her all right. By George, I think she was bitten by one once. Or was it her cousin who lives in Corfu? Anyhow, that's not material. It'll do anyhow, yes. Mind you encourage the collies to jump up on Mrs. Bessington's dress with all their muddy paws. Don't forget, will you? Tulips, Corfu, clergymen, not High Church, collies, cousin. Any more orders?" "No, that's enough for the present, my dear aunt. Oh, you are a dear." She moved away rather quickly as he turned towards her. Her whole soul seemed to knit tight in some strange emotion. She simply could not have touched him just then. "Where are you going?" "Tulips," she said, and went swiftly through the door that led to the servants' quarters. Subsection 2. She was behind her window curtains as the carriage drove up, and utterly ashamed of herself, she watched intently as the door of the brougham opened. Then she saw Neville's curly head in the rain, and then two female figures emerge. Then all three vanished swiftly into the porch. She thought she would give them 10 minutes. Her rosary took her 10 minutes, so she lifted this from her prie-dieu and knelt down with it in her hands. Then she found herself after 3 or 4 decades contemplating the agony in the garden, and stopped. Then she bowed her head on her hands and clenched those until they grew as white as bone. Then she went to the mirror with her sponge in her hands, looked at her face carefully, passed the sponge over her eyes 2 or 3 times, opened the door, and went out. It was the guard at Victoria who looked so extraordinarily like my Uncle Henry, not the guard of our train, but the one who was looking after the train labeled Crystal Palace, at the next platform, with his beard cut quite square. You remember Enid, don't you? Such were the words Aunt Anna heard as she passed round the gallery and began to come downstairs. Then the angle cut off the distinctness of the speaker's words, but the mumble went steadily on. She bit her lower lip fiercely to keep back her laughter. She felt a little hysterical. She knew now that she understood all about Corfu and clergymen. As she came down the last flight, the three looked up all together and stopped talking. She felt like a child at her first party, overwhelmed with shyness. She heard Neville saying something, and the next instant felt her hand grasped, and saw the kindly eyes of a middle-aged woman looking into her own. Then, still more confused, she released her hands and turned and found herself face to face with Enid. For a moment she hesitated. Her swift woman's wit took in, not indeed every detail, but the effect of the whole. It was a splendid pale face, crowned with masses of hair under a big hat, and the face was lit by a pair of radiant eyes. A thin silk mantle hung from the shapely shoulders. Then Aunt Anna put out her hands and felt the girl's hands in hers, drew the girl to herself, and, without a word, kissed her slowly on the lips. It was what she had decided upstairs to do if it were at all possible when the moment came. "It really is a shame," she heard herself saying presently, "that the weather should be like this. Neville had given orders for a completely different sort of day, and tea in the pavilion, and it is, oh, look at that fire!" Indeed, the fire seemed very feeble indeed. She took down a pair of bellows and kneeled before it. "Oh, Aunt Anna!" she heard Neville's voice begin. She was recovering herself finely now. Give her 30 seconds more at the bellows, and she would be all right. "There!" she said, and stood up again. "I think it's perfectly glorious," said Enid. Oh, yes, indeed, she was lovely, thought Aunt Anna. She was standing and looking slowly round the great hall. There could be no question at all about her beauty. The photograph had not lied. "Neville," said the girl, and at the name Aunt Anna set her teeth like a vice. "Neville, you never gave me the slightest idea." "That's all right then," said Neville. "But the pavilion's the point, you know. Aunt Anna. Where are you going, Aunt Anna?" "Only to ring for tea, my dear. I can't think why they haven't brought it up." As she came back, Mrs. Bessington moved slowly towards her. "I was telling Neville, you won't mind my calling him that, will you, my dear? You see, well, I was telling him about the guard, that it was so like my Uncle Henry. It was when we were at Victoria Station. The hunt was up." Anna recognized it in a moment, and with the deepest relief. She would not be required to say anything. She knew the type. Very tactfully she steered Mrs. Bessington to a tall chair and maneuvered her into it and herself into another close by the tea table. The Crystal Palace was the subject by the time that tea came in, and Mrs. Bessington was relating the first occasion on which she had taken Enid there, quite 12 years ago, when Enid was only a little dot, and so on. Aunt Anna ministered the tea admirably. She put in the hot water at the right time. She remembered to put in Neville's cream before the tea. She even succeeded in learning whether the two guests wanted sugar. Interminably the affair went on. Little by little the two others seemed to disappear from her range of vision. Now and then their voices were heard across the gentle torrent in her own ears. Now and again they were silent. 2 or 3 minutes ago the voices sounded quite far off, and she caught Lady Brighton's name. Evidently Neville was showing her the portraits. Then there followed a long silence. Mrs. Bessington was talking about coffee now. "Did you say Corfu?" asked Anna, as she desperately and recklessly turned round away from Mrs. Bessington. The hall was empty. The two others were gone. She had played her part nobly. "No, my dear, coffee. But what about Corfu? I was there once, in 1889, and in the spring of 1890. I was there in the year that..." Subsection 3. The garden was exquisite as spring itself, after the rain. By a swift caprice, while Mrs. Bessington was discoursing, and the two lovers were edging slowly round the portraits, the wind had dropped, the sun looked out, and the rain stopped. And when the two, with infinite and careful discretion, slipped out upon the balustraded platform above the steps, the whole place shone and sparkled like a fairy's dream. "Oh," said Enid, and sighed once deeply. "Come down quietly," whispered Neville, "or they'll hear us." The lawn was wet, so it was obvious that they must pass along the path by the house and right round so as to get to the pavilion. "What's that?" asked Enid suddenly, as a bell rang 3 strokes and was silent again. "Angelus," said Neville. "Father Richardson rings it himself at 5. "That's the chaplain, isn't it?" "Yes." The girl looked at him as they turned across towards the terrace. "You don't like him. I thought so in Rome," she said. "That won't do a bit. One ought to like people." "I suppose that is so," said Neville dispassionately. "I shall make friends," she said. "I'll manage him. What's he been doing?" "Oh, well, I suppose one might call it being tiresome." "Well, if you won't, you won't," said Enid. "My dear girl, I am much too angry. Let's talk about something else. There you are. There's the pavilion." If ever the coast could be clear, Father Richardson had thought it would surely be for at least an hour after the arrival of guests. He had seen the brougham drive up from the presbytery window. He had finished his own tea and rung the Angelus, and it had occurred to him while he was doing so that here was an evident opportunity for him to look in the pavilion for a little pocketbook, which he was convinced he must have left there a day or 2 before, when he had gone across to see Mrs. Fanning about some small matter connected with the chapel flowers. The guests had scarcely come, he thought. The garden was wet. It was obvious that he would interrupt nothing and nobody. He wasted a few minutes searching the presbytery once more for his book, and then, without misgiving, slipped out through the back gate of the presbytery and went across the gardens. He went rather quickly with his head down, straight up the steps of the pavilion, and stood confounded. "Good evening, Father," said Neville. The priest's eyes wandered past him to the beautiful girl who sat in the window seat. Neville was standing, but it was sufficiently plain that he had also been sitting on the window seat until he heard the steps. "I beg your pardon, Sir Neville. I had no idea. I came to look for a book I think I must have left here." Again his eyes moved round as if searching for his book, and again they rested an instant on the girl's face. Neville hesitated a moment. "May I introduce you to Miss Bessington?" he said. "Father Richardson." The girl bowed a little. "I saw your church as I came up," she said. "What a charming place you have here." Yes," said Father Richardson. "I am staying a few days," said the girl. "I wonder if I may come and see the church. I am not a Catholic, Father, but I know Rome very well." "I shall be delighted," said the priest. There fell a little pause. "Well, the book," said Neville. "We mustn't keep you, Father." The book was searched for and was not found. The priest apologized once more and departed. "He looks very nice," said Enid. "I wish you'd tell me why you don't like him." Neville sat down by her. He felt entirely annoyed. This perpetual running in and out of the priest, as if the place belonged to him, as Neville expressed it to himself, was beginning to get on his nerves. What in the world was the use of leaving a scathing message with Masterson if the man simply walked through without question? Yet he hesitated, with the habitual reserve of his class and his religion, to discuss him openly even with Enid. "He's just rather trying, my dear. He gets on my nerves." "You mustn't let him. Does he come and go just as he pleases all over the place?" "That's exactly the point," burst out Neville. "At least it's one of them. He's got his own presbytery in his garden and the whole park. Yet that doesn't seem enough. He doesn't seem to understand." Enid smiled a little. "Poor dear man," she said. "He simply doesn't know. I'll make friends with him and then—" "My darling, that's exactly what I don't want. We've been too good to him already." Enid's eyes narrowed a little, with gentle laughter. "Well, you'll see," she said. "By the way, does he know about— "Not a word. At least I haven't told him. I've sent nothing to the papers either, you know, as you told me." "Well, look here," said Enid. "I foresee all kinds of difficulties if he doesn't know. Tell him this evening, will you? And then I'll go and see the church tomorrow morning, if I may. That'll all be open and straightforward then. You don't know how to manage him, I expect." She smiled again at her lover. End of section 11. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 6, Part 2. Subsection 4. An hour later, Neville was ringing the presbytery bell. He had had a good hour with Enid, till Mrs. Bessington had routed them out. Poor Anna had done her best. She had received a completely exhaustive account of Corfu. She had played her archdeacon, views unknown, and had been answered by a number of little biographies of other clergymen. She had listened, when more personal matters had been approached, to long descriptions of Rome and the character of the food to be obtained there, with parentheses on Neville and Enid that had made her wince more than once. And then, with a suddenness to which she had no parry, Mrs. Bessington had informed her that it was time to see what the others were doing, and that Enid must come indoors, and which was the way to the famous pavilion, because she was convinced that they were there. So, like a native guide attached to the attacking general's stirrup, Anna had led her all round by the paths, because the lawn was still wet, and up the steps. It was then that Enid had nodded to Neville to go, and he had left, hearing as he went the exordium of a discourse upon the porous character of red tiles and the harbourage they offered too damp. Mrs. Bessington's capacity for not seeing the wood for the trees, for missing the beauty or the interest of a place and fastening instead upon its least important detail, was abnormal. One of the very few advantages of the presbytery to Father Richardson's mind lay in the fact that when the bell was rung, the inhabitant could peep swiftly through the sitting-room window and see who was there. Neville then, after seeing the priest's head dart like a bird's between the lace curtains, next saw him standing within the front door, which he had just opened to his visitor. "Come inside, Sir Neville," said the priest. "What can I do for you?" Neville followed him into the sitting-room. To his mind, the sitting-room was abhorrent. There were religious pictures round the wall of what appeared to him exactly the wrong type. A frightful little chipped statue of the Curé d'Ars stood on the top of the writing desk. A sham sheepskin mat lay before the hearth. A very small shelf of theological books hung near the window. A bicycle stood along one wall. Father Richardson had more than once hinted at the desirability of a proper bicycle shed for the presbytery. A white plaster crucifix hung above the fireplace, and a rack of pipes convenient to hand of one who sat in the deep basket chair. A rather bright Brussels carpet, chosen last year by the priest and paid for by Neville, covered the floor, except where rather sticky-looking varnished boards appeared below the wainscoting. A cheerful paper with hard-looking bunches of flowers that sprang, so to speak, to meet the eye covered the walls. This also last year had been chosen by the priest and paid for by Neville. The entire aspect of the room ratified and emphasized once more the opinion so rapidly forming in Neville's mind that the inhabitant of it was stuffy, second-rate, and impossible. He sat down in the basket chair, becoming aware that the seat of it was unduly depressed in one place, and prepared himself to begin. "Found the pocketbook, Father?" The priest said that he had. It was in the breast pocket of his coat all the while. Now Neville had determined to be rather stiff. Expansiveness had not succeeded, so he plunged straight into his subject. "Now that Miss Bessington has come with her mother to stay a few days, I thought I had better come round at once and tell you how matters stand." "I think she is the lady you are engaged to, is she not?" said the priest smoothly. Neville glanced up sharply. "How did you know that?" he said. Father Richardson smiled a little. He would not have been human if he had not been conscious that he was getting his own back for the defeat he had suffered the other day. "I heard it 2 or 3 days ago," he said. "It seems to be known in the village. 2 or 3 people have asked me whether it were true. I said that I was not in your confidence, Sir Neville." Neville was conscious of a very sharp and unpleasant pang of compunction. He hastily ran over in his mind the number of people he had told. Masterson, Jim, Aunt Anna, and Aunt Anna had told Mr. Morpeth. Then there were the people in Rome. It might have leaked out in 6 ways, and yet he had not told his own chaplain and parish priest. Yet he was conscious of another prick of anger, too. Why could not the man have taken it more courteously? What need was there to be so pointed? However, he saw he must eat humble pie. "I am very sorry, Father, you did not hear it from me direct. I had no idea that anyone knew. Beyond my very closest friends, I must apologize." The priest bowed very slightly, with a faint smile. "Well, it's a fact," went on Neville. "I was coming to you in any case in a day or 2 with regard to the dispensation. No dates are settled yet, but I suppose that the preliminaries may as well be set on foot." "If you will give me the particulars," said the priest, "I shall be happy to make the application." Neville repressed his rising annoyance. He was convinced that the other was delighted with his own magnanimity. "Thank you, Father. Miss Bessington very much wishes to see the church tomorrow morning. Perhaps you might have the papers ready then?" "I will do so," said Father Richardson. "About 11 o'clock then?" "That will do perfectly." Neville stood up. He perceived that he must make yet further amends. "Miss Bessington and her mother will be staying a few days. I hope you will come and dine with us one evening." "Thank you, Sir Neville." "I'll let you know then." His eyes fell on the bicycle. "I've thought over that bicycle shed scheme, Father. I think perhaps it would be best to build one. It would always be useful." "Just as you please, Sir Neville." Again Neville had to check his resentment. He understood perfectly that this extraordinary detachment of manner on the part of the priest was intended as a cold and courteous rebuke. Why on earth could not the man be more genial about it? "Well, if you sketch out what you think best, I'll send it to the agent." "Thank you, Sir Neville." "Hopeless," said the young man 10 minutes later as he met Enid in the hall. "I've told him, but he's furious. It seems he heard gossip in the village about it. Lord knows how it got out." "Was he rude?" "No, too beastly polite by half. Now come round the house. We've loads of time before dressing." Subsection 5. Aunt Anna felt, towards noon next day, that with all the goodwill in the world she could not bear Mrs. Bessington any more at all, just for the present. Mrs. Bessington found her, it appeared, a thoroughly sympathetic listener, and made the most of it. It would be an impossible task to set out in order all the subjects discussed at breakfast, but the effect upon Anna, who had to bear it all, was that it seemed as if she were trying to pour out tea and to see that people helped themselves, and that Jim did not spill the marmalade, as if she were doing these things in a kind of hailstorm. The conversation seemed to stream and beat upon her brain in an unending clatter, not loud, but universal, so to say. Beneath it, in glimpses of intelligence, she perceived other people doing things. Jim, very polite and awed, watching first one guest, then the other, and then, when observed, devoting himself to his plate again with a demure innocence. Jim had made his bow, so to say, officially last night when the gong sounded. That was a signal for the company to dress and for Jim to go to bed. He had submitted to be kissed with his usual courtesy, looking a little disconcertingly after each caress at the caresser, as if to see how she liked it. Then he had gone gravely upstairs, without turning his head. Mrs. Bessington had improved upon the situation by relating at great length the history of a niece of hers who had suffered from water on the brain some time in the last century. But Jim had his opportunity since then to observe the visitors. He had sat next to Enid at breakfast, and she had paid him the most delicate compliment that can be paid to a child. She treated him as a grown-up person, conversing with him without a single meaning glance at anyone else. Mrs. Bessington had, of course, spoken to him as if he were deaf, and never waited for an answer to her remarks. Jim had disappeared after breakfast, and there had been no opportunity of finding out what he thought of the visitors. About noon, then, when Anna, after suitable excuses, had gone off to the pavilion with her letters, and had made unsuccessful attempts to answer them, and as she turned, with the end of her pen in her mouth, had seen Jim, quite alone, with his hands in his pockets, strolling across the lawn, she called to him to come in. Jim, still strolling, came up the steps. "Yes, Mummy?" "Come in and talk to me. I can't write any more." Jim sat down politely. "What shall I talk about?" He seemed a little depressed, thought his mother. Well, and so was she. "Where have they all gone?" The old lady," he said, "was very sleepy in the hall. Cousin Neville's taken the other one to see the church." "Why didn't you go with them?" "I think they didn't want me. And you see, I know the church quite well. Father Richardson's there, too." Jim's polite self-possession was complete. Anna felt quite sure he was depressed. He crossed one brown leg over the other and contemplated his sandal. Then he began to whistle, very gently. "Do you like them?" she asked suddenly. "Oh, yes," said Jim with a superb indifference. And at that his mother thought it better to probe no further. Subsection 6. Neville was not quite as radiant as usual, thought his aunt, as they met for lunch. It was not that he did not talk. He talked readily and easily, and suggested a run in the motor down to the sea. But there seemed to be over him a veil, as thin as a very thin cloud over the sun on a hot summer's day. By the end of lunch it had practically vanished, but Aunt Anna remembered that it had been there. It was not until after tea in the pavilion, when the two guests with Neville on the back seat and Jim beside the chauffeur had come back from the shore, that she even began to suspect the reason. Mrs. Bessington had gone back to the house to fetch a book on Phoenician coins. She was full of surprises like that. When Enid gave the clue, "Mrs. Fanning," she said, "we want to appeal to you. Neville and I had an argument." Her face shone with pleasantness. The drive had kindled a faint, even flush in her face and brightened her eyes. Her beauty certainly grew on one, thought Anna. "Tell me," said Anna. "You know I shall probably agree with my nephew." "Well, if you don't like a person, isn't it best to make friends with them instead of trying to look over the top of their head?" "Don't interrupt, Neville, please. You shall have your side presently." Neville subsided. "That depends," said Aunt Anna judiciously. "Oh, don't say that. That sounds prudent. I mean, generally speaking, supposing you had to live with somebody, for instance, whom you couldn't bear, wouldn't it be far better to try to understand them and get at their good points and so on, rather than to be very cold and polite?" "That sounds reasonable," said Anna. Enid turned a slow smile to Neville. "What did I say?" she said. "Now, put your side if you think I'm not fair." "Look here," said Neville. "It's no good beating about the bush. Put it like this. Suppose you hadn't actually got to live with a person, but had a very close neighbor. Say we were talking about Father Richardson," he said brilliantly, or anyone who could make things very unpleasant if he was tiresome. And suppose you had tried being very pleasant and all that, and things didn't go well. Then I maintain you'd better try the other thing. I'm speaking quite generally, of course." Oh, the guileless stupidity of this man, thought Aunt Anna. Neville's very device of mentioning the priest's name put the final touch on her certitude that he was exactly the person in point. Obviously, the visit to the church this morning had been the origin of this puzzle. And yet, what was she to say? She hated to take Enid's side against Neville, and yet Enid's advice had been exactly hers. She hesitated an instant. "It's no good, my dear boy," she said. "You know exactly what I think. I think Miss Bessington's theory is perfectly right." "Well," began Neville. "Why, what's up?" He was sitting in the window seat facing the door, and Anna saw his eyes change to a sudden gravity as he looked past her. She turned quickly, and there, across the lawn, came Masterson, at an ambling run, with a kind of desperate consternation in his gait and face. Neville was up and at the door before Anna could move. "What is it?" she heard him say. "Miss Morpeth's an accident. Want to know if they can bring her here, out riding." He spoke brusquely and roughly without a word of respect. She could only catch a few words, but she caught enough. Then she too was by Neville. "Of course, Masterson, anything. Tell them I'll come. Is Mr. Morpeth there?" Subsection 7. It was a very strange and subdued dinner at which the four sat that night. The tragedy had come and gone with an overwhelming swiftness, visiting the house and leaving it again, all within a couple of hours. First there had come the tragic burden, borne between four men, the hurdle torn from the hedge into which the girl's horse had bolted after an alarm from a motor just outside the village, the hurdle on which lay a still figure with open eyes. Anna had taken command with all the adequateness of which a sensitive woman alone has the secret. Enid had come forward, white-faced and excited, as the stretcher was carried in, and lifted one of the hands that hung dangling, and Aunt Anna, scarcely knowing how sharply she spoke, yet with a true commander's instinct, had bidden her leave it alone. Then she had had the hurdle carried into the morning room, and the girl's body shifted with infinite care onto the wide chintz-covered sofa. It looked terribly like death, yet she was not absolutely sure. She had tried to force brandy into the pale lips, and had failed. Then 5 minutes later, the little gray-bearded doctor had come. "It's all over," he said after 2 minutes' examination. "The neck was broken. Death must have been instantaneous." And then Mr. Morpeth had come, fetched across the park by the house motor. It was perhaps the sharpest agony that Anna had ever experienced. This watching of the curious old man whom she was learning to like and respect so greatly. It was she who had met him in the hall and told him with a word. Neville had gone straight off for him himself, a minute before the doctor's arrival. Then she had followed him into the room where his daughter lay dead, still in her habit and boots. Anna had not dared to remove anything. She watched him go straight across to the sofa without a tremor and kneel down there without a word. From the room overhead came the soft sound of footsteps walking to and fro. A starling was twittering sharply, like a child's little musical instrument. Then, after a space of absolute silence, he had risen, kissed his daughter's forehead slowly and lingeringly, and faced round. His complexion was ashy white, but his lips were steady and his voice perfectly controlled. "If you will allow me," he had said, "I will take my daughter's body home at once." She had nodded, but she could not speak. Half an hour later the house was empty of death, but it was still strangely still. Anna could scarcely talk at all at dinner, and, with all the goodwill in the world, there were long silences. Enid was in black. Anna somehow did not like that, and yet thought herself unreasonable for it. Even Mrs. Besington fell a-musing again and again. There rested on them all the shadow of a tragedy and a grief that were not their own. Neville had scarcely ever seen the dead girl before except once or twice at dinner, and Anna herself hardly more often. It was wholly of the father that she was thinking. He was alone now in that house of theirs across the park, and his daughter lay dead upstairs. There was no coherence then in the party. They drank coffee together in the hall, scarcely speaking, and presently Enid strolled without a word out onto the balustraded terrace that opened onto the gardens. After a minute or two, Neville joined her. Aunt Anna heard their voices talking together in a low tone. Then the voices grew fainter, and she heard the crunch of gravel. Outside the night had fallen still, and the sky was full of stars, against which rose up on one side, as the two paced along the walk, the great blotting masses of the cedars, and on the other the facade of the house, with lighted windows here and there. Neither of them spoke till they had turned the corner behind the presbytery, had passed down towards the river, and were standing there looking out over the low wall and listening to the rush and sway of the starlit water beyond. A great fish rose suddenly, and Enid shivered a little. "It's terrible," she said, but how splendid the night is. Did you know her well?" "No, my darling. I hardly ever saw her. I think she dined with us twice." "And the father? You know him?" "Hardly at all either. My aunt likes him very much, I believe." She leaned suddenly against him and put her hand on his shoulder. As he turned a little, he could see her face and throat glimmering palely between her dark hair and her black dress. "Neville," she said, "I think your aunt is wonderful. How splendidly she took charge of everything this afternoon." "She's like that," said Neville. "Won't she hate going from here? It must be very hard. She's been so nice to me, too. I want to ask you something." "Yes?" "Do you think I might call her Aunt Anna, too?" End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nahtanha. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 13. Chapter 7, Subsection 1. It had been an extraordinarily happy week for Neville, though broken abruptly by the girl's death, and when the Thursday dawned that was to take the Bessingtons back to town, he awoke in the mood in which a schoolboy wakes on the last day of the holidays. Yet it was to be a very short term. In a fortnight he was to go up to town and stay there at least 3 weeks. Without Aunt Anna, indeed, who had been very resolute about remaining in the country, but with the Bessingtons' flat not further than a couple of streets away. There they would all three spend 3 weeks at least. There were mysterious legal arrangements to make and a large number of amusements to be visited. Until the lawyers had been consulted, the date of the wedding could not be fixed. October was the month provisionally decided upon. Immediately after breakfast again, with the schoolboy's determination to make the most of the time, Neville had unashamedly made his demand, as he followed the 3 ladies into the hall. "Enid," he said, "I am going to be quite plain with you. You will kindly go upstairs immediately and make every arrangement that you will have to make before you go. You will be down here again in half an hour's time, and I shall then conduct you to the woods. We shall remain there till it is necessary to return for lunch, and at 5 minutes past 2 the motor will be at the door to take you to the station." "Cousin Neville," said a small voice, "don't bother me, my dear. I'm talking." "Well?" Enid bowed. "It shall be done," she said. Aunt Anna saw them go. She was in the housekeeper's room as they crossed the garden. They disappeared. Then she heard the distant clash of the gate. "I beg your pardon," she said. "I wasn't attending. Yes, the mayonnaise will do excellently. Mrs. Templemore." Start of subsection 2. The June weather was justifying its name to the full as the two, 10 minutes later, reached the place on which Neville's imagination had fastened and sat down. The sky really flamed with blue. There was no other word, so far as they could see anything of it, between the high trees here that very nearly met overhead. They sat on a bench above the ride that curved round here over the crest of the hill that hung over the lower slopes of the park, with their backs against a small marble monument resembling a flat urn erected in the glorious Georgian days by Neville's grandfather to the memory of a favourite horse whose bones lay beneath it. Beneath them, the ground behind the ride fell steeply down to the flats, clothed in bracken and protected by giant beeches. So far as they could see on either side, as well as behind, if they had chosen to turn around, stretched the green, scented gloom of the woods. The air was alive with the hum of 10 million invisible flies. Between the trees in front, far across the tops of the pines that skirted the edge of the open park, the melting blue line of the downs faded, like soft penciling, into the steady blue of the sky, and one V-shaped gap showed a patch of indigo sea. After a minute or two, Neville got off the bench and sat down on the ground and leaned his head against Enid's knee. It was exceedingly unlikely that anyone would come this way. Then he felt, as he had hoped to feel, a hand slip behind his curly hair. The hand began, very gently, to finger the lobe of his right ear. "Now," said Enid, "we'll begin. I've got a lot to say, too, you know." "You first, then," said Neville. "My word, this might very nearly be Frascati again. What a day!" "Which?" "Both." From the farm far across the park beneath them came the shrill crow of a cock. "I told you so," said Neville. "There's the cock, too. Now he's pecking his hens, I expect. Remember?" Start of subsection 3. Half an hour later, they were approaching the point. "I think that's really nice of you," said Neville. "I love to be told my faults. Let's see. I was a little abrupt with Jim this morning, and I really ought to be able to get up when I mean to. You're perfectly right. I'll go to Mass tomorrow for a penance, and I'll swear to teach Jim tennis this afternoon as restitution. Will that do?" The fingers delicately pinched his ear again. "You don't mind my telling you," said Enid softly. "I never meant to, you know, when I began." "Mind it? Go on, tell me some more. I've got lots of faults." "I know that. I say, look here." There was a pause. "Shall we have a compact?" said Neville. "You know you've got some faults, too." "Oh, yes. I can be quite brutal, too, if it comes to that." The finger relinquished his ear for a moment. "You don't mind my saying that?" said Neville, a little anxiously. The fingers again reassured him. "Tell me them this instant," said Enid. "I won't till you make the compact." "Look here, my darling, we're both extraordinarily sensible people, aren't we? Thoroughly wholesome-minded and honest and all the rest. Let's make the compact to be quite plain with one another, but never when either of us is in the least annoyed or upset. We must count to 10, so to say, always before speaking. Do you agree?" "Yes, I think so," said Enid deliberately. "I think that's rather a brilliant idea. You begin." "Sure. Quite sure. Go on, please." "Wait. Have you got any more of mine up your sleeve?" "2, said the girl after a moment's reflection. No, that's all right then, because I've only got 1 against you." "This instant, please." "Well, it's about Father Richardson." "No, it's not the least what you think." Soft hand was pulling gently at the short curls now on the back of his neck. It ceased for a moment, then it went on again. "Well, I'm waiting." "I think you were rather hard on him yesterday." "Why? I thought—" "Yes, I know. However, I accepted that. I knew it wouldn't work, but I gave in. Then he came to dine on Monday, didn't he? And you were simply delightful to him, all about Rome and so on. He loved it. He was quite eloquent about it, next day. He congratulated me, really and sincerely, for the first time. Then, if you remember, we met him in the garden on the Tuesday, and you insisted on him coming with us. I'm sure he never meant to. Then, yesterday, you suddenly turned round on him. What did I do? My dear, you withered him. And he really wasn't doing any harm. He really thought it his duty to come up and say goodbye on your last evening. He said so to me afterwards, and you simply turned your back on him. The hand was resting motionless now on his collar. Well, said Enid, I really meant to be rather disagreeable. It was a little too much, our last evening. I thought he knew better than that, and he stayed an hour. Entirely your own fault, my dear. He simply can't get away when he once comes. I could have told you that. In fact, I think I did. Now, I'm not in the least objecting, just at present, to your being nice to him, nor to your being nasty to him. But I do think you oughtn't to be first very nice, and then suddenly very nasty. It's not playing the game. There was silence. I say, you don't mind? My dear boy, I'm very glad you told me. I was only counting 10. I'll remember. I think you're perfectly right. I'll be more careful. But you know, yes, I don't think I like Father Richardson much. Neville gave a little gurgle of laughter. What did I tell you? Yes, I know. You needn't triumph any more. I give in. I'm afraid he's not quite a gentleman. Neville was glowing with delight. He had been a little nervous about halfway through his criticisms, about how perfectly she had received them. But just a flicker of discomfort came to him at her last words, but he dismissed it. And now, for mine, he said. There are 2, you said. Give us the worst first. The hand began on his hair again. You're sure you won't mind either? I shall positively kiss the rod. He twisted his head suddenly, sideways, and managed just to touch the slender fingers with his lips. There, he said. Now go on. Well, they're neither at all big. The first is about the servants. Well, Masterson. But he's perfectly splendid. Wait, you haven't heard. Neville, my dear, he isn't respectful enough. He really isn't. He's familiar. Do you remember that? That time when he came to tell us about the accident? Her voice trembled a little. Well, I know he was excited then, but that wasn't the only time. You asked him for your cap yesterday in the hall, if you remember. Well, he was simply rude. Oh, Lord, murmured Neville. Don't say oh, Lord. It isn't polite. Fingers pulled his ear sharply. Ow, said Neville. I mean it. I really do. Of course he's an old servant and all that, but really, well, that's number 1. But, wait, there's number 2 now. Neville, you know I simply love your aunt. I think she's wonderful. She's let me call her Aunt Anna too, by the way. You dear, murmured Neville. Well, and I know all that she's done for you and how she manages the house and all that, but, Neville dear, she really is a little masterful. Masterful? Aunt Anna, help. I want to count 10, please. Well, abrupt. Oh, I do hate to say this, but it's your fault, you know, not hers. You've given everything over to her, and of course she takes charge. But when do you mean? When was she abrupt? I simply don't know what you mean. Well, do you remember when the poor girl, she stopped? No, I won't say that. Consider it unsaid, please. Well, I think so, anyhow. Neville was silent. Neville, my dear, you mustn't be cross. You're counting much more than 10. You mustn't. That's part of the compact. You don't think it was easy for me to... Again, that round, soft voice trembled into silence, and the next instant Neville was beside her. I'm an absolute brute, he said, and you're an angel to have told me. I really will try to be more, well, dignified with Masterson. But as for Aunt Anna, well, she's going when we're married, you know. Let's leave her in peace. There, give me a kiss, please. End of section 13. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nahtanha. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 14. Start of subsection 4. It was with a real physical sensation of constriction in his throat that he watched the motor move off with its dear burden. Enid had flatly refused to allow him to come to the station. It's foolish, she said, and you look so funny going backwards, too. I don't like you at all, then, my dear. You look so miserable on the way to Frascati. I remember. Besides, we have to say goodbye sometime, and it's so much easier than at the station. So Neville had said goodbye to her in the hall, all alone, till Masterson came in. Then, when there was no more than a cloud of dust in the distance, he turned to Jim. And now, Jim, tennis, instantly. Aunt Anna said nothing. She slipped without a word into the morning room behind as he spoke. 3/4 of an hour later, Neville lowered his racket. "Jim, my dear, it's not the very faintest use till you've got the stroke." They were standing in the tennis court, Neville on one side of the net, quite close to it, and Jim under the dead ends on the other. Jim was flushed with exercise and looked a little weary. He had no conception that tennis was like this. He had imagined that they would hit the ball alternately and make a real game of it, but Cousin Neville would do nothing of the sort. For half an hour, after 1/4 of an hour's instruction as to how to hold the racket horizontally at a certain angle, Cousin Neville had bowled balls to him slowly and bidden him, Jim, to hit them back in the proper way, straight at his cousin Neville's face. This had been rather fun for about 5 minutes, and then it had become distinctly tiresome. He wanted to slash and bang. Besides, the racket was dreadfully heavy, and his wrists ached. I think if you'd let me do it my way, Cousin Neville." Cousin Neville jerked his head. "Look here, old chap, I am teaching you, not you me. It's not much fun to me, you know, of course, if you think you can do it better." Then he raised his eyes, and there was Aunt Anna in the gallery. He had not heard her come in, and shame and compunction seized him. "Never mind, old man. You've been learning long enough for today. Now we'll have a proper game for 5 minutes." There had followed a proper game without any rules at all. Jim slashed and banged, and Cousin Neville had astonishingly the worst of it. Finally, he had fallen prostrate in a vain endeavor to reach a ball. "It's no good, old man. You're too good for me altogether. We'll have another go tomorrow." "Yes, I liked it, rather," explained Jim to his mother overhead, but Jim discreetly looked round to see if Cousin Neville really had gone. "But, you know, I don't think Cousin Neville could have been really trying his hardest, you know. You hold the racket like this, you see," he demonstrated to his mother. It was still very early when Neville strolled out of the court, but he felt quite certain that he must have solitude. He did not want just now to talk even to Aunt Anna, and next to instruct him that it would be very suitable to walk up through the woods again, and perhaps go to the seat where he had sat with Enid this morning. He lit a cigarette as he went. Again the curious, constrained feeling gripped his throat as he stood at last contemplating the seat. The ground was still, a little disturbed where he had sat at Enid's feet. He sat there again, leaned back, and closed his eyes. There came upon him then, in that hour, that amazing sense of the possession of another that comes only to those who love deeply, and still find those depths inexhaustible. It is that one miracle in which none can believe who have not seen and felt. It is the one form of faith that must simultaneously be sight, and it is none the less a miracle that it recurs so often. It is as supernatural as the dawn, as transcendent of the law as the beauty of water or the mystery of music, as paradoxical as every final truth. For the paradox that was burning itself in upon Neville's heart as he sat there, cheating himself with ecstatic pain into thinking that Enid was still there, only silent, was that he perceived 2 mutually exclusive facts: his own blinding unworthiness of this girl and his own absolute right to possess her very soul. He had had his first glance into that soul, months and years ago, at the tiresome little tea party at Rome, and in its tender and beautiful twilight had met eyes that looked into his own with a frankness and a comprehension he had never met before. He perceived now that that had been the moment of recognition between 2 mates designed for one another from eternity. Then, in the days that had followed, at luncheon in the hotel, at Frascati in the catacomb, he had been verifying this, penetrating slowly and reverently into that enchanted realm that was Enid. Then the fire had kindled, and he had understood, and misery that was pure joy came down and enveloped him. During those days he had known nothing, understood nothing. He had lived mechanically, driven by a compulsion that was without him as well as within, till he had spoken to her in a fit of despair and told her what was in his heart. That was in the Borghese Gardens one morning, and at that memory of that, and of her answer, and of the shattering knowledge that came to him that he had been right, and that the same kind of relation that she bore to him, he too bore to her. At the memory of that he drew a long whistling breath and opened his eyes wide again, and stared up at the rustling canopy of beech leaves overhead. Then he began to think over again those last days, watching, a couple of yards away, and a little line of earth heave and crumble slowly and deliberately, as a mole pushed his way beneath. He knew he ought to kill the mole, but he quite firmly resolved he would not. Their relations had developed marvelously, he thought, and that development had been the last and final ratification of his heart's instinct. She had opened herself to him, he perceived, in every direction, and in all she had shown herself what he had thought her. How perfectly she had understood the house, for instance, that house that had been his home all his life and would be hers too, soon. His house with its own particular personality as individual as that of a human being, its air, its little ways and moods in sun and cloud. She had seen its 3 points at once, the hall, the pavilion, and the river. He had seen her understanding in her face. Then there were the people. There was Aunt Anna. Instantly, Enid had appreciated her, had noticed her adequateness and her peculiar relation to himself. She had done even more. She had seen and even touched upon, ever so tenderly, the one single little exaggeration in Aunt Anna, her tiny tendency towards masterfulness. He had never noticed that, but he saw it to be perfectly true now it was pointed out. Then there was Father Richardson. Well, she had indeed done wonders there. She had gained him over too completely by her sympathy with his church and 1 or 2 appreciations she had made. She had been even too successful. She had entirely removed the little soreness that had been between the priest and himself, even too effectively. And then she had seen her lovable mistake and confessed it. How adorable that was of her. There was Jim. Well, it was obvious that she had won Jim's heart, thought Neville. He had been silent always when she was there, yet he had not been able to keep his eyes off her, and Jim was not so easy to please. Masterson? Well, she was quite right about Masterson, anyhow. Masterson certainly ought not to be quite so abrupt. He would speak to him about it. Well, perhaps he would not speak to him himself. He would just drop a hint to Aunt Anna, and Aunt Anna would drop a hint to Masterson. He did not want to hurt Masterson's feelings. He was a very old servant, and very loyal, really. Finally, there was the compact, and the compact, it appeared, had, so to speak, signed, sealed, and delivered the contract once and forever. It really had been an inspiration. For what else could be wanting in a perfect understanding between 2 souls, and that such an arrangement as this? What possible chance could there ever be of any drifting apart when each could speak to each quite plainly and quite tenderly without the remotest chance of misunderstanding? How admirably and triumphantly successful had been the first experiment. She had told him 2 faults quite plainly, and he had told her 1, and both sides had acknowledged the justice of the other's criticism. That would be their safeguard always in future. How could any shadow between them ever deepen into darkness under such an agreement as this? Besides, she, at any rate, hadn't any faults. Really, that scarcely had been a fault of which he had spoken, or, at any rate, it was all Father Richardson's. Well then, here they were. The understanding was perfect. There was not realm or department where the adjustment was not complete. And he would see her again in a fortnight. It was all perfect, perfect. The mole had ceased his excavations. He opened his eyes suddenly. No, he had not been asleep. Only the hum of the insects and the warmth of this dry, heathery soil were very soothing. Who was that looking at him? Why, it was Mr. Morpeth. He scrambled to his feet. Why, I believe, he began, and then he remembered. He had not seen him since the funeral of Ella 3 days ago, and he had done nothing then except shake his hand for a moment. What should he say to him? Mr. Morpeth was in his old grey suit with his old grey hat, the very costume in which Neville had found him and rushed him across the park in the motor. There was not a line different anywhere, even in his face. He still looked entirely as he had always looked, a retired businessman. Neville came forward hesitatingly. "I am so sorry," he said. "I think I must have been asleep. I'm so glad you're out, Mr. Morpeth." He felt he was doing it very badly, yet he had not an idea what to say. The old gentleman smiled naturally and easily. "I have no kind of business to come waking up my landlord," he said. "I'm just taking a stroll round to the church before tea. It was so hot I thought I would come by the woods." He moved on as if expecting Neville to come with him. "I'm going home myself," said Neville. "You won't mind my coming with you?" "But that is most kind of you," said Mr. Morpeth. Neville still felt thoroughly uneasy. Sorrow was an unfamiliar and rather repellent thing to him. His instinct was to talk rather feverishly about the woods and the tunnels of sun-flecked shadow through which they were passing downwards toward the house. Yet a sense of what was due urged him insistently to make some reference to his own sympathy for the old man. He was just approaching an attempt when the difficulty was taken out of his hands. "I often walked here with Ella," said the other suddenly. "I hope you will let me remain your tenant for a long time." "Why, certainly," began Neville, "but I know you're trying to think of something suitable to say, Sir Neville, but I assure you there's no reason. I am quite content." Neville gasped a little. This was indeed plain speaking. "I can't tell you what I feel," he said. I only wish I could say one half." "There is no sort of need," said the old gentleman tranquilly. "Though I thank you for your kind thoughts, the thing has happened. It was no one's fault. There is no more to be said." "The motorists," began the young man. "I assure you it was not their fault. I have written to tell them so. They were deeply distressed. It was a young horse, but my daughter was an excellent rider." Neville wondered whether the man were heartless, but somehow he did not think so. "Let me be quite plain," said Mr. Morpeth, with the same brisk and intelligent air. "It is far easier, and then we need not speak of it again. I believe very strongly indeed in God's divine providence, and I see that sorrow and death are his most usual instruments. It is natural that it should be so in this world, considering all circumstances. Very well, then, I am content. I am not likely to live very long myself anyhow. I came down here to get ready to die, and this will be a help to me, I think. Let us say no more about it. And may I beg of you to speak quite naturally to me of my daughter at any time. She was a very good daughter to me indeed, and I love her very dearly. She was very thoughtful for me, always, and I am afraid I was not always so thoughtful for her. I was trying to make amends when she died, however. She understands all about that now." Start of subsection 5. "Yes," said Neville, a few minutes later, as he met with his aunt on the lawn. "That was Mr. Morpeth I was with. He's gone into the church. He wouldn't come to tea." "Well?" said Anna. They went up into the pavilion before he answered. He sat down in his old place on the window seat and began to finger the tassel. "I can't make him out," he said. "He seemed to me quite heartless, and yet I don't think he is. He talked in a most extraordinary way about his daughter. Do you know him very well, Aunt Anna?" Anna began to minister among the tea things. "I'm beginning to," she said. "What did he say?" "Well, you know, I was thinking of what I could say to him when he began himself. He said he was content and that I needn't trouble to be sympathetic." Anna smiled very faintly. She was looking rather overdone, thought Neville. "Yes, I think that's like him," she said. "He's so very businesslike about it all, isn't he?" "He was just like that the day after the funeral, too." Neville considered a moment. "Well, he's made that way, I suppose. By the way, Aunt Anna, he wants to stay on as a tenant for a good long while, he said. Of course he's got rights, you know, by the agreement, but what about you?" "My dear, I'm going to settle near Downside again." Neville paused. "Are you perfectly certain you must go?" Anna handed him his tea. "Yes, my dear, quite certain." "Oh, I say." "Yes? Well, what about them? I haven't had a word with you since they went, and we've got those beastly people coming to stay. What time do they get here?" Aunt Anna said that the new guests were arriving by the 6:50. "I can't bear Algy Lennox," said Neville reflectively. "And he will think he can play tennis. Well, that doesn't matter. What about Enid? Any remarks to offer? She simply adores you, by the way." Anna smiled a little, lifting her eyebrows. "Does she really? Well, I think she's one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen." "Isn't she? And isn't she altogether extraordinary? She's really worthy of the house, isn't she now?" Anna nodded 2 or 3 times. "Quite," she said. An hysterical barking sounded from the lawn, and then the sound of adjurations in a boy's voice. Then came a cry of despair. "Mummy, are you there? Look out, she's coming." A whirlwind tore up the steps. Anna hastily leaned forward with protecting arms round the table as Jill burst in, screaming with delight and excitement. Neville stuck out his leg to save the window seat and his tea. "Mummy, I'm so sorry," apologized Jim, coming up the steps. Jill was out again by now, whirling round the lawn. "I had her on a string, and she broke it. Get a stronger string next time, my dear. She's been tied up all day, hasn't she?" "Yes, as you told me," explained Jim. "Miss Bessington doesn't like dogs, really, I think. And then I forgot to let them out till just now." "What bosh are you talking now?" inquired Neville. "She simply loves them." Aunt Anna made haste to explain. "Jill jumped up on Enid's dress last night," she said, "just before you came down to dinner. That was all. So I thought they'd better be kept out of the way till she'd gone again. And then Jim forgot to let them out." "But she didn't like it," said Jim, "because I was there and heard her say that." "That's enough, my dear. Say grace and sit down." Neville was silent an instant. "Did she say she wanted them shut up?" he asked in a low voice. "No, my dear boy, of course not, she didn't. And when I suggested it, she said, 'Certainly not,' but I thought I'd better." Neville's face cleared. "I thought so. She simply loves dogs and all that. Jim, my boy, you mustn't pass rash judgments. How would you like Jill to jump up all over your clothes?" "I like it very much," began Jim. "Oh, there's a trout. Cousin Neville, will you come and catch a trout directly after tea?" Start of subsection 6. She sat still when the two had gone. 10 minutes later, Jim speeding across the lawn to get the rod and the brown fly-hook from Charleston, and Neville down the path westwards towards the bridge. When at last she heard Jim's footsteps across the lawn, and presently leaning forward was rewarded by a nod from him as he staggered along outside, carrying the rod carefully in both hands, with its point carried before him, spear-wise, to avoid the branches, and with a landing net slung over his shoulders. She shifted across to the window, whence she might be able to see, perhaps, the beginning of the campaign. Yes, there was Neville, just visible at the curve of the river on the opposite bank, hands on knees, watching the water. Then she heard Jim's steps again on the bridge, and he came into sight. She saw Neville lift a hand in warning. The figures were clearly visible against the green of the distant woods and beneath the golden light of the evening sky. It was a perfect evening. Then she began to think. Honestly, she had formulated no conclusions which she could really trust, except that Neville was very deeply and sincerely in love with Enid. That was undeniable. She had seen again and again during these last days a look in his eyes that was unmistakable. He was fond of herself. She knew that well enough. She might even say that he loved her, but the two emotions had really nothing in common but their name. He did not look at her as he looked at Enid. Tiny changes, all but imperceptible except en masse, showed in his face as he looked at the other. When he looked at herself, it was just the frank, honest, workaday affection of a son for a mother, as indeed it ought to be. Well, she had that conclusion fixed and docketed and established. What of the others? Now, Anna long ago had reached the point of self-knowledge in which she could judge of her moods and sentiments as if they belonged to someone else. For instance, she always refused to find fault with anybody, even interiorly, between midnight and 10 o'clock next morning, because she knew perfectly well that both sleeplessness and sleep between those hours slightly perverted the judgment. Sometimes even she would refuse to pass any judgments before lunch, because she had learnt how unreliable these might be. Next, then, she was aware that jealousy, there was no other word for it, had quite distinctly begun to insinuate itself into her soul immediately she heard of the boy's engagement, and that it had considerably increased its influence on her during this last week. She was perfectly furious with herself, but there it was. There had come moments during those last days when she had been forced to go up to her room and lock her door. If she had not done so, she knew that she would have given some sign of what was happening within her. It was this humiliating discovery that had finally decided her that the dower house would not do. She must not be so near. There was no knowing not only what misery she herself might fall into if she lived there, but what a disturbing element she might not be in Hartley itself. Very well, then, she was jealous. Then how could she possibly trust any of her own intuitions or judgments in respect to the person of whom she was jealous? All were not enough. She could never know if they were really successful. She might only too easily commit a grave injustice in entire sincerity, for her judgments of Enid had been very sharp indeed. First, she was convinced that the girl was the most dangerous kind of sham, the most dangerous, because in all probability the girl did not know it herself. For instance, there was Enid's statement that she loved the country and outdoor things, and above all the whole of that element of which outdoor things are the symbol. It was extremely probable that Enid really did think that she liked those things, and was of that kind of temperament. Yet what about that very sharp, though quite courteous, annoyance of hers when Jill had jumped up on her dress last night? Aunt Anna had been quite truthful just now. The girl had said that she did hope that the poor dogs would not be sent to the stable, and yet Anna saw that that was exactly what she wanted. Then there had been the religious atmosphere, that general attitude to interior things all around which Neville had said was the one thing that mattered. That attitude of which breeziness and a love of solitude and quiet and so forth are significant departments. Well, Enid had not said much on that, though Neville had upon his first homecoming, but what she had said once or twice when alone with Anna showed quite plainly either what Enid thought of herself or at least wished other people to think of her. It was a type Anna had met with before, a kind of Christianized pagan mysticism, a sense of being in touch with fundamental things, of being beneath dogma, and yet fully tolerant of it. Neville had laid great stress on that element in Enid, she remembered. Well, it was not a bad attitude. It was better than narrowness or dogmatic intolerance. Yet, if that were the genuine in the girl, how was it that Anna had caught in her a look of unmistakable contempt on the night that Father Richardson had dined with them, and had explained very carefully to the company exactly what was de fide on the doctrine of eternal punishment, Of course he shouldn't have done it, but if Enid was genuine, she should not have felt, still less shown, even for that fleeting instant, so sharp a contempt. Finally, there was the element of cruelty, and this was the worst of all, which she thought she had detected. She had first noticed it with regard to the girl's mother. Miss Bessington had been talking one evening in her usual manner, and had flowed on uninterrupted for minute after minute. Then, suddenly, Enid had given a little mirthless laugh. Neville was not in the room. "You haven't had one full stop," she said. "For 4 minutes by the clock. I've been timing you. Neville, put me up to it." Miss Bessington had stopped dead. Enid had eyed Anna fleetingly, and then laughed naturally enough. "Poor mother," she said, "what a beast I am. I didn't mean it." Then she had taken her mother's hand, and kissed it with a charming and humble contrition, just as Neville came downstairs. Now that had quite appalled Anna. She had first thanked God that Neville had not been there, and then had wondered whether it would not have been better if he had. But probably the girl would not have said it in that case, and she had reckoned if the girl said that kind of thing before other people, what was she like when she was alone with her mother? That was the worst point. Yet it was not the only instance. Enid had certainly been a little sharp with Jim one morning after breakfast. She had laid herself out to be delightful to him at first, but 5 minutes after, when Jim came up, as was his way, and slipped his hand into hers, she had turned rather abruptly on to him, and Anna had caught again, she thought, a sudden flare of unloving impatience. It was partly because of what she had seen in Jim's face, too, that she had questioned him later as to what he thought of the guests. Well, here were these intuitions, these observations, and the conclusions that her whole soul drew from them. And yet that distorting passion of jealousy came in and vitiated them all. And could she possibly tell that she was not gravely uncharitable, that she had noticed and counted and exaggerated those little sinister points only, and had ignored the rest? How could she tell? What was she to do? Yet Neville mattered frightfully, and yet, too, she dare not speak. She must make the best of it, at any rate, for the present. That would surely be Mr. Morpeth's advice, if she dared but to consult him. She sat up, suddenly interested. She had been watching unintelligently the movements of the two, who had moved a few yards away from the river-bank in order to select and affix the appropriate fly. Jim had sat on his heels to watch, jumping up and down now and again with impatience. It was too far for her, with the suck and gurgle of the stream in her ears, to hear them talking. Then, still, unintelligently, she had seen Neville approach the bank, crouching a little, and Jim, like a small replica of him, immediately behind. And then she watched the cautious, sinuous movements and the delicate whisk of the rod. She saw it all. Even while she thought of those other matters, nothing had happened, except that the figures had presently moved round the bend of the river and disappeared. Then they had come back, and there had followed another business with the removal of the fly, she supposed, and the affixing of another. Then once more the casting had begun. And now she sat up to watch, for Neville was upright and Jim was dancing. Neville had the rod high, and she thought that even at that distance she could make out the curve of it. Then she saw Jim stop dancing and snatch up the net, and so the two figures stayed, now moving a little, now returning. And then the group dissolved into laxity again. She saw the rod lowered and Jim's net drop. Neville was examining something invisible between his fingers. "Beastly bad luck," explained Jim a few minutes later. Cousin Neville hooked him beautifully, and then the fly broke. I mean, the bit of stuff that fastens it, and the trout went away. "Beastly bad luck, beastly bad luck," echoed Aunt Anna. End of section 14. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nahtanha. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 15. Start of subsection 1. "Come on, old chap," said Neville, rising and blowing out of the pool. "Straight in. It's just gorgeous this morning." "Head first?" questioned Jim, a slim shivering figure on the little wooden pier that jutted out over the bathing pool. "Of course. I think," began Jim. "Don't think. Come on." So Jim came on and found himself neatly fielded as he rose, gasping. It really did require a little courage at his age. He could swim a little, but not very much, and the current was considerable here under the little fall that Neville had designed here a couple of years ago. 100 yards westward of the bridge where the trout had been so nearly caught a fortnight before. Overhead, the day was perfect. The risen sun, away to the east, shone straight down across the wide meadows that glittered as with diamonds. Neville had slipped off his shoes as he had come down with Jim 10 minutes ago in his pajamas, for the sheer delight of walking barefooted through the dew-dripping grass. The tall trees above the bathing place were motionless in the morning calm, but rang unceasingly with the song of birds, blackbirds, scudded, scolding from shrubbery to shrubbery. A thrush, visible against the sky, poured out a torrent of music from the top of a post, in full view of the swimmers, exactly as if he had been engaged to do it. A couple of bullocks, with a kind of rustic stupidity in their long faces, eyed the two splashing figures from over the post and rails that shut off the bathing place from the open park, and swerved suddenly with heads down as Jim screamed with joy and gesticulated. Neville found it presently rather hard work battling up against the stream with Jim on his shoulders. He had had another of his headaches 3 days before, and felt a trifle invalidish still. These headaches made astonishing demands upon his strength. "Look here, old chap," he gasped. "This is a bit too much. The stream's so jolly strong this morning. I'm going to drift down to the shallow end and leave you there a bit." Jim hammered at Cousin Neville's head. "No, go on," he said. "You little brew, wait till I get you down." He swerved into the stream, and with long easy strokes sped downwards. Jim prudently rolled off his shoulders as they neared the tail of the pool and floundered to the bank. Neville assured him he should not escape, and then turned once more and began to beat upstream. The world looked extraordinarily delicious viewed from the surface of the clear-running current. Immediately in front of his eyes, the long lines of water came racing down, bubbling crisply from below, bearing a little yellowish foam and blossoms as they came. The fall of the river was small enough, yet it sounded like thunder in his ears. The low green bank on the right, with the bullocks' heads still peering over, was as enchanting as the edge of a new world. The dark, shadowed spaces under the beech trees on the left, as mysterious as caverns, and overhead, between the masses of green, he could see that the clear, haze-veiled sky that promised great heat. It was an exultant triumphant that morning, warm and caressing, yet with just that sting of early coolness that was like the bubbles in champagne. How frightfully hot London would be! And for a moment or two he wished with all his heart that Enid could have managed to come down here instead of making him come to her. Then he remembered the lawyers and Mrs. Bessington's social delights and understood that it was impossible. He was going up in time to lunch with them. That was why he was bathing here with Jim before breakfast. He would have to leave a little after 10, as he must just go to his house first, in Elizabeth Street, to see that everything was in train for the little dinner this evening. The cook had already gone up to town with a maid or two. Aunt Anna had insisted upon this. Then, this afternoon, he remembered, they were all three to go to something or other. He rather thought it was pictures, but wasn't sure, and this evening to the theatre. He had got the tickets all right, by the way. He was sorry Aunt Anna wouldn't come with him, but she had been quite explicit. She would be entirely in the way, she said. 4 was a much pleasanter number than 5, and of course Neville must have a male friend now and again to entertain Mrs. Bessington, if nothing else. Algy Lennox would do for once or twice. He couldn't be a bore about his tennis very well in London at that time. Besides, she simply loathed London. She might perhaps run up for a day or two at the end and take Jim to the zoo. But really, not more, if Neville didn't mind. So it had been settled, and although he was sorry she wouldn't come, he felt that there really was something to be said on her side. Ah, how delicious the water was! He turned on his back as he came up to the foot of the little 18-inch fall, just in that mystical part of a current which itself, very nearly motionless, is quick with a strange, thrilling vitality from the plunge of air and water beneath, where the myriad bubbles rise, hissing and hushing, and the surface of the water curves and heaves a little. It is just behind that, by the way, that the trout lie and wait for the food that comes so fresh and enticing down the fall, right down to their level, a foot or two above the bed of the stream. He shifted, slowly, from place to place, his head right back in the water, keeping himself afloat by slow paddling with his hands on either side. A film of water washed over his face once or twice, and he closed his eyes. Then, with a rush against his limbs, the current caught him, and he whirled down smiling, still, with closed eyes, till all motion ceased. His eyelids glowed before his eyes, red and flaming against the bright sky. His physical ecstasy was at its height. Start of subsection 2. When he had had enough, he climbed out, dripping on to the little pier. Jim was making a great to-do down there at the shallow end. He could see his head now and again, very agitated, with yet more agitated heels winnowing the water 4 feet behind. He had meant to duck him, but it was too much trouble. He felt a pleasant, languorous ache all over him, and a cigarette seemed absolutely necessary. He waded through the wet grass to get his pajamas and towel, delighting in the brush of the long stems round his feet, dried himself lightly, slipped on his trousers and jackets, got out his case from the pocket, and then blowing out aromatic clouds, he went back and sat down on the end of the pier with his bare feet tingling. His head felt a little heavy. He thought he had been in the water too long. "Cousin Neville!" cried a shrill voice. He turned to see, and as he turned, a dimness, rather like a torn veil, drifted between him and the white little figure that, standing knee-deep in the shallows 20 yards away, was splashing furiously with both hands. It must be liver, he told himself. Really, he ought to be ashamed of it at his age. He rubbed his eyes quickly with his disengaged hand, then he looked again. Yes, the dimness had gone. No, it hadn't. It was forming again in shreds and patches. Jim apparently wanted no answer. He had shouted out of sheer exhilaration. The splashing had ceased, and once more Neville could make out, but only just make out, the head passing across the sunlit water. Neville stood up. He must take a turn or two. Perhaps the sunlit water had affected his eyes a little. Perhaps he had caught just a shadow of a chill. As he turned up his trousers, a little tangle of black lines drifted over his hands and won again. This was ridiculous. No, he wouldn't walk about. He would just lie still on the pier with his eyes shut. That would put him right. A loud cackle of physical joy made him open them again, and there was Jim in the long grass, entirely unclothed, rolling and tossing to and fro. "Oh, it does tickle so, Cousin Neville." Then, as he looked at him again, that veil drifted suddenly across, and for an instant he saw nothing, immediately in front. Jim was gone in blankness. He could see the post where the thrush had been singing, away to the left, and the solemn lowered bullocks' heads on the right. There was nothing in between. Again he passed his hand over his eye, rubbing them hard. Then he turned away again. Jim mustn't notice anything. He might tell his mother, and there would be a fuss. "You'd better dress, old chap. You'll catch cold." "Oh," said Jim in a long-drawn ecstasy. "Come on, old man," said Neville again. "I really mean it. And then we'll go on a walk and get warm again." "Will you come and shoot a rabbit?" demanded Jim. We'll go and look for one," evaded Neville. "Make haste." He felt perfectly certain that the thing would pass. It had passed before, all right. It was simply his liver. He had sat on the lawn all day yesterday instead of going for a ride. It was that, and the sun on the water. No, more. While Jim dressed in the white shirt and knickerbockers in which he had come down, Neville sat very still with his back to him, keeping his eyes closed and answering questions now and again. "Will you take me with you as far as the village after breakfast, Cousin Neville?" "We'll see what your mother says," said Neville, with closed eyes. "Don't you ever do any lessons?" "Oh, yes," said Jim indifferently. "Cousin Neville, well? Why are you going to London?" "To see Miss Bessington, Cousin Enid." "Oh, why do you want to see Miss Bessington? I mean, Cousin Enid." "Because I like her very much." "Oh, why?" It had been carefully explained to Jim that Cousin Neville was going to marry Miss Bessington, and that he, Jim, would, in future, have to call her Cousin Enid. But Jim did not appear to realize that this involved any particular affection on anyone's part, even on Neville's. It was as if Cousin Neville was going to engage a new housekeeper, no more than that. He had shown no interest whatever in the event. "Because she's very nice," said Neville carefully. "Oh," said Jim, as if he had encountered a brick wall. "Buck up with your dressing, old man." "I'm ready," said Jim. The moment had come, and Neville opened his eyes. For an instant all seemed well. The clear water ran smoothly and swiftly beneath. The cool dark spaces under the beeches opposite looked as they always did. He saw again a blackbird scurry across from one side to the other. Then the veil formed again, as if 100 spiders were spinning black threads at full speed. Glimpses of light and color showed between the meshes, but no more. Neville shut his eyes again, and his heart sickened within him. He still kept his back turned to the boy. "Jim, old man?" "Yes? Look here, I thought of a game. Let's pretend I'm a blind man." "Oh, do you think that would be funny?" "You wait," said Neville. "You haven't heard it yet, and you're my guide. You mustn't touch me, and I mustn't touch you. But you've got to guide me with your voice and tell me where to go." He was inventing desperately. He was perfectly certain that this thing would pass presently, and meantime Aunt Anna must know nothing. Then he heard the stable clock strike 8. "We've lots of time. Even 10 yards that I go without touching anything except the ground is 1 to you, and every time I touch anything, like a tree, it's 1 to me. I must keep my eyes tight shut all the time." "Oh, do you think that's a good game?" asked a doubtful voice. "We'll try it, anyhow." He felt for the edges of the pier with his hands and carefully got to his feet. Then, a little unsteadily, he walked in the direction of Jim until he felt the grass under his feet. "Now begin," he said. "You must carry the towels." He felt it was not much of a success, but it was all that he could think of. Once when Jim screamed with sudden delight as the blind man fell heavily over a log, he thought it might serve a bit longer. But he simply dared not open his eyes. "Look here, you mustn't make me fall down on purpose," he said. "That's not the game. I shall count that 3 to me." From that moment, the game certainly flagged. Jim did not seem to find it funny. His voice grew more and more indifferent. Finally, Neville stopped. "Where are we?" he said. "What? Where are we?" snapped the other, a little irritably. "Oh, close to the bridge, Cousin Neville." "Very well. We'll stop the game as soon as I touch the bridge. And then his voice faltered. What in God's name should he do if he couldn't see? And what, again, in God's name was the matter? His little headache had quite gone with the exercise. That was one encouragement. But what on earth should he do? His hands touched the stonework. "There," he said, "you've won. 11 to you, 4 to me." Then he opened his eyes and waited. There was the stonework under his hands, the sunlit water flowing swiftly beneath, the outer edge of the pavilion window just in sight, the gold and green of the park splendid in sunlight. He still waited, and they remained as before. He rolled his eyes round and again looked. It was all right. "Why do you look like that, Cousin Neville? My dear boy, I've only just got my sight back. Now we'll do any mortal thing you like till 9:15. Start of subsection 3. As the clock struck the half-hour, they were sitting on the bench with their backs to the Georgian monument. Jim had decided that, as compensation for their extraordinarily stupid game of blind man, he would ride on Cousin Neville's back up into the woods and look for the Holy Grail. This had been done until the horse had explained that there were limits to everything, even to an unconditional promise, and that if the Holy Grail were not found by the time they reached the seat by the monument, it must remain lost. Yet, as they sat there, at last, Jim with an arm over his late horse's shoulders, Neville really was not quite sure that he had not found it after all, or, at least, that he was not basking in its rose-red light. The relief was amazing. His headache was gone, but that was nothing. Rather, there had lifted from him a horror whose weight he had not dared to appraise so long as it was on him. There had not come back to him even one floating shred or film of that fine-spun black veil that had dimmed the glory of the stream and the morning. And with that relief, physical joy had come back at a rush. He was sure now that the trouble could not be organic. The very seat on which he sat seemed transfigured. He was looking out, panting a little, for the quest had been breathlessly rapid. At the same view, the timbered foreground, the beech trunks, the pine tops, the bracken, the far-off line of the downs at which he had looked with Enid a fortnight ago, all lit with the morning light. Then he had sat there to say goodbye to her. Now, he was sitting here on the morning of the day that was to bring him back to her again. He would see her in a little over 4 hours. "Was the Holy Grail real?" asked Jim. Neville recalled his attention. "Real? Oh, I suppose so. No, I should think it wasn't. It was a symbol." "What's a symbol?" "A symbol? Oh, well, it's rather hard to describe. It's a sign of something that really is true, like a fairy story, or at least like some of them." "Oh," said Jim. He seemed a little disappointed. "And what is the thing that's really true?" he pursued presently. Neville jumped. He was thinking about something entirely different. "How do you mean?" "Oh, I see. Well, religion, don't you know? That's what they were after. Did they find it?" Neville perceived it was necessary to attend. Jim's questions were sometimes most disconcertingly to the point. Did they find it? He reflected a moment, and as he reflected, he heard 3 strokes from a bell come up from the direction of the house. That would be the elevation. He stole a glance at Jim, who apparently had not heard it. And, at that instant, Neville perceived that he really had arrived at a certain quite definite crossroad. On the one side there was that for which the bell had spoken just now. On the other side, here was the murmur of the woods, like the murmur of the woods above Frascati. And he saw that these were 2 things, and not one. At least he could not conceive how they could be one. There seemed nothing to unite them, however deep one penetrated. On the one side, there was the little Catholic church, where Anna, no doubt, was kneeling at this very moment, with its crucifix over the altar, its stations round the walls, and intellectualized and systemized abstraction from one side of life certainly, but not that side in which he himself really lived and breathed. On the other, here were these woods and these myriad flies dancing in the sunlight. this hum of life, these scents, inexpressibly sweet, of woodland and pine, and a purified breeze from the sea. The two things were two things, not one, and the girl who had transfigured life to him was on this side, not that. Why, he sat now in the very sanctuary which she had consecrated by her presence. Did they find it? Jim, you've asked me a hard question. What do you mean exactly? Lancelot found it, didn't he? And Sir Galahad? Jim sniffed. Yes, they found the Holy Grail and the fairy story. But did they find the thing that it meant? You told me that it was not real, but that something else was. Jim was speaking a little drowsily. His head was leaning against Neville. Neville glanced down at him. Look round you, Jim. Don't you think we found it ourselves after all? Jim raised sleepy eyes obediently and looked round. I don't know what you mean, he said. Well, these woods, and the morning, and feeling so happy, and the whole thing. What do you think makes you feel so happy? God, said Jim, as if that settled it. Neville felt a touch of impatience. Yes, of course, he said. This is all God in a sort of way, isn't it? Well then, don't you think we found the Holy Grail up here, after all? And if we found it, then perhaps— Jim's head nodded suddenly, and Neville remembered that lecturing before breakfast is apt to have that effect, even on grown-up people. End of section 15. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 16. Start of subsection 4. As they came down to the house again, Jim once more riding on Neville's shoulders, the physical pan-given ecstasy was still triumphing in the young man's heart. Aunt Anna met them on the lawn. She was just out of church, and had come round, as usual, through the gardens on her way back. Well, you're a pair, she said. It was indeed a joyous sight. Right on Neville's shoulders, without any compromise at all, sat her son. His bare brown legs came down over the young man's blue pajama jacket, and were grasped there by a capable sunburnt hand. His white silk shirt, with flapping sleeves, was behind Neville's black curly head, and just above it his radiant flushed face and golden hair. He was urging his steed on with a towel, and as for Neville, for all his 6 feet he looked as much a boy as his rider. His black eyes were full of laughter, his parted lips showed his white teeth. He was barefooted too, and his shoes were slung by a string over his neck. There was a photograph of the Olympia group of Praxiteles in the morning room at Hartley. Inevitably she remembered it, for this group was as astonishingly accurate translation of it into completely modern terms. It is true that Hermes wore blue pajamas and had a towel round his waist, and that the infant Bacchus was in white flannel knickerbockers and rode upon the neck of the elder god. Yet the spirit was precisely the same. It was a divine gaiety straight from Olympus itself, prancing on the lawn of an English country house. You absolute pagans, she said. Hermes' black eyes sparkled even more divinely. That's precisely it, he said. And you're only a poor Christian. How shocking. She glanced with a little quick movement of her eyes at the face of the infant Bacchus, but it was occupied with other emotions than that of Pharisaic scandal. And we've been to find the Holy Grail, he said irrelevantly. He had no sense of the unities, it seemed. And did you find it? Cousin Neville said so, up in the woods. Go on, Pegasus. Bacchus beat with his bare heels as on a drum upon Hermes' chest. Don't, gasped Hermes, or I'll pinch them. He closed his strong fingers tightly on the little crossed ankles. Ooh, said Bacchus, and then his feelings overcame him, and he rolled his face passionately in the black curls into which his hands were thrust. Ooh, how jolly it all is. Go on, Pegasus, I promise not to kick. I think Pegasus had better, said Aunt Anna. The gong will sound in exactly 3 minutes, and I'm sure Pegasus hasn't shaved, and Bacchus must brush his hair. Bacchus, remarked Hermes Pegasus questioningly. He looks like it. Go on. They were different persons altogether at breakfast, and yet the elder of the two children, as she said to herself, was no less radiant. But his radiance was of a different kind, and indeed a neat grey suit with a stand-up collar and thin shoes and clock socks have a very different effect from the pajamas, and are even less appropriate to Hermes. Jim, too, was indifferent. His hair had ruthlessly been brushed and resembled a neat oracle. He wore a holland jacket over his silk shirt and sandals on his feet. Besides, he was entirely engaged in eating an egg according to the proper ceremonial of grown-up breakfasts, and had no attention for anything else. He sat in an absorbed silence, scooping out the egg and putting it carefully into his mouth, rolling his eyes once or twice to intercept any possible criticism. "I don't want to be brutal," said Neville, "but I feel like a schoolboy going home for the holidays. Why aren't there sausages? We always had sausages on the last morning at Stonyhurst." "Because it's Friday, my dear boy." "Lord, so it is, and I'm going out to lunch, and they're dining with me. Will Mrs. Ferguson remember? And if she doesn't, being upset with the journey yesterday, and all that, may I eat meat?" "I think I shall require it, because we're going to the theatre afterwards to see Selva. Ever seen Selva?" Aunt Anna nodded. "Once," she said. She's sublime, but I believe she's a most unpleasant person, with a frightful temper, but she can act." "They don't talk scandal, my dear. What does it matter what she's like, so long as she can act? That's what I've paid 5 guineas for, or was it 10? I don't pay for her temper." "I expect somebody does, though," observed Aunt Anna. "Don't be so brilliant, Aunt Anna. It makes my head—" He stopped short, remembering his little experience this morning. "Ache," he added firmly. When he looked up, she was looking at him. "Remember about the doctor," she said in a low voice. "I shall remember to forget," said Neville. "It's a sound plan." "No, but, my dear, of course I shall go, if there's the very faintest reason, but I really can't go. If I go on feeling as robust as I do now, I'm bursting with health." He'd think I was insulting him. Start of subsection 5. The departure was a little melancholy for Aunt Anna. Neville's spirits seemed to rise steadily. He vanished after breakfast to see to 1 or 2 final things, and she heard him whistling in his bedroom, between snatches of conversation with Charleston. Then an aromatic smell of Turkish tobacco became sensible in the hall. "I say, shall I want 2 white waistcoats? Charleston says so." She looked up from the Daily Mail, which she was pretending to read in the hall, and he was leaning over the gallery. Apparently he had been about to come downstairs, for he stood now opposite the tall cornice door of his father's room. "How can I tell?" she said. "You'd better do precisely what Charleston tells you." She wished he wouldn't stand just there. "I mean evening ones," said Neville. "If you're going to be in town for 3 weeks, I should think you certainly will. I should take 3. That's what Charleston says, but I draw the line at 2. All right, Charleston, pack 2. A discreet cough and a murmur of assent indicated that Mr. Charleston had been invisibly assisting at the conversation. "Do you hear, Charleston?" bawled Neville. "Yes, sir," came sharp and clear through the open bedroom door. "Go back to your room and tell him properly," whispered Aunt Anna. She simply could not bear to see him standing just there. It looked as if it was his own room somehow. "I shall issue my orders from exactly where I please," observed the young man. "Is that Masterson below there?" Masterson came out from the drawing-room. "Masterson, you won't forget about my letters?" "Oh, I told you that at breakfast, and about sending up that trout if Dane can—" "Oh, I told you that too. That's all, Masterson. I forgot. Sorry." Aunt Anna went presently to see if the motor had come. The clock indicated that it ought to have done so, but there was no motor. She stood at the porch a moment or two, waiting. This was the rather somber side of the house, it will be remembered. The level flats of turf lay before her, cut by the straight drive, unrelieved by trees. The shrubberies on either side, especially the cypresses about the church, looked like troops of grave guardians of the right-of-way, like tall men waiting. Then she heard the motor coming round from the stables and turn into the house, hearing her name called loudly as she did so. "My dear, what is the matter? Where's the motor? Why hasn't it come? Give Paul a month's notice." He was standing again by the sinister door, whence through one of the hall windows he could command a view of the drive. He carried now a light coat over his arm and had his Panama hat on. Charleston, with a couple of suitcases, was waiting meekly for an opportunity to pass. "It's just coming. Don't fuss, my dear, and let Charleston go by." "Sorry, Charleston. Is it really coming?" "Oh, yes, I can hear it." He was more radiant than ever as he kissed her good-bye. Jim had appeared with the collies, who also, it seemed, must be kissed on their long noses. This was accomplished with some difficulty in the case of Jill, who wanted to do all the kissing herself. "Cousin Neville." "Yes, my dear." "May I come as far as the village?" "Well, really, old man." "No, Jim," said Aunt Anna firmly. "Remember lessons. Besides, Cousin Neville mustn't stop. He's late." "Oh, very well," said Jim superbly. Her heart was very low as the young man climbed into the driver's seat, and Paul, the chauffeur, went to wind up the affair in front. Yet she could not tell what she feared. That miserable passion of jealousy was at her heart again. It seemed an unbearable pain that he should go up like this, without her, in such tempestuous spirits. And he had scarcely said a word to persuade her to come with him. She mistrusted, therefore, every judgment. She told herself that she was wicked and uncharitable, that no one was without fault, that Enid, after all, so far as she knew, had as few as anyone else, certainly fewer than this hateful, critical being which she called herself. But it was unbearable for all that. "Don't look so grave, Aunt Anna," said Neville with his hands, in their long gauntlets, on the wheel. "I shall go away and cry," she said, "and then I shall probably slap Jim." Jim regarded her solemnly. "Fasten those dogs up," she said, "or they'll run after the motor." Jim twisted the long leash around one of the pillars just as Paul climbed up beside his master. Charleston and the luggage were behind. Charleston wore that peculiar air of humble detachment that quite perfect servants always do wear in such circumstances. The motor's roar had sunk to a rapid purr. Yes, the time really was come at last. He would be gone a full 3 weeks, she knew, and meantime Jim and she must entertain one another as best they could. Jim really could get some lessons done. That was one comfort. He was beside her now and had taken her hand as his matter was. "Don't drive too fast," she said. "There's a lot of traffic near Croydon." Neville winked at her solemnly with one eye. Jill was beginning to yelp spasmodically. Jack had sat down like a monument. "I shall drive like Jehus," he said. Then the motor moved off, and Jill's yelps became heart-rending. Neville kissed his gauntlet superbly as he took the curve round into the straight. She stood there, watching. Jim, silent at last, was stroking very gently the inside of her hand, which he still held. Masterson was behind her somewhere, also silent. The principal noise, since it drowned all the others, was the piercing wail of Jill, who, with nose pointed westwards, lamented the departure of the one kind of vehicle at which she always barked. Jack, still sitting, regarded the empty drive philosophically, growling now and again in the very lowest stratum of his throat. Far away now, down the dwindling road, was the dwindling motor. He was, indeed, driving like Jehu. A cloud of dust bellied behind like a continuous explosion, through which more and more faintly twinkled points of light where the sun from over the house behind caught the bright brasswork in polish. And then, as the last points vanished, she became aware that the noise of the dogs was quite unbearable. She turned and looked, and there they both were, sitting together, with elevated noses raising a common lament. "Stop those dogs," she said sharply. Then she was ashamed of herself. "Come along, my son," she said. "We must go and learn our lessons." End of section 16. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nahtanha. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 17. Start of subsection 1. Mrs. Bessington was talking gently to herself, inaudibly, yet with her lips moving as she surveyed the luncheon table half an hour before Neville was expected. Enid was in her bedroom. It was a pleasing little dining room, this the first on the left from the entrance to the flat, with the shallow square bow window from which could be observed, sideways, the trees of Cadogan Square. Enid had done most of the furnishing. There were good chintz curtains, slender mahogany furniture, a quantity of little silver things on the lightly carved mantelpiece, and a general air of coolness and space. A number of good engravings hung on the brown-papered walls, and the round dining table was quite satisfactory. Mrs. Bessington had just stepped in from the sitting-room opposite to make certain that the flowers were fresh. No human being in the world ever knew really what Mrs. Bessington's scheme of life. Her general manner of existence was presumably satisfactory to herself and not intolerable to Enid. She circled gently through the London, Paris, the Riviera, Rome, and back every year as had been described. In each place she visited the proper things. In London she went to see the Academy and several theatres, and dined and lunched out with friends, as decently conventional as herself. In her cottage, when she went there, she read the newspapers, and sat a little in the garden and called upon the rector's wife, and went to a few afternoon parties. In Paris she drove out each afternoon in the Bois, and occasionally went to the theatre in the evening if there was anything about which anyone was talking. In Rome she led the kind of life that has already been described, and in London and Paris and the Riviera and Rome she talked gently all the time. This, then, was the surface she presented to the world, and her smiling, kind face remained unmoved. She wrote a good many letters to her friends, full of small talk, and especially to her nephews, giving them good advice all the year round, and generous tips at Christmas. Probably she kept a little pocketbook of engagements in which these duties were entered, but beneath that surface no human being had penetrated. It appeared as if she expressed herself so continuously in this unceasing dribble of talk and letters that there was no interior reservoir left at all, that she resembled, let us say, a pond through the center of which a small stream flows in at one end and out the other, so that the excavated space never has time to fill. No one even knew how much money she had. It was only quite certain that she had enough, and denied neither herself nor Enid anything that was proper to the kind of life they led. This flat must have cost at least $300 a year. They had an excellent little motor landaulet throughout the season. Their cook was quite good, and their wines above reproach. At this moment, however, Miss Bessington was alone in the flat, except for Enid and the maid in the bedroom at the far end, and the cook in the kitchen, since Alice, the parlour maid, and the last member of the establishment, had just been sent out to see why the cucumber had not arrived. She had slipped out, just as she was, round the corner, as the cucumber had been promised by 12, and the little Louis's clock on the mantelpiece had just sounded 1. When the bell then tingled sharply, Miss Bessington of course thought it was Alice come back, and that she had forgotten to take the key, so Miss Bessington stepped out to the door of the flat and opened it, and there was Neville. "I know I'm dreadfully early," said Neville, but he wished to explain that he had 2 mishaps on the way up: the bursting of some little valve and the puncture of a tire, that the car and Paul had been left somewhere near Croydon, that he had taken a taxi on, that he had mentioned the address in Cadogan Walk, as after leaving Paul he had discovered he had no money to pay the taxi with, and so on. Of course he might have told the servants in Elizabeth Street to pay, but that hadn't occurred to him. However, it was impossible to get all this out to Miss Bessington, though he tried twice. She drew him into the drawing-room and began to talk about azaleas, and it was a good 10 minutes before he could make her understand that he wanted 7 and 6. Then, still discussing azaleas, she got out her netted purse from the drawer of a writing table and gave him 10 shillings in gold. So the taxi driver got a considerable tip and said, "Thank you, my lord." Neville continually forgot, in spite of all his resolutions, that Miss Bessington really did not desire to be talked to, so he tried again, when he came back to say something about Aunt Anna's message, but it was useless, so he gave up and began to think about when Enid would come in. The drawing-room was as satisfactory as the dining-room. He had never seen either before, but he was quite conscious of its charm, and thought that he saw Enid's personality in it. Those old watercolors, for instance, in brown frames, that Spanish mirror over the fireplace, the delicate tapestry screen, these were of her choosing, he thought. Meantime, Miss Bessington talked. Then quite suddenly there was a rustle outside, and a sharp, clear voice spoke to someone outside. "It's perfectly useless, Peters. You'll just have to go if you can't do as you're told." Then the handle was turned, and Enid came in quickly. "Neville," she said. Obviously then it was Enid who had spoken, yet he thought he would not have known it. There had been a ring in her voice that he had never heard before, a certain cutting tone. She looked a little flushed, too. "Yes, I came early, had a breakdown." He managed to get out his explanations at last. Miss Bessington had paid her daughter the compliment of silence upon her entrance. "It's perfectly charming of you," she said, "but why not have you got them to pay at your house?" "That didn't occur to me," said Neville, "until I reached the door." She smiled delightfully. "You came just in time for a domestic crisis," she went on smoothly. "Our maid, Mother and I share one. You know, our maid is quite hopeless. She's a country girl, and oh, let's leave her." "No, tell me," said Neville. She shook her head. "Mother'll deal with her. Mother dear, do go and soothe her. She was crying, and it would be most inconvenient if she left just now." Miss Bessington began to trickle on again about servants as she went out. Neville felt a shade uneasy. "Yes, I spoke to her quite plainly," said Enid. "You probably heard me, I'm afraid. I was brutal. But you've got to be sometimes. I can't bear it, though." A very genuine pain showed in her eyes. Neville made haste to sympathize. "I think you sounded a bit sharp, but I've no doubt it was necessary." She turned her calm face on him. "Absolutely necessary. They don't understand anything else. Now tell me exactly what you've been doing, and how's Aunt Anna?" Start of subsection 2. "Why, there's Lord Marsfield," said Enid suddenly. They were doing the dutiful round in Burlington House, after Neville had been to change his clothes and come back again, and had been a little silent for the last 20 minutes, silent, because Mrs. Bessington really did not count. To that lady, a number of pictures in row after row presented a simply inexhaustible treasure in the way of conversational openings. Indeed, they were almost too much for her. If a very greedy squirrel be imagined, confronted suddenly by 500 nuts, all laid out, ready for him to carry away, some faint analogy may be conceived to Miss Bessington's situation at the Royal Academy. The names of the artists, the notes in her catalogue, the subjects of the pictures, the faces of the occasional acquaintances viewed across the rooms, all these things provided her with material. Now and again she would face round upon Neville with her back to the picture he was trying to look at, and deliver her reminiscences, joining them on, without a pause, to her previous observations. He was very nearly rude to her once or twice. His head grew weary of assenting with nods. He gave up altogether, after the first 10 minutes, any attempt at coherent replies. The ventilation of Burlington House is not of the best. His silk hat felt like a rim of iron round his forehead. He was aware of rising irritation. Enid made no attempt to cope with the situation, so she simply moved on relentlessly, consulting her catalogue now and again, looking lovely, cool, and dignified, and observing what she wished to observe. She glanced at him once or twice, and away again. When she made the remark chronicled above, Neville turned, regardless of Miss Bessington, who really did not mind at all, to see at whom she was looking. It was a big man, all alone at the other end of the room, his hat rather tilted back, with a big, clean-shaven, good-humoured face. He, too, turned as Enid spoke, and made a little salutation. Then Miss Bessington engaged Neville again. Then he felt a touch on his arm, and turned once more. "Neville, may I introduce you to Lord Maresfield? Sir Neville Fanning, Lord Maresfield." "Pleased to meet you. Looking at the pictures?" "What? Sergeant's all right, ain't they? Bit stuffy, though. What? How do you, Miss Bessington? Don't know a soul here, by the way, except you, eh?" Yes, that was the type all right, thought Neville. Staccato, intelligent, good-humoured, capable, robust, certainly man who would never disappoint one. He would always be characteristic of himself, and one might discover qualities in him, by degrees, which one would never suspect at first. Enid immediately supplied one. "Lord Maresfield paints perfectly beautifully," she explained. "He's got a studio in Chelsea." "Splash about a bit, eh? No more. Amuse myself. Idle dog. What? That and polo, you know. Giving it up again, though, now. See you at Ranelagh sometime, eh?" Neville said he didn't know. He liked Lord Maresfield. "By the way, congratulate you, Miss Enid." "What? And you too? Saw it in the Morning Post. When's it to be?" Neville said they had thought of October. Chill October, eh? "Well, Miss Bessington, back from Rome?" "What? Usual round, I suppose." Then Neville became aware that Mrs. Bessington had been talking to him the whole time, unperceived. But she was quite unruffled. She turned the hose tranquilly on to the newcomer, and the four began to drift along. Enid held Neville back a step or two. Lord Maresfield, in excellent good humour, was firing staccato shots into Mrs. Bessington's bland Miltreuse. His genial face, with his hat still tilted back, nodded and spoke in three-quarter profile. "I like him," said Enid in a low voice. "He's always just the same. We met him in Rome last year. Do you get to know him, Neville?" "I'll do my best. Would he come to the opera on Wednesday, do you think? Ask him. My dear girl, I've never seen him before in my life, never even heard of him. I thought that perhaps you—" She nodded. "I'll manage it," she said. "Tell me who he is, quick. They're off for the tea-room." He was rather a bohemian, it seemed, and had drifted about vaguely in Paris and Rome and the artists' quarters, painting a little, but not much. He had quarrelled with his father years ago, or rather, as Enid said, it must have been his father who quarrelled with him. The kind of quarrel which it does not take two to make. He had come into the title only last summer, had abruptly taken to polo at the age of 32, and had as abruptly given it up again. "Be nice to him," said Enid. "He's only just finding his way about. He lives in Chelsea when he's in town. Married? No." She managed it quite beautifully when they were all sitting around the little marble-top table in the tea-room. She introduced, in that simple statuesque way of hers which seemed to require no introduction. "Lord Maresfield," she said, breaking imperturbably in upon her mother's conversation. Really, it was the only way. One might wait forever for an opening. "Sir Neville says he has a box at the opera next Wednesday. Mother and I are going. He was wondering whether you'd care to come. It's Tannhauser, I think. Opera? Delighted, thanks. Very good of you, I'm sure. There last week myself. Carmen? What? Would you dine with us first?" asked Neville. "Very good of you, I'm sure. Where? What time? Necessary to know these things, eh?" Neville supplied those details. Delighted. Was at Bayreuth last year. Richter and Meistinger's. What? Start of subsection 3. "Neville, you must stop a moment. I've got something to say, but, oh, they're all right. Mother's got hold of a good listener. That's exactly what I want to speak about." She was detaining him at the door of the last room on the right by a hand on his arm. He felt much better after a cup of tea. That rim on his forehead seemed no longer to be made of hammered iron. It felt almost like the leather lining of a silk hat. He suddenly wanted to kiss the gloved hand before them. Through the emptying room drifted the elder lady, a feather on her bonnet quivering as she talked, and the genial, ruddy man who was attending to her so nobly. "Look here, Neville, it's going to be impossible. I never realized before how trying it was going to be. What can we do about Mother?" "My dear girl, I don't know what you—" "Yes, you do. You needn't be polite. She's my mother, you know." "Walk on slowly and be looking at the pictures." "She talks to you simply the whole time, you poor dear, and I can't get a word in. It's all right, just for this moment, but all the way here, until Lord Marysfield came, and again at tea, I couldn't get in a word. What's to be done?" She looked so distressed that he did not know what to say. She seemed so holy, thoughtful for him. "But my darling, I tell you, yes, of course you're bound to say that, but I can see what you feel. Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done, but can't you get somebody always for her to talk to, like that man? Do try. Whom have you got for tonight? Anybody?" "Algy Lennox." "Who's he?" "Well, it doesn't matter, but I did want to tell you that I minded just as much as you. And do put Algy Lennox, whoever he is, next to Mother." "I do mind, Neville. I mind dreadfully. You know that, don't you?" Her face was full of distress. She looked adorable. His faint irritation went up like smoke and vanished. "My dear, I think your mother's charming. Certainly, she talks, but they're waiting for us." Neville admired the other man more and more, as with incalculable slowness they all drifted out and down the stairs. Mrs. Bessington kept on, of course, that goes without saying, but was entirely indifferent to her as to in whose ear she poured her observations. As he came behind with Enid, he noticed how completely the elder man filled the situation. His head was turned all the way down the stairs towards Mrs. Bessington's bonnet. He fired his little staccato shots, and even sent one or two behind. At the cloakroom, too, he was adequate and businesslike. "Got your tickets, eh? Better give them me. What? Soon manage it. I'm nearest the bar. What a crush, eh? Here, you chap. Hand them out. There you are, Miss Enid, eh? That's yours, ain't it? That's yours, Sir Neville. There we are, then." He got them their car, too, with the same promptness, and helped the ladies in while Neville was directing Miss Bessington's chauffeur to drop him at his own house and then go on to the flat in Cadogan Walk. "Wednesday, then, 7:15 sharp, eh? That's all right. Pleased to see you all at my little studio sometime. What? Nothing to show, though. Only splash a bit, that's all. Well, right, chauffeur." He raised his hat and stood smiling, and then Mrs. Bessington began on his biography. Start of subsection 4. Neville felt a great deal better after a bath. It had been a considerably wearing afternoon, and he was astonished how relaxed he felt. Neither could he conceal himself that Miss Bessington was responsible for most of it. To be talked to incessantly is perhaps the most tiring mental exercise of all. It is certainly more tiring than talking. He was touched by Enid's sympathy, and she had done it too, he thought, in quite the tender way, for it is not easy to find fault with one's mother to a third person without at least an appearance of unfidelity. Her suggestion was, of course, admirable in itself. The only difficulty was to carry it out. He supposed he would have to warn Algy Lennox of what his function was to be. A tag from the Latin grammar came to his mind as he lay in his bath and considered these things. "Fungo viscotis," he repeated softly to himself. "I will perform the function of a whetstone." That was exactly it. Hartley seemed a very long way away as he dawdled over his dressing. It was almost unthinkable that he had only left this morning, that it was not yet 12 hours ago since he had bathed with Jim and sat in the woods and, in blue pajamas, carried him down to the house on his shoulders. For London has an extraordinary power of absorbing instantly the newcomer from the country, of bringing him, by the simultaneous assault that it makes on all the senses at once, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and even taste, into a completely different mental attitude. This time, last night, he was sitting with Aunt Anna in the pavilion, looking out onto the river. He had been in flannels and without a jacket. Now he had just taken off one set of London clothes and was to put on his white waistcoat. Last night, after dinner, they had sat out till 10:30 on the terrace. Tonight he would be in a theatre seeing Selva. He felt completely different already, yet all that he had done was to lunch with the Bessingtons and go to the Royal Academy. As he dressed, he thought again about Enid. She too had seemed different. Down at Hartley, she had dawdled about with a parasol and no hat. She had talked gently and tranquilly. She had been, in fact, exactly what he had expected her to be. Up here, however, while completely herself, of course, her manner had been ever so slightly different. There was that little sharp sentence she had said to the maid, no doubt entirely deserved, yet he could not quite think of her saying it at Hartley. It was not completely characteristic of her as he had known her. Then there was her speaking to him about her mother. That too was, of course, only natural. It showed her desire to please him, and she had not said one word that she should not. Yet she had never said it at Hartley, although her mother had talked quite as much there. Oh, but he had forgotten. Aunt Anna had performed the function of a whetstone at Hartley. Yes, that explained it. He smiled a little. Dear Aunt Anna, how she would have loathed this afternoon. The crush, the talking, the rows upon rows of pictures. She was essentially of Hartley. A tap came at his door, and then Charleston's voice. Mr. Lennox, sir. I have shown him into the drawing-room. Oh, Neville glanced at the clock. It marked 5 minutes to 7. Show him in here. A brisk young man, very fair-haired, with an assured manner, came in. He had been at Stonyhurst with Neville, and they had kept up with one another, more or less, ever since. Sorry, old man, but you said 7, didn't you? No, 1/4 past. Doesn't matter. Sit down somewhere. Aggie seated himself on the bed. Don't mind a cigarette in here? Then, that's all right. I like a cigarette just before dinner. Makes you so jolly giddy. Algie, yes. I'm glad you've come early. You've got to be talked to, my son. Go ahead. Neville finished tying his tie before speaking. He thought the face in the glass looked a little dark under the eyes. About tonight, you've got to sacrifice yourself, you know. The Bessingtons are coming. Oh, I told you. Well, the old lady's a terror to talk. I'll deal with her. That's exactly what you've got to do. But I warn you, she talks all the time. And she'll talk all through the play, too, if I know her. That's all right. I've seen Selva before. You needn't say much. Just let it run. That's all she wants. And say yes now and then. And so on. But you've got to attach her. It shall be done. Augie was a cheerful and loyal youth, and Neville knew he could depend on him. Besides, he was the kind of young man towards whom middle-aged ladies always felt motherly. He was just about Neville's age, but looked 5 years younger, as well as very innocent and good, and indeed his looks did not greatly belie him. He finished his cigarette before Neville was ready, and took up a small hand mirror from the dressing-table. Nice bit of work, this, he said, examining the chased back. Out of the way, old man, said Neville, who wanted to get at his watch and chain. Augie retired a little from the dressing-table and began to practice tennis strokes, the wrist supple and the forearm horizontal. There was a crash. I've done it, old chap. Lord, I'm sorry. Pick up the bits then, said Neville, and kindly don't touch anything else. I was only trying my stroke, said the boy. Gad, I'm sorry. It caught the bedpost. He regarded the handle and back of the glass a little ruefully. Then pick up the bits, repeated Neville. And it's so jolly unlucky, too, said Algie, going down on his knees. I say, old man. Yes? You must let me have it refitted. Kindly put all the bits into the fireplace and what's left of it on the table, and don't talk rot. But really, you just do as I told you about Miss B, and you'll pay for it 10 times over. Just touch the bell, will you? Neville straightened himself finely before the glass. Certainly he didn't look very well, but that was just Miss Bessington's conversation. He'd be all right after an hour or two with Enid. Yes, sir, said Charleston at the door. Oh, just take that looking-glass handle away and get it refitted sometime. Mr. Lennox had just smashed it. Yes, sir. Motor just drawn up, sir. Come on, Augie. I want to see if the room's all right. Show them into the morning room, Charleston. Is Macpherson there? Yes, sir. End of section 17. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nahtanha. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 18. Start of subsection 5. My word, she thinked it was all right, exclaimed Algie. It was not a very big house, but it was an exceedingly satisfactory one, having been built towards the end of the 18th century and left practically unrestored. It was the one single house on Elizabeth Street that had not been rebuilt over and over again, and it still had quite a fair garden at the back. This room, into which the two had just come, was panelled in white from ceiling to floor, large cool panels, and in the center of each hung a single good picture. It was arranged more or less as a drawing-room, with a big rug by the hearth and chintz sofas round it. And a quantity of fantastic china stood on the high mantelpiece, but a vast knee-hole table was set to catch the light from the window, and beyond it opened the double doors onto the flight of steps that ran down into the garden. That formed a pleasant green background of shrubs and lawn and a bank of rhododendrons. From the center of the molded plaster of the ceiling hung an elaborate spider chandelier filled with wax candles. But it was the flowers that had made Algie exclaim. They stood on every possible table and shelf in silver bowls and slender green glass vases. They had come up from Hartley that afternoon. They were all white, and their scent filled the room. "Smells a bit like a funeral, though," said Algy, who spoke his mind undauntedly. Neville said nothing. He stood on the hearthrug with his hands in his pockets, surveying slowly from side to side. Yes, it seemed to him quite satisfactory. Then he perceived that Algy had spoken. He said. "Smells like a wedding, old chap," said Algy. The rustle of dresses was heard outside as the ladies went past to take off their wraps. Neville had received very precise instructions from Aunt Anna that the morning room, the only sitting room that faced the street, was to be provided with looking-glasses and a maid, and so forth. That would leave the 3 rooms, this drawing-room, the library, and the dining-room, that all looked out onto the garden and that communicated with another by double doors, entirely free. These doors were now all set open, and Algy could see straight through to the white-laid dining table with the candles burning, in spite of the evening light from the garden. "Glad you've got candles, old man," he said. "I must say, I like to see what I'm eating." Suddenly, Neville smiled at him, a perfectly simple, unconscious smile of pleasure. He was not attending to a word Algy sang. He was thinking how perfectly delicious it was to be here, in his own house, to be able to entertain Enid like this, to have all those flowers to greet her. This, too, was to be her home some day, and therefore, when she saw it for the first time, let it be full of welcome. "Yes?" questioned Algy, puzzled at the smile. "Nothing, old man," said Neville. "I was just thinking. By the way, are you free next week? Come in and dine on Tuesday." "Right," said Algy. "And Thursday?" "Can't on Thursday. Going to a crush, and I'm dining there first." "Where?" Algy named a house. "Well, we shall meet there, then. I'm going with the Bessingtons." Then, through the opening door came Charleston, who announced names, and Enid sailed in after her mother. Start of subsection 6. By halfway through dinner, Neville was thinking that Algy must be something very like a genius. Mrs. Bessington sat on her host's right and Enid on his left. Algy faced him with his back to the windows. Neville had, too, taken Mrs. Bessington in, and she had conversed as they went through the library. Yet after the moment they had sat down, there had been no more trouble. Algy instantly played the Academy as his lead. Before, Mrs. Bessington had done more than glance at the menu, and then the stream had begun. Along that stream, like bobbing chips of wood, flowed the names of academicians, solutions of all Mr. John Collier's conundrums, reminiscences on the late Mr. Sidney Cooper's accuracy in painting the hair on the hides of cows, Mr. Lathong's sun-flecked foregrounds, and the eyes of Mr. Britton Le Riviere's collies. Then, when the stream began to run clear again, and Mrs. Bessington was still talking, of course, but talking about nothing in particular, Algy had again led off with Selva, whom they were presently to see. Obviously, he was about to say he had seen her before, but he was unable to get this out because Mrs. Bessington began to relate plots of plays in which she had seen Deuce and Sarah Bernhardt. Apparently, there was no reason why she should ever leave off doing this, because she even compared the rival merits of Italian and English scene painters in parentheses, and if one comes down to that, an infinity of subjects suggest themselves. It was enough for Miss Bessington that any kind of connection should exist in her monologues, connections of period, place, merits, association. Each thing reminded her of the next, an unfailing sequence. All this Neville heard fragmentarily as he talked in a low voice to Enid, answering her questions about the portraits that hung opposite, suggesting small plans for the future. Once he caught Algy's eye across the orchids between them, and the agonized fortitude of his friend's expression made him hastily look away again. He knew exactly what the other was feeling like. He would have laughed suddenly and loudly if he had looked a moment longer. But his friend's genius, no less than his fortitude, was a complete surprise. Miss Bessington had not said anything to her host at all since they sat down. Certainly, Algy was the man to dine with them as often as possible, but Neville thought he must relieve him when the ice came. Meantime, Enid was entirely fascinating. She was dressed in some kind of filmy blue with a single line of sapphires round her white throat. It was precisely the right tone, and finished the chord of which her clear brunette complexion supplied the rest. She had come out of the last shadow of mourning for her father at Easter. Her hair was dressed in the heavy manner that Neville loved, with blue flowers in it, and she carried another bunch at her breast. She seemed, too, even more vitally alive than this afternoon. Her face was steady and clear, and her eyes shone. As soon as the green bomb of ice appeared, Neville turned to the right after a look at Enid. Enid dropped her eyes demurely. "I'm simply delighted we're going to see Selva," he said. "I think—" Miss Bessington turned unseeing eyes upon him. "Well, and it was at Milan, as I was saying, Mr. Lennox, in the year 82. Neville was reprieved. With a sigh of delight, he turned again to Enid. He was not in the least annoyed. It had happened 100 times before, for Miss Bessington, when she was really underway, appeared to be simply deaf. Start of subsection 7. "Ooh, old man," said Algie as Neville came back from the door after the ladies had gone. He sank back in a seat and passed a handkerchief across his forehead. He really looked almost faint. "Have some port," said Neville, "or a cigarette? There's not time for both. I should suggest port." "But I say," began the boy, "you may break a looking-glass every time you come, if you'll do that again. You were superb. She's a terror. I've never had so much information in my life. I feel an experienced man of the world at last. No, a cigarette. Something light. How did you do it? It wasn't me. She did it all. I had 4 points ready. Academy, Selva, portraits, and the cup in the middle. I spotted that after I'd sat down, but I only got to Selva. You better have some port, really. You've got to keep it up till 11, you know." Can't do it, old man. "And about Tuesday—" "I'm sorry," said Neville, "but you're engaged. 8:15. Algie poured himself out a glass of port after all, meditatively. Then he sipped. "Tastes like oily ink," he said. "If you'll smoke too," began Neville. "I'm drinking it to support me," said Algie. "Not pleasure, I assure you. Pleasure. If I can keep my body and soul together, it's as much—" "You were superb," said Neville again. He saw that violent flattery must be supplied. "But my dear man," said Algie, "I know she's going to be your mother-in-law and all that, and I don't want to be offensive, but where does she get it all from? It's incredible. You look tired too. Suppose it was the academy this afternoon?" "I say, yes. I haven't congratulated you yet. Well, I do now. Thanks, old man." He did indeed feel tired. During dinner he had been elated enough, in a quiet sort of way. Even to sit by Enid seemed to him enough, but to talk uninterruptedly to her, it was almost as good as heartily. Yet now he felt suddenly blank again, as if vitality had been running from him all the time. Perhaps he had been wrong. Perhaps the very presence of Miss Bessington had been enough to drain his energy. He remembered, rather, a great doctor telling him once that some people were like that the old vampire tales really had a substratum of truth, and a more considerable substratum than most people recognized. The doctor had said also that the kind of temperament had no connection whatever, so far as he knew, with moral character. Quite nice and good people were vampirish sometimes. That was it then. Poor Miss Bessington was a vampire. The pressure on his head had returned a little, but the dinner had been a success. There was no doubt about that. Not a detail had missed fire. The room had looked perfect, the flowers had been perfect, the dinner had been perfect. He must congratulate Miss Ferguson tomorrow on her admirable management. It really was good, considering she only come up yesterday. There was the vibration of a step in the next room, and then Enid appeared, a vision of loveliness, in her swan's-down cloak and the hood over her head. "Charleston says the motor is here, Neville. We must go for it to be in time." Ah, how charming that was! How naturally she had said it! The house really might be her own. Well, it would be in 3 or 4 months. He smiled at her without answering. End of section 18.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FrogUnleashed. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson, Section 19, start of subsection 1. The house was crammed as they came into their box at 20 minutes past 8. "This is what Jim calls sawdust," said Neville. "We shall have 10 minutes of it after all." "Sawdust?" "Yes, don't you know the smell of it in a circus? It's a kind of symbol for anticipation. Jim always insists on getting to entertainments about 10 minutes before they begin. He likes to sit and smell and watch horses' feet under the flap. I entirely sympathize." Enid nodded emphatically. "I quite see," she said. "But it's rather subtle." "Not in the least too subtle for Jim. My word! What a packed house!" As he leaned forward and surveyed it from the seat furthest from the stage, with Enid next to him, then Algie, and then Mrs. Bessington. Mrs. Bessington always desired to be as close as possible on every occasion. He began to perceive that there was another kind of sawdust, too, that he was enjoying. It was inexpressibly delightful to be here with Enid, actually sitting next her, drawing her cloak off her shoulders over the back of the chair, making small remarks when he wished to. He would have about 3 more months' sawdust, and then the curtain would go up. And they would both be on stage as well as in front. It would be a dream come true for once. He could hear Mrs. Bessington's voice rumbling away to Algie. "Why, there are the Heckers," said the girl suddenly. Neville followed her eyes, and there indeed they were, in the stalls below, both with that extremely finished and adequate appearance which Americans in London always have. Mrs. Hecker's costume caught the eye at once. It was largely orange in color, what there was of it. Mr. Hecker looked as if he had been born in his clothes, and had had them ironed on him every morning and evening ever since, with a continuous replacing of their wasted tissue. Mrs. Hecker was inspecting people slowly through a lorgnette. Mr. Hecker held the opera glasses ready for her when the curtain should go up. Enid's face suddenly dimpled with laughter. "I wonder what Selva would have to say to her," she said. "What will the message be to her, right here and now?" "It's a responsibility for Selva," said Neville. "If she only knew. She's an Australian, isn't she?" "She'll be equal to it," said the girl. "Yes, I believe she is." "You met her in Rome, didn't you? I mean Selva." "Yes, at the Heckers. Don't you remember? You couldn't come?" "She's perfectly extraordinary, isn't she?" Enid hesitated. "I know you'll hate what I'm going to say." "Go on." "Well, men always think so. Of course I see her power, but I don't think it's a very high sort. Well, you'll see. Certainly she holds the house." "She's got her house anyhow, that's one thing. What does she like to talk to?" "I hardly spoke to her," said the girl indifferently. Then the orchestra began, and Neville took up his program. The program was of that kind that Selva had made famous. First, it cost a shilling, and there were no advertisements at all, beyond the announcement of the plays in which Selva would appear with their dates. Most of them were of the usual kind, La Dama Camelia, La Tosca, and so forth. But tonight she was playing Margaret, a comedy for men, written, it seemed, especially for her by an Australian dramatist. The program proceeded to give an interpretation of the play, of the kind generally associated with concerts and the performance of Beethoven's sonatas. It was indescribably solemn and reverent, like the handling of a fragile piece of china by a connoisseur. It gave the most precise account not so much of the play itself as of its symbolism, and informed the audience carefully of the emotions which were proper for them to feel at each point. Margaret herself, it seemed, stood for womanhood, and womanhood for a tragedy that to the rest of the world was a comedy. The writer of the program, probably James Daniels himself, the author of the play, was just tactful enough. He argued that there were no doubt various opinions, quod hominis tot sententiae, but that on the whole it must be confessed that woman, even now, had not risen to her proper place in the world. That she tended to become either the toy or the drudge of man. At this point he quoted some lines from Locksley Hall and some more from The Princess. This play, then, was intended to set out the tragedy of womanhood, but the audience were entreated, ironically, to remember that it was only a comedy for men. In the first act they would be invited to witness a perfect domestic circle, the man, the woman, and the child, sanctified by holy matrimony. Here the writer permitted himself a sneer or two at the Christian religion. In the second act they would see the old foundations of human instinct emerging, the man beginning to assert himself as he always did, and the woman struggling to keep pace with his impossible demands. For Margaret was the social inferior of the man. He had married her, telling her that she would take his place in society, cheating both himself and her. In the second act, therefore, this begins to come out. Margaret, who loves like a woman, idealistically, spiritually, exquisitely, finds that the man's love is not like hers. She has begun to lose her freshness, while the man is merely maturing. She makes one or two little social mistakes. Well, there is an explanation and a reconciliation. In the third act, the exquisite point of the comedy begins, for after another gaucherie on Margaret's part, an impulsive act founded on generosity of character, the man begins to find sport in watching her make an exhibition of herself. He leads her on to commit social blunders, out of a devilish kind of cruelty. He laughs over her with his friends. She knows nothing of this. A friend of her husband's makes mock love to her, with the husband's approving delight. She takes him seriously and begins to love him in return. Then the catastrophe. She confesses to her husband, and is met by his brutal indifference. It does not matter to him what she does. She has already ruined him and dragged him down in the world. The scales fall from her eyes, and she perishes by her own hand. Such is the outline of this story. To call the program priggish and pedagogic would be to pay it a considerable compliment. Neville wrinkled his nose as he finished it. "This man's a bounder," he said under his breath, as the curtains brightened suddenly and the talking stopped. Subsection 2. At the end of the first act, Neville leaned back with a sigh of pleasure and turned to Enid. Talking had burst out in an excited roar suddenly and loudly all over the house, mingled with ecstatic clapping. He turned back again to the curtain as Selva emerged all alone to take the applause, and began to clap, himself smiling. Selva was a tall and very nearly gaunt-looking woman, made up to the eyes. In herself she was nothing. She had qualities of brown hair, probably a wig. There was nothing remarkable about her figure. Her face, seen now against the brutally bright drop curtain, with the footlights immediately beneath her, was sharp and imperious, and evidently middle-aged. But in the piece she had been exquisite. She had not merely resembled, she had simply incarnated a young wife, very simple, adorably natural, passionately proud of her husband and child. Nothing particular had happened. Persons had been introduced who, to those who had read the program, were significant of what was to follow. The general lines had been sketched, but the overwhelming charm was in the picture of a perfect domestic happiness. Selva's little cry of delight as her husband comes in from hunting, the way her eyes follow him, his obvious love of her, with scarcely a touch of patronage. It was these things that a tremendous genius had transfigured. There was probably not a romantic girl in the theater who had not seen the enacting of her own hopes. There was not a married man who did not feel tenderer towards his wife. The thing had been as light and delicate as a summer morning. The husband had been quite adequate, but it was Selva who had been the very heart of all the emotion. She was recalled twice, and Neville marveled. "My dear," he said, "I don't know what you mean. Surely that was simply perfect." Enid smiled a little. "Oh, I don't deny her power," she said. "Did you see—" "What?" "Nothing." Neville began to examine the people again. He felt wonderfully elated, for he was conscious, as everyone is conscious when he is entirely satisfied with a new experience, that was exactly what he had known all along. He had not put it like that before, certainly, but it was what he had always meant. Hartley, to come down to concrete facts, Hartley would be just like, in a year or two, a scene of perfect comradeship and passion and peace. He wondered what it was that Enid meant in saying that although Selva had power, it did not seem to her that it was of a very high order. "I say, old man, beg pardon, Miss Bessington, I say, what about a cigarette?" Neville looked around. He did not in the least want a cigarette, but really Algy deserved it. He glanced at Enid. "Yes, do," she said. "And you might see what Mr. Hecker wants if you can find him. He's been trying to attract your attention." "She's great," began Algy, when they got outside. "She's magnificent." "I meant Mrs. Bessington," explained Algy. "I've had her entire married life laid before me, and she wants to know why I'm not married myself. I couldn't hear a word they were saying on the stage, but I suppose it's all right." It was not so easy to find Mr. Hecker. The passages were thronged with men, and the clink of glasses grew louder as they advanced. A positive roar of voices greeted them as they pushed open the door of the restaurant. Neville looked round, and then Mr. Hecker was on him. "Great, isn't she?" he said. "Pleased to see you, Sir Neville. And you, sir." Neville introduced Mr. Lennox. "My wife wants to know if you can come and meet her at the Cecil. She's coming to us on Saturday afternoon. No matinees on Saturday, you know. Much too select. Tuesdays and Thursdays are her days. Try one of these cigarettes. They're straight from Samus." He was just the same. Alert, trim, self-effacing, and intelligent. He belonged to Mrs. Hecker, wholly, just as if he were her electric brougham. Neville could not conceive of him as possessing an independent existence. "I shall be delighted," said Neville. "And bring your friends along if they care to come. I'll send them a card. Care to come, Mr. Lennox?" Mr. Lennox said he would care to come very much indeed. Had Mr. Hecker known Madame Selva long, and would he have a drink? "No thanks, sir, no drink. Mrs. Hecker, she doesn't like that. Between meals, and, upon my word, she's right. Yes, we've known Madame Selva since last fall. Ran across her in New York. She's great." When they got back to the box, Enid was leaning back silent, and Mrs. Bessington was reading her program. But the latter laid it down resolutely at the sight of Mr. Lennox. "They want us to go meet Madame Selva on Monday. He said they'd send a card around. I gave them your address." Enid looked at him, nodded, and said nothing. Then again the curtain brightened, and the talking sank to a great silence. When the second act ended, Neville's eyes were full of tears. He did not consider himself emotional, but it had been simply poignant. The act had ended, as had been said, with a reconciliation, but it was a reconciliation that could not last. The characters of husband and wife were essentially diverse, not complementary, but antagonistic. The end was inevitable. "I suppose there's no hope at all," he said, smiling. "I mean, I should be better pleased if the play was unconvincing. If I could feel it didn't really happen so, but that the author made it up." Enid looked at him. "I can't feel it like that," she said. "I seem to see through her all the time. It isn't Margaret at all to me. It's Selva. And I don't like Selva." "Oh, dear me," said Neville. Enid laid a hand on the edge of the box. "She's made up quite intolerably," she said. "But, my dear girl, what else could she do? She must be 45. "Then she shouldn't play a girl of 22. Then Algy, with the expression of a drowning man, caught his eye again. Subsection 3. As Neville, after the final fall of the curtain, followed the ladies down the thick-carpeted corridor, he was moved down to the very bottom of his soul. The tragedy had come swift and inevitable as a hammer falling rapidly. The third act had begun quietly, as a lull before the storm breaks. It had opened with a little dinner party that went well. Margaret, obviously a little anxious, had managed matters satisfactorily, but it was her very anxiety that had provoked her husband's wrath, and this wrath had been precipitated by a little tale told to him by his friend over the wine. Then it was that he had resolved at least to get his sport out of her, and the fiendish little plot had been arranged for her humiliation. In the second scene of the act, the man had begun to make mock love, very deftly and persuasively, and Margaret, smarting from her husband's attitude, had been tempted to yield to him. Then in the third scene came the catastrophe. She had told her husband with a horrible simplicity of all that happened, overwhelmed with contrition, yet with a piteous kind of hope that even this confession would mend matters. And he had burst into dreadful laughter, telling her to her face, first, that anything she chose to do would be indifferent to him, that she had already spoiled his life by her ill-breeding and her empty indiscretions, and finally, in a burst of contempt, that he had known all the while of what was happening, that his friend cared nothing for her, and that the thing was a mere comedy. It was then that the climax of Selva's acting had come. Up to that point she had been the simple girl, striving to become, for her husband's sake, a woman of the world. Then, in silence, with the stage empty of all figures except hers, the audience had seen that development of character, which should have taken 5 years, compressed into 10 minutes. She had grown into a woman, fierce and disillusioned. She had seen her spoilt life in a vista, and that it was incapable of mending. Then, yet more swiftly, the primitive passions had surged up, and she had seen that life with such a man, that life even without him now, was intolerable. The child had come in to prolong the agony, and the cord had hung suspended. Without the program, it might well have been thought, at any rate, at first, that the child's influence might prevail. Then, with a real horror, the audience had perceived that one pose was surcharged on another. That Margaret, deadly quiet and controlled, was soothing the child, merely that he might not be terrified. That her mind was made up, and that her intention would be carried out. And the child, too, suspects there is something wrong, and once more, with an appalling self-control, his mother reassures him. The child is at last taken back to bed. Then, with a swiftness at which the audience held its breath, she gets out her husband's revolver, and, without hesitation or faltering, shoots herself through the head. As acted by Selva, the story was overwhelmingly convincing. So ended the comedy. It is astonishing how an emotional stimulus, if only deep enough, stirs up 100 dormant thoughts which, critically considered, have no kind of connection with the thought which arouses them. So it was with Neville. Objectively taken, there was nothing whatever in common between the play he had just witnessed and his own life, except indeed that the play turned on the relations between husband and wife. Not one of the elements or circumstances which had developed the situations on the stage was present, so far as he knew, in his own relations with Enid. Yet for all of that, his emotions and passions were all astir, as birds when a gun is fired. Vague ideas of sacrifice and love, and the possibilities of tragedy, if the conditions of these were not observed, circled around his soul. Mrs. Bessington, he understood, was talking to him over her shoulder. He assented smilingly, but he could not catch more than one sentence in 3. He felt he must talk very hard to Enid indeed. He felt that there was a large number of things that must be discussed, but he could not probably, if questioned, have given any coherent answer as to what these were. There was the usual uncomfortable pause before they could get their motors. He was to go home in his own, dropping Elgie on the way, and the Bessingtons were to go back in theirs. Elgie volunteered to go and look for them, and Mrs. Bessington, of course, with a vague desire to be helpful, followed him out a few steps under the glass porch, and stood looking about, in the very middle of the steps, hindering everyone. Neville drew Enid aside, behind the fastened-back glass doors. They had that little space to themselves. "It's astounding," he said. "By the way, will you be able to come and meet her?" Enid glanced at him. "You want to, so much," she said. "Why, of course I do," said Neville. "I want to take her to bits and see how it's done. I want to see how she holds her teacup, and whether she crosses her feet when she sits down, and the whole thing. She was 3 separate and distinct people this evening, and yet they were all Margaret. My dear, you must see what a wonder she is. I see her power perfectly, said Enid in a rather high voice, but I don't think she's Margaret. By the way, it's an impossible play. I should have said so if I hadn't seen Selva act it, said Neville. She let her eyes rest on him a moment, as if appraising him. It was as she had looked at Fraschetti once or twice. Yes, said Neville. She laughed softly. Are all men like you? She asked. Do none of you see through that kind of thing? Neville really was a little pricked. My dear girl, if you don't see that she's a genius, I despair. Oh, don't be tiresome, please. I assure you she's great. For an instant he thought she was annoyed. Her eyelids came down a little and her mouth grew grave. Then again she laughed, naturally and easily. Well, most people seem to agree with you, certainly, she said. Then Mrs. Bessington was seen through the glass door, with her lips still moving, to be turning her eyes this way and that. Neville looked out to the front, and there was Algy at the door of the Bessingtons' motor. End of section 19. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FrogUnleashed. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 20. Start of subsection 4. Come in and have a drink, said Neville 20 minutes later, as the motor drew up at the door of the Elizabeth Street house. Algy had, of course, refused to be set down when the time came, and said that he would walk home. Well, do you know? I think I will, he said as if he were deciding some important point. Talking makes me thirsty, he added as an afterthought. I mean being talked to. Besides, I want to hear what the play was about. Now tell me the whole thing, he said when he was settled in a deep chair in the library. That clean-shaven Johnny was her husband, wasn't he? Neville assured him he was right. Well, that's all right then. I got that between times, so to speak. And the other Johnny, I couldn't make him out at all. He was after her, wasn't he? That was the idea, said Neville. At least... That's good enough for me, then. Well, I thought her ripping. Who? Oh, Selva, you mean? Yes, she's all right, isn't she? He found it difficult to attend to Algy, so violent was his preoccupation. A preoccupation, curiously enough, with the thought of Enid now, rather than of Selva. For somehow it appeared to him that Enid was just a shade displeased with him, and that this had shown itself, not indeed in anything she had said, but by a kind of faint film over her manner, as he had seen the 2 ladies into their motor, and wished them good night. It was very slight, so slight that he was not at all sure whether it were not sheer fancy on his part. And it was this doubt that preoccupied him, for he could not imagine, if it were so, what was the matter. Certainly he had praised Selva, but then Selva was a genius. There was only one opinion on that point. Was it conceivable that the girl did not like his going out between the acts, both times, for a cigarette with Algy? But she had urged him to. Besides, it was incredible anyhow. Was there a single piece of negligence anywhere on his part? He ran his mind back over the evening. He could remember nothing that was at fault. It must be, if there were anything in it, that she did not like his not agreeing with her about Selva. But how could he agree? There was only one opinion. Then, with one of those inconsequent acts of the will that people make in order to quiet uneasiness, he decided that he was being foolish, and that nothing whatever was the matter with Enid, unless perhaps she were a little tired. Then he suddenly yawned uncontrollably, and became aware that he was very tired himself. Algy rose promptly to his feet. Good night, old man. I'm off. After that, you know. I'm sorry, said Neville. No, sit down again. Have another whiskey. Couldn't dream of it. No, I'm going. Is that the program? Let's have it, will you? I must mug it up. Never do, you know, to have seen Selva and not know what the play was about. Good night, old man. Thanks very much and all that. No, don't ring. I'll let myself out. See you on Tuesday, then? Well, if I actually said so, said Algy. Neville felt entirely disinclined for sleep when the boy had gone, in spite of his cavernous yawn just now. It was the kind of weariness that leads to mere inertia, that holds one in a deep chair, always considering the duty of going to bed, yet hindering one from performing it. It was a quiet, studious-looking room, this in which he sat, in which no one ever studied. The walls were lined with locked bookcases, whose contents, enclosed in brass lattices, were of a discouraging character. Hansard was there, row after row of him, bound in neat leather with white labels. There were such works as agricultural dictionaries, volumes of dreary travels, bound pamphlets, some 18th century poets, volumes of divinity, portfolios of engravings, tied together with green ribbon bows. On the tops of these bookcases stood plaster casts of Greek philosophers. Let into panels over the fireplace was an oil painting of nymphs disporting under very heavy-looking trees. Yet the room was very pleasant. It had a deep Turkey carpet, a large sensible leather-covered table with solid carved chairs. The mahogany furniture was highly polished. There were fine brocade curtains, drawn back now from the tall windows to let the cool air in. On the table lay a heap of illustrated papers, and the tray was siphons and whiskey. It was very quiet here, too, since it looked on to the garden of the house, and the noise of London was no more than a distant rumble, like the sound of waves upon a beach. Here then Neville sat and thought, too weary to move. Presently, in spite of that faint preoccupation which, driven from the foreground of his thoughts, still occupied the background, he began to think of Hartley. He had been there last night, at this very hour, sitting up in the hall. Aunt Anna had gone to bed nearly an hour before. He had sat up there, smoking and looking forward to the next day. All the lights had been turned out except one. He had turned this out himself, and groped his way upstairs in the dark. What an enormous while ago it seemed. And then suddenly he began to long for it. To long for it, not as it had been last night indeed, but as it had been 3 weeks ago. On that first evening, for example, after Enid had come. It had been exactly perfect. They had played foolish games in the hall, the three of them, and Mrs. Bessington, murmuring sentences from time to time, which occasionally he had answered, had regarded them over her knitting. Of course, it was simply delightful to be up here, and Enid only 2 streets away. He was to look in next morning, by the way, and see if any appointment had been made by the lawyers. But London somehow did not seem an ideal background. It was a shade too feverish. The academy had been oddly fatiguing. Selva, though stimulating, had been a little exhausting too. This very room in which he sat had not the cool spaciousness of the hall at Hartley. Open windows in his bedroom, presently, would not be the same as those open windows that looked out onto the gray moonlit fans of the cedars on the lawn. So his thoughts moved on, as if they were very nearly external visions that passed before him, rather than ideas generated by himself, as his drowsiness increased. And then suddenly, in a great flush, romance poured back, that romance which Selva had illuminated by her genius. He saw himself again in that splendid comradeship which had dawned on him for the first time in connection with a woman, when he had begun to understand Enid. He saw how ludicrously he had been at fault just now, when he had conceived, even as a doubtful possibility, that she was a little displeased with him. How could she be? For the understanding was perfect. Again, then, he saw himself and her, not merely as husband and wife, but as comrades, neither of whom could have a thought or a desire of which the other was not aware. And this comradeship was now romantic in an even higher sense than he had imagined. For he had seen passion as well tonight, and in its rosy light every cooler relationship glowed transfigured. It had been, in that play, a passion that had held tragedy, and a passion that, under these particular circumstances, could have no issue but one. Well, but his own had no tragedy in it, because the relationship was perfect. It was not to be the mating of 2 hopelessly dissimilar characters, but of 2 who, in the great and fundamental things, were, as he had told Aunt Anna, absolutely one. There could be no tragedy there. What, after all, did externals matter? How could it matter whether they were here or at Hartley, in this cauldron of suppressed and seething life which was named London, or in the cool spaces of Hartley, with the cedars and the hall and the river and the pavilion, that dear home of his, of which Aunt Anna was so graceful a symbol? Then, in sudden contradiction, he began to think of the most light externals of them all, of Enid's blue filmy gown, and the row of sapphires, the blue flowers in her hair, her clear pallor, the glance of her eyes as, now and again, he had met them with his own. Subsection 5. Mr. Charleston gave quite a start as he came round the screen, and saw Neville lying there in the deep chair. He had made certain, as he had said to Mrs. Ferguson next morning, that Sir Neville had gone to bed, and left the lights burning, as young gentlemen will, without ringing the bell. He advanced a step, and coughed discreetly. There was no movement on that sleeping face. The young man was lying back, his head drooping on one shoulder, his arms dangling down over the sides of the well-padded chair. He looked dead tired. Mr. Charleston coughed again. Then he put his hand discreetly on his master's shoulder. "Beg pardon, Sir Neville." "Eh?" Neville sat up suddenly, bewildered with the sudden awaking. He looked blankly at the servant. "Eh?" he said again. "Beg pardon, Sir Neville, but it's gone 12, and not hearing the bell, I thought—" "After 12, is it? I've been asleep." He stood up as he made this brilliant discovery. "Beg pardon, Sir Neville, but you look very tired, Sir Neville," proceeded Charleston, who, while not daring yet to aspire to Masterson's familiarities, occasionally was a little paternal. "Better go to bed, Sir Neville." Neville stretched elaborately. "Quite right, Charleston, as usual. By George." Charleston waited. "I do feel cooked." "First day in London, Sir Neville. What time in the morning?" "I think we might say 9, and breakfast in my room at past. Yes, certainly this bedroom was not like Hartley. In Hartley one could move about freely. There was a wide space between the mirror and the bed, where one could even do exercises before one's bath, if one was in a virtuous and strenuous mood. But here, scarcely. He remembered Algy's confounded clumsiness before dinner, and the looking-glass, too, of all things. The rumble of the streets, too, was far more considerable here even than in the library. Elizabeth Street itself was fairly quiet, but from the thoroughfare, which led to Victoria 100 yards away, life was in full movement. He could hear the run of wheels, the hooting of a motor, all the more distracting since they were not quite continuous. He undressed slowly, yawning again once or twice, and got into bed. The very sheets felt different. They had not that same sweet country smell that his sheets had had last night. Then he switched off the light and arranged himself. How dog-tired did he feel, to be sure. Enid. That was the point. He would see her tomorrow. He would think about her now. Enid. Subsection 6. Enid was perfect next day. She said she would certainly come and meet Selva again. That Selva, whatever one might think of her acting, was a great personality. "You weren't angry with me yesterday?" she asked, looking up at him from her low chair, with a touch of pathos that went straight to Neville's heart. She did look a shade paler than usual. "Angry? With you? Why?" He went off into a torrent of expostulation. "That's all right," she said. "I knew it must be so, but I was foolish. Neville?" "Yes?" "You will tell me, won't you? Just as we agreed, when you're not quite pleased with me." "Why, my darling." "But you will." "Of course I will." She nodded. "That's all right, then." "And you must keep your side of it, too," he said. "Well, if you really wish it." "Of course I do. That's part of the arrangement. I shouldn't dream." "Well, I will, then. Oh, dear me." "What is it?" "I feel tired. I didn't sleep very well last night. I was anxious. I thought I'd done something." Neville was overwhelmed with shame, particularly when he remembered that he himself had fallen asleep in his chair. "I'm a brute," he said. "Look here, I must make a confession." She smiled up at him. "Go on, my dear." "I slept too well. I fell sound asleep in my chair. Charleston woke me up and sent me to bed." "You poor dear, you did too much. You're not strong, you know. No more headaches?" "Oh, no. And please remember, I'm quite strong always, as strong as a horse. I am, you know." She sat still in her low chair, looking at him. Then she lifted her arms a little. "Give me a kiss," she said. "I heard the bell go. That'll be the lawyer." End of section 20, end of chapter 3.
Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 1. Subsection 1. When Americans set themselves seriously to perform a social duty, there can be no doubt whatever as to their adequateness, and the Heckers were worthy representatives of their country. They had, of course, a suite of rooms at the Cecil, 3 bedrooms and 2 large sitting rooms. The bedrooms looked out into the court because that was quieter, and the sitting rooms over the river, because that was more beautiful. But this was not enough for the entertainment of Madame Selva and the few friends they had asked to meet her quite quietly. They would want at least 2 more rooms. A small band must be positioned in the most remote, as everyone presumably would want to talk all the time. Tea was to be served at a buffet in the next. Madame Selva was to be enthroned in the third, and the few friends were to await their introduction and talk loudly and continuously in the fourth. They were to arrive, to be greeted by Mr. Hecker first, and encouraged to sit down. Then, when their turn came, they were to be conducted to the inner door, within which stood Mrs. Hecker. She in turn would present them to Madame Selva, and, upon her approach with another party or individual, they were to pass through to the tea-room, which had another door opening upon the corridor. Through this they would emerge and, on passing again the door of the first room, could come round and tell Mr. Hecker how much they had enjoyed it all. If they were very important, Mrs. Hecker too would be summoned to say good-bye and, "Yes, isn't she wonderful?" How the Heckers succeeded in obtaining the use of these 2 further rooms, God and the manager of the Cecil alone knew. The only outward sign of any unhappy circumstance connected with the achievement was to be seen, by observant visitors, in the gloomy appearance of a colonial minister all that afternoon from 4 to 6, who sat in the public rooms for the first and last time during his visit. The first evidence of any unusual happening in the Cecil was encountered by the Bessingtons and Neville upon reaching the lift. Here a superb gentleman in a frock coat with a flower in his buttonhole and light grey trousers bowed slightly and asked whether they were for Mrs. Hecker's reception. Upon Neville assenting to this, a rapid sign was made to the lift boy, and a pair of inmates of the Cecil Hotel, who had been noticed approaching, were informed that the lift would be down again immediately. Upon emerging on the first floor, another gentleman in another frock coat, with another flower in his buttonhole and another pair of grey trousers, was awaiting them. He bowed slightly from the waist, and asked whether they were for Mrs. Hecker's reception. Upon Neville again assenting, he conducted them down a short, thickly carpeted corridor, in the direction of a curious noise that grew louder every instant, and revealed itself presently as the sound of many voices all talking at once, at full power. Mrs. Bessington visibly brightened as she heard it, and broke off in the middle of a sentence. Then an inexpressibly formidable footman leaned his powdered head stiffly forward, as the gentleman in the frock coat retired, and inquired, "What names, sir?" On receiving an answer, he slipped within an open door, beyond which could be discerned the outskirts of a crowd, and announced with absolute and resonant clearness, "Mrs. Bessington, Miss Bessington, Sir Neville Fanning." There was a lull in the talking, as there always is upon such an occasion, and then Mr. Hecker, in a neat morning suit, so perfectly correct that one simply did not realize it until one looked, was there, alert, trim, and efficient. He did not appear to come there, he was there, and he appeared to have been waiting for them, as for the climax of the whole reception. "Charmed to see you. This is most kind. Yes, Madame Selva is in the inner room, if you wouldn't mind waiting a few minutes. You'll excuse me, won't you? I see some more friends have just come." He pressed Neville's hand with a confidential air, and then again, as they moved forward into the room, they heard the same confidential tones beginning again behind them. In spite of his very real desire to see Madame Selva, Neville felt gloom fall upon him like a pall. This was nearly everything he most disliked, and that he hoped it would not be. Indeed, it was the Parrot House once more. It was a large room, admirably seated. There was a vast window seat. There were little rout chairs, ottomans, sofas. There were no tables at all. There were, in fact, so many seats that they were not full, in spite of the crowd, and Neville found very little difficulty in getting his ladies through to the window. But the noise of the voices was incredible. Americans, with all their virtues, do talk loud, and seem to find no discomfort in their neighbours doing so also. and they were, of course, chiefly Americans here. "Oh, look at the flowers," said Enid as she sat down. There were no tables, as has been said, but the Heckers were not to be done out of their flowers for all that. The big old mirror over the mantelpiece was framed in pink orchids, and in the centre of the mirror hung a great S, surmounted by a crown. "But what's the crown for?" she said. "Oh, general glory and honour," said Neville. "Democratic ideas, you know. Yes, Mrs. Bessington?" While Mrs. Bessington began to describe to him the only time that she had herself stayed at the Cecil, he began to look round him and find his bearings. For he felt that with all the good will in the world he could not stay here forever. There was a tall, curtained door on his right, in the middle of the long wall opposite the mantelpiece, and this, presently, he perceived to be the shrine, so to speak. Even while he looked, he saw the hatted head of Mrs. Hecker peep from it for an instant, and simultaneously 2 persons unknown to him advance and disappear. It was plain that Madame Selva was in the next room. "I beg your pardon?" he said, conscious that Mrs. Bessington had stopped talking, but it was Enid who answered him. "There's Mr. Lennox," she said. Algy was indeed advancing towards them, behind an obviously American financier who, in a white waistcoat, was regarding the company with a pleased smile. Algy looked a little weary. "Well, here we are," he said. He saluted his friends politely. "I have spotted it," he went on in a confidential tone. "We go in lots, and there's tea beyond the throne room. Lord, I want tea." "Now, if they had tea in here," Enid began. "That'd never do," said Algy. "Don't you see, Miss Bessington, that tea in the last room is the only thing that'd get people out from Madame Selva? We'd get clogged otherwise in there. These Americans know how to manage us all, I must say. By George, look at those orchids." By the time that their turn began to draw near, and Mr. Hecker, still apparently bilocating all the while at the 2 doors, greeting his friends at one, and handing the next lot that were due for Madame Selva through the other, began to eye them once or twice as if to put them on the alert, Neville's gloom was profound. A crowd such as this had always a depressing effect upon him. The thing seemed so exquisitely annoying and futile and unenjoyable. Here were, perhaps, 40 people, each of whom individually was no doubt charming, each of whom might be quite interesting taken alone, all talking at once about things that really interested neither the talker nor the talked to. He heard, in moments when he could catch consecutive sentences, the weather, Madame Selva, the Hotel Cecil, the view over the river, the orchids, Madame Selva, New York, the transatlantic lines, the crush in the Strand, Paris, Madame Selva, briskly discussed in such a manner and at such vivacious speed that nothing could possibly be said about any of them that could be of any interest at all. There was no coin on the table, so to speak. There was nothing but counters. And all this was being done by tightly dressed persons in a room which, in spite of the awnings outside and the fans in the passage, was getting warmer and warmer. He was concluding very deliberately that, much as he had wished to meet Madame Selva, the price was too heavy, when Enid turned to him again. "Neville, I'm sorry, but I really can't bear this much more." Certainly she looked a little tired. There was a tiny line between her eyes that he had never noticed before, and her eyelids drooped. "I know," he said, "but what in the world—" "Now, Mrs. Bessington, if you and your party will come this way." And there again, miraculously, was Mr. Hecker, as efficient as ever, enticing them towards the door. Subsection 2. As Neville, with Algy just behind, followed his ladies in and greeted Mrs. Hecker, he was agreeably surprised to find himself almost in the dark. The shutters were half closed, a great bank of roses stood in the draught from the window, and their fragrance filled the room. As he shook hands with Mrs. Hecker, who had managed, apparently by one simultaneous act, to lead the ladies forward and towards a figure seated in a great chair, murmuring their names, and also to be back again with the 2 men, he saw that she, too, was even more bright and adequate than her husband. She looked entirely cool, though she must have been darting to and fro like this for at least an hour, on her feet all the while, and completely interested in these two men, though she must have shaken hands with at least 40 or 50 before. As she murmured to them, Neville observed her dress. Her bosom and arms were covered with light lace. She was in white. Her hat was a dream. She resembled a highly etherealized country hostess who might, 5 minutes before, have strolled in from the garden. "It really is most good of you to have come, Sir Neville. And you, Mr. Lennox, though I think this is the first time I have had the pleasure of meeting you. Yes, Madame Silver, I may say, is an old friend of ours. We met her in Rome again this spring. We made her acquaintance in the States last year. She likes little, simple gatherings like this. She's kind enough to say, just a few friends and a few words of talk. No more. You will find tea in there presently, Sir Neville. Lord Maresfield passed through just now." And so on. Neville began to understand the procedure. That white figure with the huge hat, seated in the big chair, was Madame Silver. Opposite her, apparently carelessly placed, yet in reality with the greatest deliberation, were 2 other chairs, and no more. In these, Enid and her mother were now seated. He could hear a clear, rather deep voice talking slowly. Presently he perceived Enid and her mother would be moved on, and Algy and he would be advanced. They must not stay too long. They must say a few words to the goddess, and then take their leave. Then there would be tea. As he perceived this, Mrs. Hecker, with a graceful murmur, slipped from them, and he saw Enid stand up. Then the chairs were empty, the 2 ladies were passing out at the other door, and himself and Algy were advancing, drawn by Mrs. Hecker's tact, as by a conductor's wand. When he was fairly seated, and Mrs. Hecker vanished again, already he could hear her low murmur beginning to the next lot, he found himself looking at the great actress. Again, she was made up to the eyes. Her face looked even chalky in this half-light. Her mouth had a kind of delicate grimness. Her eyebrows were black. She was saying that she was glad to see Sir Neville Fanning, and even as she said this very trite remark, he was aware of her personality. Genius is an amazing thing, and there can only be one opinion as to Silver's genius. Even in this darkened room, with the clamour of tongues sounding on one side, the clack of tea-things and the faint sound of a string band on the other, it was entirely impossible to be unaware that this woman was remarkable. She was, externally, scarcely more than a phantom. She was not beautiful, except in her wonderful long hands, blazing with jewels. She was in the dark. Her very skin was engloved in cosmetics. A very penetrating perfume came from her. She was saying for the 50th time this afternoon that she was pleased to see the 2 people who sat in the 2 chairs, and she would say it again probably to 30 or 40 more. Yet there it was. He was saying presently that he had had the privilege of seeing her in Margaret. "Ah, yes," she said in her deep voice. "That is a play I like. I think that you English—" Algy burst in. He was obviously exploding with a tremulous kind of excitement. "It's tremendous," he said. "Tremendous! I beg your pardon." She had turned her whitened face on him, and he had realized his interruption. "I was saying," she said, "that you English need that lesson, I think. Your women have no chance. Now, in America, as well as in Australia, where I have come from, it is different. Perhaps you do not agree?" It was really royal, this. It was not at all original, yet it seemed to matter when she said it. It seemed highly gracious of her to ask one's opinion at all, and vitally important as to what one answered. "I'm afraid—" began Neville. "I see you do not agree. Well, well, I must think it over from the English point of view." "I am so very sorry, Sir Neville," said a tactful voice, "but there are some more people just come, and—" It was over. He rose. He took her hand for a moment, and she smiled at him very kindly. Then he was passing through into the tea-room, and Algy trod intently upon his heel. Subsection 3. "Well, and that was all," said Enid, with faint asperity. The ladies, with that confident decision that men lack, had secured a small round table for 4 in the window, ordered tea, and arranged the chairs. The table was covered with an embroidered damask cloth. There was a silver vase in the centre again filled with orchids. As she spoke, a footman approached with the refreshments, slipping deftly through the groups between him and the buffet. Then, before Neville could answer, Lord Maresfield came up and greeted them in his genial staccato fashion. "Bit of a crush, eh? See the goddess, what? How do, Algy?" Neville made a reach for a chair. "That's all right. Get it myself, eh? Had 5 words with her, what?" "About that," said Enid. "I said I had seen her in Margaret." "Lord, so did I," said Neville. "Ah, I scored there. Said I'd seen her in La Tosca. Another cup, waiter, eh?" "And she said," continued Neville, "that it was all to teach us Englishmen how to treat our wives." He grinned at Enid, but Enid did not seem amused. Mrs. Bessington had already begun on Lord Maresfield, and that nobleman therefore was out of it. "I suppose she said the same to everybody." "Did she to you too?" asked Neville. "Certainly, and that women had no chance, whereas in America and Australia—" Neville laughed aloud. "Word for word the same," he said. "But you know, it was worth it." "Worth it? What do you mean?" "Why, it really was something to speak to her even. It's no good, you know. She really is a personality." Enid was pouring out tea, and made no answer. "She snubbed me all right, didn't she?" put in Algy. "Well, you interrupted her in her piece." "Yes, but by gad, she needn't have taken me up like that." "She was rude to you, Mr. Lennox?" asked Enid sweetly. "Well—" "He interrupted her in the middle of a sentence," explained Neville. "She needn't have been rude, though," remarked Enid. Neville set down his cup with brisk decisiveness. "Enid, you're really tiresome," he said. "She's a genius. Look here, Maresfield. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Bessington. I didn't see you were—" But Lord Maresfield sprang at the opening like a bird at an open cage door. "Eh? What? What's the trouble?" "Miss Bessington's being tiresome. She will not see that Selva's a genius. Here's Algy, who interrupted her in the middle of a sentence. You know his way. Well, she snubbed him, very properly, and he took a back seat. And here's Miss Bessington saying that she was rude, and that there's nothing in her—" "I said nothing of the sort," remarked Enid, with a flushed face. "I said distinctly—" Now Neville honestly did not see that she was in the least annoyed. He felt cheerful and even expansive at having passed the ordeal of the 2 rooms. He waved a hand, and she stopped dead. He did not notice even that at the time. "Look here, Maresfield, isn't she a genius? Well, and how in the world can you expect a woman like that, who's on a kind of throne, to stand a chap like Algy barging in? I don't care in the slightest what anybody thinks. I'm delighted to have met her. Aren't you too? She's tremendous. I felt it in that 2 minutes every bit as much as in the play. She's just great. Isn't it so? Now, Enid." There fell a dead silence. Enid looked at him quite deliberately. Then she dropped her eyes. "Have another cup, Lord Maresfield," she said. End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 2. Subsection 4. "Just come in for a minute," said Enid quietly, as the motor drew up at the door of the flats in Cadogan Lane. "I won't keep you. Neville made a sign of assent. He said nothing. It had been an extraordinarily unpleasant little situation after Enid's complete ignoring of Neville at tea. For a moment, no one had spoken, and then, for perhaps the first time in her life, Mrs. Bessington's conversation had been welcomed. Apparently, she had realized nothing of what was in the air. She had begun in a low, rapid voice to talk about Wall Street, inspired, probably, by the appearance of the American financier in the white waistcoat, who once more was looking round with a pleased smile. Lord Maresfield had joined in with staccato accents, and begun 3 or 4 sentences which he was unable to finish. Algy had slipped away, making a remark about some more sugar cakes, with a selection of which he presently returned. Neville, after an amazed silence, had joined himself, too, onto Mrs. Bessington's subject. Enid, very self-controlled and natural, had continued to dispense tea, and had presently begun to talk quietly to Algy. Lord Maresfield, a few minutes later, had taken his leave, followed by Algy, and immediately after, Enid had said that she supposed they ought to be going, and Neville was coming with them, wasn't he? He had assented. They had gone downstairs together. He had obtained their motor and got in after them. But they had all been silent going home. Enid led the way upstairs, and when the door opened, turned to her mother. "I want to speak to Neville, Mother," she said. "Shall we go into the drawing-room?" Mrs. Bessington murmured something about taking off her things and hurried away. The girl led the way into the drawing-room without looking behind her, and sat down. Neville followed, shut the door, and went across to the hearth. He was completely bewildered. He saw there was something very wrong. He was aware of a sense of strong grievance at the way the girl was treating him, but he could not conceive what it was, exactly, that he had done. He was conscious of nothing deliberate. Had he possibly been brusque? Oh, what on earth was the matter? "Neville, dear," said the girl. He looked up, reassured by her tone. Her eyes were cast down. She was playing with the fringe of her parasol. "Yes?" "You remember our agreement, don't you? You really meant it?" "Why, of course I did," he burst out, more reassured than ever. "Have I done wrong? Tell me, instantly, please, and I'll eat dirt." But she did not quite respond. "Well, you must be really a little more careful in public. You are not quite courteous to me, you know." "Not courteous?" he exclaimed, more amazed than ever. "Let me finish, please. First of all, you contradicted me quite flatly before the others. Then you said that I couldn't see anything in Selva. That was not true. Heavens, let me count 10. She smiled, ever so faintly, lifting her eyes to his, and then dropping them again. "I didn't quite like your tone, you know. And there's something else." "Go on, please. Finish me." Her manner changed a little. She leaned forward, and her tone was less cold. "Neville, dear," she said, "you don't really like Selva, do you? She's really quite common, you know. I cannot understand men. She was one plaster of paint. Her eyes were darkened. Her dress was outrageous. Her manner... Neville, how can you think she's great?" He grinned cheerfully. The crisis was past. "Let's deal with the first, he said. "And may I sit down, please?" He moved towards her, but she made no sign. He went to a chair instead. "First," he said, "you've told me that I wasn't courteous to you. Well, first of all, I apologize abjectly for my ill-bred manner. It was quite unpardonable." Her eyes looked at him again with the dawn of surprise in them. "I was just careless, I suppose. But now, in justice, I must say that it never entered my head that I was being rude, or even careless. I had not, so far as I am aware, the very faintest shadow of irritation or impatience or anything else in my mind. No, let me have my say out, please. That was so, but I do not in the least excuse my brusqueness or rudeness. I am very sorry. I beg your pardon. Please forgive me. I'll try not to do it again. He raised his face to her, brimming with humour and cheerfulness. But to his surprise, there was no humour in her face. She was quite grave. She inclined her head a little, as if to accept his apology in complete seriousness. Well, he must make another attempt. And for the second point, he said, I concede to you all that you said about Selva's appearance, the paint, the darkening of the eyes, and I bow to you with regard to her dress, though I must say I can't conceive what you mean. But I was not talking about that sort of thing. I was talking about her genius. And that, with all humility, I still maintain. Why, my dear girl. He stopped abruptly. She had looked at him again, with such an expression that again, with utter bewilderment, he perceived that he was on the wrong track. Oh, dear me, what have I done now? He cried. You don't understand, she said in a low voice. She rose swiftly, he rose with her, really perturbed. She went across to the window and stood there, a slender, graceful silhouette against the brightness. She began to drum gently with her fingers against the pane with her back turned to him. It was very silent here in this room, looking out onto the little gardens at the rear of the flats. A piano sounded faintly from somewhere in the big buildings about them, but so distant that it formed no more than a melodious background. Neville could not conceive what was the matter. It appeared to him that he had blundered frightfully somewhere, but he had no notion in what direction. Had he been clumsy or stupid? Was that it? He was not yet irritated, no more than a bluebottle is irritated for the first instant in which he finds himself hampered by the delicate invisible threads of a newly spun web. Still less was he in the least alarmed. He supposed she would explain presently. She turned round, and, as he looked at her face against the light, there seemed to pass across his eyes just a shred of the film that had darkened them 10 days ago as he came out from the bathing pool in the early morning. Simultaneously, he was aware that the pressure on top of his head was there again, though it was not in the least severe. She began to talk rapidly. "My dear," she said, "I don't want to be disagreeable, but you really are disappointing me a little. I can't conceive how you can think as you do of a woman like that. I should have thought that you'd have seen in an instant what a wretched creature she is. I don't deny her power, of a sort. I've said it again and again. But it's not genius, it's not." She was growing emphatic. "Would you mind sitting down?" said Neville quietly. "I can't see you against the light." She moved away and sat down, without apparently having heard him, and went on. He could see her better now, and her face looked to him quite different. It looked anxious and overwrought. There was none of that fine serenity that he loved so much. He listened, but she repeated herself. She seemed anxious that he should say that the actress had no genius. He grew more and more puzzled. "Let me interrupt a minute," he said. "Is it that you want me to say she isn't a great actress? Well, I can't. I think she is. Ask anyone else you like." She came in passionately. "How can she be a genius? She looks horrible. I can't bear to hear you." Neville stood up. He thought it began to look like hysteria. "My darling, I simply will not discuss Selva any more just now. You're overwrought, and I don't wonder. I've dragged you about too much. Enid, dear." He came across to her as she sat there. He knelt down and took her hands in his. "My darling, I'm a beast and a brute. You must forgive me and make the best of me. Just tell me when I displease you in any way, and I'll do my best to amend. There, we won't talk any more now. You must rest before dinner. We dine at 7, you know. Oh, my dear love." He bent and kissed her hands. She remained passive. Subsection 5. He felt heavy and dispirited as he came out 5 minutes later into the street. He had still plenty of time before he had to go and dress. They were all to go to the theatre again tonight, and he thought that a turn in the park would do him good. There are few places so opulently beautiful as Hyde Park on a summer evening, when the flower beds are so many flaming fires, when from the heavy trees come the cooing of the wood pigeons, when the perfect curved lawns have just been mown once more, and the smell of the cut grass is in the air, when the rhododendrons are out, when there are a few well-mounted riders in the Row, when the carriages and motors go by for their last airing before the twilight closes in, when all this is seen, smelt, and heard under the sunshine of a cloudless June evening. He turned up by the Achilles statue under the trees, and took off his hat as he walked. Already his head felt better, and there was hardly a line of dimness left before his eyes. He was thankful he had not betrayed it just now. It would have distressed Enid terribly. It had come to him as a real relief when he had thought that Enid was a little overwrought. Up to this afternoon, he had known but one side of her, that serene, tranquil mood in which she hated crowds, loved the country, and had understood so perfectly his own attitude to all these things. So she had been in Rome, at Frascati, and at Hartley. Now he had seen another side which he had never suspected. Well, it would make her all the more lovable, no doubt, when he understood it better. As he went up by the side of the water, fervently praying that he might meet no one whom he knew, a number of other little things came back to his mind, each of which, at the time, he had dismissed as irrelevant, but which now, it appeared, had some kind of link one with another, and the explanation of which he began, he thought, to see. The first which he could remember was her gentle fault-finding with him at Hartley. No doubt she had been right in her facts. Masterson was a little familiar sometimes, and Aunt Anna certainly had just a shade of masterfulness. But, in spite of their truth, he had been a little surprised at their being mentioned at all. Then there had been the little affair of Father Richardson. Again, that was a small matter, and she confessed that Neville's own idea had been right, yet certainly she had been rather abrupt with the poor man who, after all, had behaved very nicely to her. Then there was the trifle, he had scarcely thought of it again till now, concerned with the rather sharp words she had spoken to her maid. Well, he hadn't been intended to hear those, yet he had heard them. There they were. Finally, there had been the affair this afternoon. It appeared to him now that these little things were rather significant, not, indeed, of anything serious at all, but just of a tiny fact, that Enid, too, was human, and had her nerves like other people. She was human, but she was none the less lovable. Perhaps even she was more lovable. He knew what nerves were himself. Well, he must remember in future. Then, one by one, a number of other little things floated up, things of which he had thought absolutely nothing at the time, and which, even now, were probably sheer fancies on his own part. There was first her attitude towards her mother. Ah! He remembered now the sharp little things he had heard the girl say to her as he came downstairs one day at Hartley. Well, that fitted in. Again, Mrs. Bessington, at the dinner he had given on his first night in London, had been remarkably lenient towards him in the way of conversation. He had thought it to have been Algy's tact at first, but then she had been really very lenient ever since. Was it conceivable that Enid had, well, given a hint to her mother not to talk so much? A hint? And would a mere hint have stemmed that flowing tide? Again, he had wondered that Enid seemed to have so few friends. At first he had not thought much of it. He had supposed merely that he had not come across them. In fact, he would scarcely have had the chance. Yet, here he had been 10 days in London, and though he had seen various cards in the flat, and had been to a reception or two, the usual friends were singularly lacking. Yet Enid was young and charming and sociable. Perhaps it was Mrs. Bessington's conversation. Certainly she had recognized people at the opera, and they her. And there were Lord Maresfield, and the Heckers, and so on. But where were the rest? Certainly he did not know much about girls and their ways. They were not in his line. He had lived hitherto at Hartley whenever he could. But he had thought, somehow, that they always had plenty of friends. Enid, too, must have met hundreds of women, travelling as she did. Yet again, perhaps it was this very travelling that had hindered intimacies, that, and her dislike of crowds, and her love of solitude. Well, here these facts were, each of them quite minute, quite explicable taken singly, yet together they seemed to point to a strain in her he had not previously recognized, a strain that had shown itself just now in her odd behaviour about Selva, her disappointment that he had not been able to share her view, well, it almost seemed like a curious kind of jealous hypercriticism. He stayed halfway up the walk that ran between the Row and the water. It must be nearly time for him to turn back. A small boy with very fat legs was bent over a little schooner-rigged ship, with an air of very mature seriousness. Something was wrong with the rigging. Neville thought of Jim, and wondered what he was doing. Yes, he must just remember that Enid had nerves. He had been clumsy this afternoon. It had all been his fault. The small boy set the ship firmly back on the edge of the ripple, as if he were planting it. It immediately rocked over onto the tiny beach. And that he must not draw ludicrous deductions from insufficient evidence. He must treat her frankly and courageously, and not inflict his distressing kind of humour on her when she was just a shade on edge. The ship was being pulled about again vehemently. Its owner's face was set in a frown, and his lips were pursed with energy. "What a pity," said Neville. "The bowsprit's come out." The boy looked up at him sharply and appeared satisfied. "Can't I help?" said Neville. The boy moved towards him without embarrassment. "It goes in there, you see," he said seriously. "Do you think you could get it in again?" It was extraordinarily like Jim. That unconventional and unquestioning confidence. Dear Jim. "Yes, I see," he said. "Just hold my stick, will you?" End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Part 2. End of Part 2, Chapter 4.